What is up, everybody? Day 3 of the draft is upon us. The best 49ers draft coverage right here. You've got myself, David, Tom, and Coach. We are combining shows for day 3 to come up with this amazing conglomerate of differences of opinions. We were actually talking to Alfred Collins backstage. I think that was a lot of fun. Really, we were talking about everything that happened yesterday, and we will get into it. But final day, 49ers do have some picks here. So I'm going to go around the room. David, I'll start with you, and I'll work my way around. I'll go David, Tom, and then Coach. Give me a few players coming up at pick 113, 138 that you would like to see the 49ers target if they are still available, of course.
Shadur Sanders.
I love this.
But real talk, I'll be honest. I could go to my list. I'm not going to go through all of them, but Shadur is absolutely, it's incredible value for anybody. I don't care who you are. I don't care what, if you had a need for quarterback or whatever, the talent that Shadur Sanders has in the 4th round, you're not going to get better value on day 3 with a quarterback that he is. I'm not saying any of us in the room have to think that he's the best thing since sliced bread, but look, the politics of the NFL to me are a little wild. I'm not saying Shadur is everybody's cup of tea. I'm not even saying that I think Shadur is a godsend, but let's be real. I understand all the things that go into it. I understand that you won't want somebody to be bigger than the team. I think a lot of that bigger than the team narrative, though, comes from the GMs, and I think they really just don't want people to steal their shine. And I feel like a lot of these, some adults in a lot of sectors feel threatened by people who are confident and comfortable in their own skin. That being said, quarterback, yeah. So Shadur, hey, if you take him in the 4th round, I'd be ecstatic. And I'm not saying go burn Purdy at the stake or anything like that. I'm saying it's just it's smart. It's smart value. What did Bill Walsh always say? Draft a quarterback. Bill Belichick, draft a quarterback, right? It makes sense. Other guys I'm looking at, defensive tackle, CJ West. I really love CJ West. I love DJ Giddens. I love Torrey Horton. I love Jalen Royals. I've got a couple other guys, sleepers that are far down the line in like Jalen Conyers. I love Thomas Fidone out of Nebraska. I think he's an incredibly underrated guy that I think will go earlier than people think. And I'll bring up some other guys' names here in a minute, but I'll let you guys go.
All right, Tom, what about you? Who got your eye on?
Giddens, I agree with David. I think he would be the top of the list at running back, and he could be one of the picks here coming up at 113. They had 30 visits.
The Cam Scattaboo hate is crazy, guys. No, I'm just kidding.
Don't get me started. Don't get me started.
We're not going down the Scooby-Doo road. Not doing that. Marcus Bowe, who they had 30 visit with, center guard. Caleb Rogers, 30 visit. There's some good talent at DB.
Caleb Rogers got drafted, Tom.
You got drafted.
Oh, Rogers got drafted. I'm sorry. So Bowe, and we'll see how things shake out. But I think that they're going to be probably looking at offense here in day 3 because they still have needs at running back, wide receiver, tight end, and O-line.
I like it. Coach, what about you? Any names?
So CJ West out of Indiana. I'd love for them to take a look at him. Also, I think it's time to get back in the offensive line. Drew Kendall out of Boston College is somebody who I love. Also somebody later today, Jake Majors out of Texas is somebody who I really have like. Also Jonah Monheim. Him as well. Those are 3 guys that all I think could be slotted for the Niners. As far as tight end is concerned, Jake Briningstool, I think he's still out there out of Clemson. That'd be a good look. He's a big tight end, 6'5", 234. I'd like to see him go. Also, there's a Bama guy out there, CJ Dupree. Sorry. Dupree. His last name is very oddly spelled. But
I like Drippy. Drippy's nice.
Drippy's cool. CJ Dupree out of Alabama is somebody who I'd like to also take a look at. Also, did Arondé Gaddison II out of Syracuse get taken?
He's still up there.
There's names out there. So obviously DJ Giddens is the get. I would love to pick up DJ Giddens. I was hoping that Savion Williams would last a little bit, but alas, not there. What did surprise me though is that there's another big guy out there that I like, Torrey Horton out of Colorado State.
Yeah,
just said it. Yep,
that's a guy. I'm sorry, but that's a guy who I would love for the Niners to take a look at and get him on the team. So, I mean, there's guys out there. You know, we got 7 picks left. And dare I say, we got enough room to make some moves up and down the draft board if we really like a guy. And lastly, Cam Scatterboo. Yes, Cam is still out there. We need football players. I would be excited if we drafted Cam Scatterboo.
Now,
yes.
I did not know when I got into a Cybertruck with Isaiah this summer. I did not know you were a Cabo boy. I did not know that, and that makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense now. I was wondering why is Coach wanting to go into the Tesla store? Why is he wanting to get us in this Cybertruck? Turns out he's a Cabo boy all along. So
I love Cam Scatterboo. I mean, he's the best ever. I love Cam Scatterboo. I love Cam Scatterboo. He's the best ever. LOL. He's just the best. He's the best ever. Cam Scatterboo.
All right.
Okay.
Can I give a couple players? Okay.
Hold on. I let me go. Let me go, David. Let me go. I'm honestly at this point, round 4. We talked about reaches yesterday in round 3. At this point in the draft, go get guys that you love. I don't think that there's just major overreaches. I'm sure if there is one, though, the 49ers will seek them out. Cam Scatterboo, I am fine with. Not my favorite, though. Damian Martinez at running back is a guy that I really like. I liked him a lot at Oregon State.
Get him, Tom. Get him, Tom.
No.
I think he proved it again in Miami. So I'm big on Damian Martinez, but also Luke Kandra, offensive guard. Yeah. I feel like if there's a guard that is built in a lab by Kyle Shanahan, Luke Kandra is the guy. So him, Marcus Mabau, and safety. I mean, my gosh, every safety that I liked in this draft is still available. Billy Bowman, available. Jalen Reed, available. Malachi Moore, available. So if they want to go safety, I'm totally fine here as well. I think there is a lot of good players that are left on the board. So I'm looking forward to it. I think today's going to be a lot of fun, and I hope that the 49ers can kind of make up for the tail end of what happened yesterday, in my opinion.
And I didn't have my list out when you told me, so I'm not going to go over players that you guys already talked about, but other guys that I like, Cam Horsley out of Boston College, Elijah Simmons, right? Big nose out of Tennessee. Keaton Crawford is my favorite safety prospect out of Nevada. I love Joshua Gray, who is interior lineman out of Oregon State. I think he has guard center versatility. We talked about Slater and Bo. You talked about Kandra Majors. Eli Cox, I think, is a guy that could fit from Kentucky at center. Johnny Cornelius, tackle, and Logan Brown, Jalen Travis, and Johnny Cornelius. I think none of them perfect prospects, but I think they all have great traits that you can work with at tackle that could start a swing and then develop from there. And I think the Niners have shown the willingness to draft guys like that and see what happens.
Titans pick is in. Shamari Dyke out of Florida was taken. Also, Jalen Royals is still out there. It's not like I want the 49ers to get a receiver, but listen, at this point, I don't care. You can go with anything. So
I think you'll watch a trade up here for Shadur. I think that you might see something action here for Shadur here.
Yeah, especially coming off of a day where everybody has a chance to reevaluate. That's usually when they'll trade in.
Also,
PK's a nice pick. Wide receiver, kick returner. He's a great kick returner at Wisconsin. He's going to
like
Shadur, I mean, he's officially in backup quarterback territory now. So the stink is off. Like, nobody wants to take him on right now, and he's not a threat. Obviously, if he comes on in the 4th round, they're going to be able to sit back, and nobody's expecting him to, get on the field this season. So, I mean, anybody who takes a swing at him now, he's obviously coming in to get developed and wait.
I'd look out for the Jets. I'd look out for the Raiders. The Giants. No, the Giants took Dart. They're not the Giants. Raiders and Jets. I mean, those are the 2 teams. And then trying to think of who else really. Colts, maybe. I wouldn't put it past the Colts. It's not like they're happy with the Rams. And I'll say it, the 49ers. I don't care. You know what I mean? At some point, like, you got it. We'll throw our name in the hat too. So.
Well, Jags got a minute on the clock here, and it looks like so. Let's just kind of look through. If you're looking at, I know we're not going to talk about them, but you got Jags, Giants, Pats, Jags, Raiders, Bears. You know, all those. The Raiders could be a team, but all those teams, Jags, Giants, Pats, Jags, are not a team that are looking for a quarterback. Bears as well. So this is why I think that one of those teams might be willing, if they can, maybe even I talked to somebody about this morning. If somebody were to move up for Shadur, you're not getting a QB premium like going to the first, but it might be like, hey, is this for Shadur? Okay, maybe this is a better deal for a team at the top of the fourth than normal, right? Not a lot, but maybe a little sweetener that puts you over the edge there. And I could be very wrong, but I think he's going to go relatively quickly here.
Mm-hmm.
I would think so, but I also thought he would have been gone by now too. There's a lot in play here. The one that blew me was like Dylan Gabriel. All right, come on, let's chill. And here's the other thing. I want to say this too. There is a segment of people out there that are acting as if this is like justified. I don't care. I do. There is no leg to stand on. If you're like, yeah, man, and Dylan Gabriel totally deserved. No, not at all. Did not deserve to go above Shadur. They are not even in the same stratosphere as far as prospects go.
No.
There's clearly something else at play here. Let's not act like you can say, hey, Shador's not a first round pick. I could see him in the second round. That's it. Anything past the second round, you're lying as far as what kind of prospect he is. And the hate has gone too far at this point. There's clearly something else at play. This has nothing to do with Shadur Sanders, the prospect.
Agreed. Facial Tootin is the pick.
That's a great pick.
Jaguars. That was a running back I had that I was high on. I thought he would. I mean, obviously he had some ball security issues, but I do think over time, I think people overreact to that a little. I think that can be. I think people don't realize that actually can be coached out. There are a lot of guys who've had those issues that don't continue to have that problem in the NFL. He has a lot of juice, has the ability as a pass catcher, better pass protector than people give him credit for. That next gear, and he's also in the red zone. Even though he's short, he's not tiny. He can absorb contact. Now all of a sudden, the Jaguars got another guy they put in the backfield. You got Travis Hunter doing whatever they want him to do. That's going to be a fun offense to watch. And I think they're in that division. I could see the Jags climbing a lot quicker than people think. Yeah,
they still gave up a lot to go get Travis Hunter. That first rounder next year, I think, might come back and haunt him. But if Travis Hunter is that deal, then it works out. So we'll see. It really comes down to that Travis Hunter pick for them. And they've got a whole culture change that they're working on over there. So, I like the direction that they're going in too. Yeah, I do too. The Patriots as well. We'll see if it works out for these guys. But the culture shift, you can clearly see it in plain sight right in front of us as this draft is played out. And so some plans come together, some don't. Their plan came together. Doesn't mean it's the right one, but them and the Patriots both, I like what they're doing. And frankly, Cleveland, outside of the Dylan Gabriel pick, I like what they've done too, trading back, getting a bunch of picks. I think they've done a good job for themselves. So I agree with that. Yeah. Who's up next?
Giants.
Giants are on the clock. The pick is in. Yeah.
The pick is in.
Yeah, we're not going to get any hat tips today, I don't think, on any picks early. I don't think everybody stopped caring on Twitter. So
it's minimal and it goes so fast that it's prohibitive. So the Giants here, I'm trying to recall their draft off the top of my head, but you had the Abdul Carter, Jackson Dart, and then the third round was whom?
Well, if you want to keep track of who's up next, I can go team by team and tell you what they've gone with so far, and that'll kind of
I've got a best available, and I don't look at their rankings, but just to see who's on the clock and what the pick is.
Giants have gone Abdul Carter, Jackson Dart, and Darius Alexander. They've had a very good draft. Very good draft. Mm-hmm. I mean, we were talking last night, actually, when they took Darius Alexander, Tom and Coach, I'd love to get your opinion on this. When the 49ers schedule came out, or the opponents came out, obviously everybody's like, oh, easy schedule. Well, this is why you've got to let off seasons play out, because when I look at a team like the Giants, I would still pick the 49ers to win, but you start to look at that defensive line now and what they've added to already a good defensive line. You're talking about arguably the best defensive line in football at this point. You match that up with our offensive line, and that could be a real problem on game day. So, that all of a sudden is not the easiest win on the road. You look at a team like Chicago, which is supposed to be an easy win. I think player for player, Chicago has a better roster than the 49ers right now. Now, that doesn't mean that they're the better team, but just roster for roster on paper, give me Chicago's roster right now. This is why you have to wait on these things. And people thought I was trolling last night when I said that about Chicago. I'm absolutely not. Go look at that roster and tell me it's not a good one.
Well, look at all the moves they made
Cam
to rebuild.
Scattaboo to the Giants. We are we have passed on another Cabo Boy. That's it. Can we have that for Cabo Boy music? Every time a Cabo Boy goes, I want that to be the jingle, and I will say Cabo Boy. Yep, there we go.
Hey, I just don't want to get hit with a copyright claim on that one. All right, I don't know. Do we get hit with a copyright claim?
We do not get hit with a copyright claim. It's a chime.
It's a chime.
I will pay whatever it takes to get your channel back in traction for if I will do it. I got you, brother. I'm a teacher. I got that kind of bread, so don't worry.
Okay.
That's funny.
Well,
I'm
Jesse,
glad that he got drafted.
Chicago.
I'm glad he got drafted.
I am too.
Yeah, good for him. On your point in Chicago, they rebuilt the offensive line. Ben Johnson is taking his Detroit blueprint and imposing it. Taking Loveland, getting the faster tight end as opposed to Warren. Yep. I like the moves that Chicago has made. I think they've had one of the better drafts.
Patriots are on the clock. They've taken Will Campbell, Travion Henderson, Kyle Williams, and Jared Wilson. They've had themselves a nice little draft. I do think Will Campbell is probably a guard at the next level. Maybe he'll play tackle, but either way, between him and Jared Wilson, they've helped solidify that offensive line. Adding Travion Henderson, I mean, love that. Yeah. And Kyle Williams is a very good pick as well. So they could go a lot of different directions here. I've got to imagine that they're going to go defense at this point in the draft, but we'll see. We will see.
I like what the Patriots are doing, man. The draft that they've had so far, man, I mean, golly, the Luther Burden pick is really good. You know, they need receivers bad over there. So I'm happy with what they're doing. Also, the Princely Umalian.
Umami Allen.
Yeah.
Umami. He did very well. I'm sorry. Umali. I like that pick as well, man. But really, what I really like is the Ozzie Trapillo pick. He's gonna be a giant. You know, those big lumbering guys are gonna be playing in the winter, playing in MetLife. He's gonna be playing against Dallas and the Commanders. That's that NFC East style offensive lineman that they're gonna get. They also got Will Campbell. They're trying to be a big team that can run the ball and they can dissect you from the air. So I like what they're doing. I like the Giants draft so far.
Yeah, you were all over the board there. Will Campbell,
not Giants.
The Patriots.
I'm sorry, Patriots. Sorry,
I was
Patriots.
like, hold on a second. Chill out.
I was all over the place. Patriots. Sorry. He came into it way too soon. It's still 12.
Okay, I got an off topic. Michael Williams just got sponsored by Pepsi and Little Caesars. Okay.
Is that facts?
I think so. Maybe it's not. Maybe it looks like he's trying to. Yeah, he's tagging them. It looks like he's on there with them. Yep. And so I'm wondering, what do we feel about those things? I mean, Little Caesars. Would you eat it in a pinch?
Yeah,
I wouldn't eat it. Period. No,
of course I will.
Does that diminish?
You can take the
eyes?
crust and like dip it in
Little
sauce or whatever.
Caesars,
Don't they have different
please.
crusts? Yeah, I'll take it. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. $5. Yeah, for sure.
Pick us in for the Pats. Who do you think it is here?
Craig Woodson, California safety. Hey, I'm not mad at that.
And he was on my list today of there's 155 prospects. I think I had 52 players that I had strong. I mean, I say strong draftable, it's strong day 3 draftable grades. So that's a third of the available there. And Craig Woodson was on my list. I think, in fact, everybody has been so far. Actually, I didn't have Scattaboo on there, so sorry about that. But yeah, I think Craig Woodson, he's an older player, right? But he's a great athlete. I think this is, the age profile drops him a little bit, but I think he has all the capability to really show out and play above this draft slot.
Jags are on the clock. They've taken Travis Hunter, Caleb Rainsaw, Wyatt Millum, and Byshawn Tootin, who obviously we know that just happened, but they're on the clock again. Where do they go, I wonder?
Yeah, I think it's at this point it's hard. It's prognosticating what people do here is so tough.
Defensive line, I feel like they could really use some defensive line help,
especially on the interior.
Yeah, I think that's where they've got to go here. And there's some guys out there now. There's some guys that we didn't talk a lot about. I know a few of them were brought up, but Cam Jackson's a player that we didn't bring up. That's a big body guy. So I don't know. But actually, Tom, I want to ask you, what's up with Damian Martinez? Why aren't you big on Damian Martinez?
Invasion of the body catchers. He can't catch the ball outside of his
Can't
body.
catch.
He's got no hands.
Okay. What about as a
And
runner, though? What do you think?
I don't like him in pass pro either. As a runner, he's nice. It's just that I think that Kyle is going to say, "Sorry, this kid can't catch with his hands." No.
Is he too Jordan Mason for you? Kind of one trick pony and won't get on the field because of that?
Yeah,
For Kyle.
we have to look and say Kyle doesn't want to have this kind of player on the field.
And I think for Kyle, DJ, Jesse, DJ Giddens has been my guy, my number one kind of my guy for running back since October.
Yeah.
Now DJ Giddens wasn't like this CMC level pass receiver at Kansas State, but you got to remember Jonathan Taylor. Nobody mistakes him for a great pass. But here's the thing: at Wisconsin, he never ran. Sometimes in college, these coaches and these systems do not show what these guys are capable of doing. And everyone's like, Jonathan Taylor can never catch up. Jonathan Taylor does just fine for who he is as a pass catcher. He's not great. But people act like he couldn't do it. Now, I'm not saying Tom is wrong here, because that's the difference. Like when he's been asked to do it, Martinez isn't showing proficiency. But that's where I think for Kyle, I thought Bashul Tutin would have been a guy he liked. I think DJ Giddens is a running back that makes just too much sense.
Jack Kaiser out of Notre Dame.
There you go.
You just went.
You like him.
I like Jack Kaiser. Yeah, I do like Jack Kaiser.
I'm
still shocked that Munden is there, though. That's the one I love Smile Munden, man.
Yeah. Well, I think the injury history is why he's dropping.
And that's fair. That's fair. But he's a heck of a player.
Watch LaQuint Allen for Syracuse, though. I mean, nobody's going to mistake him for a complete burner, but he's basically a receiver playing running back. In that way. And so what I'd be interested to see from him with a coach that had more creativity is how you could use him in a place where he's got secure hands. He's a great pass protector. And that's another thing for Kyle that Tom mentioned, is that if you can't pass pro, you can't play for Kyle.
At all.
You can't play for, unless he has to play you, right? And so, and hey, whether or not that's fair, sometimes you got, but I get it. And so that's my metric too when I watch. DJ Giddens reliable when necessary. I don't think he's the best at it, but I think what I love about DJ Giddens, man, if you watch him play, is just it's vision, decisiveness. It's he runs upright a little bit because he's tall, but he has this uncanny knack of absorbing contact and not letting it alter his momentum or his decision making. He doesn't panic when he's looking to do it, and he's to me. Overall, people talk about that with Scadaboo, and I just was like, do you guys even watch other players, or you just go? DJ Giddens to me, I don't understand why I thought he would go in round 3, but I was wrong. Torrey Horton too. That was my shadow draft.
Raiders are on the clock. They've gone with Ashton Genty, Jack Beck, Darian Porter, Caleb Rogers, Charles Grant. Do they go Shadur Sanders, or do they go defense here? They could use defense themselves.
I think they probably go D. Shadur's a possibility, but Coach and I were talking about this yesterday. Can you recall a good backup quarterback for Pete Carroll? He doesn't invest in it.
Well, and I was told, per source, that Pete Carroll he doesn't want quarterbacks that he wants yes sir quarterbacks, right? So this idea that Shadur, I'm not saying Shadur is like going to say F you to a coach, but I don't think that that's necessarily a fit for.
But if Tom Brady likes him, then it doesn't matter.
And really. Tom Brady does like him. Tom Brady does like him, but
he's the key voice on that.
But if Tom Brady was completely calling the shots, knowing how much we know that he likes him, he would have been gone by now. Now, I'm not going to get into conspiracy theories because I really don't ascribe to it, but the NFL's full of politics, right? And there were a handful of teams that didn't. There were only a handful of teams that really absolutely needed a quarterback like right now. But we know that's not how you should draft. And at this point in the draft, this is exactly where you usually see quarterbacks go.
Dante Thornton Jr.
There he is. So like I said,
yep.
if Tom Brady, I think this is actually good for the Raiders. The fact that Tom Brady's got that influence, everybody assumed that he's like the puppeteer. I don't really think he is. And that's good.
Raymond says, how come coach isn't talking? Raymond, did you not know that Cam Scatterbo got drafted? He's apoplectic right now.
Coach is in mourning.
Coach came dressed. He came dressed for a funeral, and now he's there, man.
I'm just letting you guys breathe right now. The picks are coming in. The picks are coming in pretty fast. I would like in between the picks. I know we're covering the draft, but have we really gone through what we think about what we've done? What the Niners picks are? That we kind of
let's do it. Why don't you kick us off, Mr. Alfred Collins hater?
Oh,
let's do it then.
Bring it.
Roll up those sleeves, baby. Let's go.
So we can go there, man. I've got, it's not that I don't like them. You know what I'm saying? I'm lying. Okay. So this is the deal. Mikael Williams, I get it because it's high ceiling. All right. And for the market of what was happening in the draft, there's not a lot of premier edges. So for us, we've been waiting a long time to find what we call that bookend to help out Nick Bosa and to also elevate the team. I get the Mikael Williams pick, right? Even with the risk, right? And what we need to understand with the Mikael is that what we drafted him for, we're not going to see that right away. Okay, we're not going to see the refined pass rush skills with him screaming off the edge, going to get quarterbacks. You got to wait for that. That's going to come. But what he's so talented at is going to put him on the field and give us help immediately, which is this is the best edge setting defender in the draft, bar none. You know what I'm saying? Write your congressman. It is what it is. All right. On top of that, not only is he one of the best edge setters, but this is somebody else who can kick down on the inside and go up against guards and really wreak havoc. All right. This kid is 20 years old. Okay. He's just coming into his man body. When he really gets to his where he needs to be with his frame, I see him at like 285. Right. And he can go up and down the defensive line with that big 6'5" frame. He's going to hold it well, and he'll be able to play. So I like the Mikael Williams. Alfred Collins. All right. So defensive tackle.
Before you get into it, Bears traded out. Buffalo is on the clock. Pick is in. Go ahead.
Great. All right. So at the time, we need defensive tackles, okay? So right pick, all right? Right party, wrong floor. I feel like you came in and they got the right position, but I want the Niners to get holistic football players. And what does that mean? I'd rather get a guy that can rush the passer and stop the run, okay? And do that at an efficient level. And what I think is that when you want somebody to fill a role fill a hole, really, not a role, but a hole. Okay. I think that you got to get the best guy for the hole. And the hole is that we don't have a starter at defensive tackle, right? That can rush the passer or stop the run. And I feel like Alfred Collins is only half of the equation. He stops the run. Okay. But he's not rushing the passer. I feel like we got a second round ornament where we got a guy that fills a skill set rather than getting a guy where we got to pay for all of our sins, which means that we shouldn't be in the second round looking for a starting defensive tackle, but we are. So that means that we may have to give up on Darius Alexander being 25 years old and still get him anyway because the kid can actually play from first down to third down. With Alfred Collins, I feel like we got a skill set, which is he's big, he has functional strength, but I don't think that he's a strong player, okay? I think that he knows how to use his body, but some of the things that have really got me down on him is his pass rushing, all right? His win rate is really low, all right? Then you look at things like his 26-inch vert that he had with his combine, his 8.5-inch, his 8'0.5" broad jump. All right. He only had maybe 22 reps on the bench. All right. And they say he runs a 4.9, but he didn't run. And he won't run. So that's confusing to me. I'm not saying now, if we're looking at what was taken before Alfred Collins, because context matters, I wanted TJ Sanders. Okay. That was the guy for me in the second round.
I did too.
Everybody else had that idea as well. So he was gone. Okay. But for me, I thought that going with a player that you can play for 3 downs before you start going for players that fill skill sets or fill roles, I think that was a little too soon for the second round, right? Because a second rounder wants to get paid, right? But we're bringing him in, and we got to develop a whole side of his game that he doesn't have, which is a pass rush, or we're going to have to take him off the field on third down. It's going to be a liability.
If you could have had somebody though, like if Jesse joins the coaching staff, that's the guy who can coach him how to fill a hole. And I think that it's the. I'm telling you, I've been around the block. Like I know a lot of people, and Jesse Naylor, I'm telling you, he's second to none in that regard.
I hate your guts right now, David. I hate your guts. Real quick, the Bills quietly having a nice little draft themselves. They traded up a bunch. They don't need a lot of picks for a team that's right there. They've drafted Maxwell Harrison, which, but aforementioned TJ Sanders, they took in round 2, traded up for him. They drafted Landon Jackson, which in round 3, I think was a good pick. And then they just took Deion Walker, who wasn't my favorite prospect, but in round 4, played with a broken back last year. He fits the need. And I think that, for me,
that's a need.
It's a solid little draft that they put together for what they needed. They went and got it. Yeah.
Coach, though, gave a great, I want to say that was when I like the Alfred. I like it. I do not love it, but that was a great breakdown. This is what I love when people get together and stop living in their bubble and like, hey, I'm going to hear you out. I want to hear where you're coming from. And like, these are the type of conversations that really help put things together. You talk about team of rivals. The thing I worry about the Niners is that, like Lincoln, Doris Kearns Goodwin wrote the classic biography on Lincoln about team of rivals. He fills his cabinet with people that are not, that are a lot of different and I'm not a shill for I'm not like, I don't have like a Lincoln portrait in my living room or anything like that. The reason I say that, I think it's healthy in an organization to have people that you really truly are bouncing things off of each other that are not an echo chamber. I don't know. I don't think the Niners are unique in this regard, but I think a lot of teams don't do well with doing that. Right. They're looking to confirm what the poobahs want. Right. And sometimes I think there are voices in that organization that would love to deviate from chalk or deviate from like the golden helmet thing. But at the end of the day, I think it just gets, we're not considering enough options when it gets, I think they get caught up on their guy. I don't even think they panic. There are a couple people today, they panicked when Sanders went. I'll tell you this, just in looking at Kyle, it's rare that I've seen Kyle, he's usually kind of even morose. Even when that pick was in talking, like, he's like, I got my Texas Longhorn finally. I think they really liked Alfred Collins, and I don't think it was like Ricky Pearsall. I do think Ricky Pearsall, in fact, I know Ricky Pearsall was not who they planned on taking at 31 last year, right? Mm-hmm. That felt panicky. I don't think they panicked here. I think I do though, with what Coach said, feel that he's a safe, high floor player for what they want. Mm-hmm. But again, I probably would have waited.
He's got a really high floor. That's how I feel about him. He's got a very high floor.
Yeah, and I think that's what they went with. I mean, both the picks that they took are safe in that regard. For sure you're getting at least great run defense. And this is a team that needed run defense. Arian Smith, wide receiver, Georgia, just went to the Jets. Okay.
Really? Wow. He can't. He's a horror. Drops are a huge issue.
I know. Huge. I thought Jalen Royals right there. But anyways, I had this conversation with Tom on Twitter about it, and I had this conversation today with you, Coach, on the phone as we were on our walks. So I'll just kind of rehash my point on it. My biggest deal was I felt like yesterday you guys were in a mindset where it was a major reach. Today, at least from Coach, I don't think that's where you're at with it anymore. When we looked at Big Board, yes, he was taking 21 spots above what he should have. But when you look at Big Board for all defensive tackles, every defensive tackle was a reach to that point. Every single one of them. So the 21 pick reach is not that off base for where they were at and knowing where defensive tackles were going. Now, I know that Darius Alexander is a more complete player. I understand that. But he's not as good of a run defender as Alfred Collins, which the 49ers need. Alfred Collins and him were separated, I believe, by like 7 overall picks on the big board and only 1 spot at defensive tackle. Alfred Collins proved it at a bigger college, maybe not to the level of Darius Alexander, but he did prove at a bigger college against much better players versus Darius Alexander is an older player, and he played
24.
at Toledo against not as great competition. So for me to act as if the Alfred Collins pick was some egregious reach, when we watched what happened later in round 3, I felt like the energy was better spent elsewhere. And I also know that you like Alfred Collins' teammate. What was his name again?
Vernon Broughton.
Vernon Broughton. Yeah.
Vernon Broughton. And both of you like him. And I think he's a good player. I'm not going to poo-poo him as a player. But I don't think either of you were upset when he went like 71 to the Saints or whatever it was.
Yeah,
And that
reach
was
isn't the issue if you like
71
the player. Yeah.
That was 71 picks above the big board consensus. So to say that Alfred Collins was this egregious reach,
But
and then be okay with Broughton
wait a
being
minute, wait a
taken
minute. I got to
wouldn't have
step
been
in.
fair. Step in.
Just because we realize that the yakety yaks can't see what we see is not our problem. I thought Vernon Broughton should have been a 2nd round pick. All right,
That's fine.
That's where I had him.
Everywhere. That's how you determine a reach in a draft. You go off the big board. That is the one consensus place. Doesn't mean you can't like a player, but that's the reality. And we saw this. There's actually a chart. We did a show on this, Coach. There's actually a chart that shows teams who sway from the big board the most. The 49ers have been the highest reachers.
Oh, we reach more than anybody in the world. Nobody reaches like we do. We reach around
to the big board, right? So they do. They reach. So that is the only thing that we can all go off of is a consensus big board. So if we're going to say Alfred Collins was some major reach and Broughton wasn't, that's where I have the issue and I draw the line. I'm not saying you have to like Alfred or you can't like Broughton, but you can't say that one is a reach and the other one's not, because that's just being biased.
We've got the Niners on the clock, right, Jesse?
Let's I think so. Pick is in for the Saints. So
Okay.
Okay, so what's best available?
Eagles take Ty Robinson, DT out of Nebraska. Saints pick is in. I don't know who it is. So
Ty Robinson. All I'm saying is that before we get to our pick, all I'm saying is that go watch Deion Walker.
I like Deion. Yeah, I know.
Go watch Deion Walker and then go watch Alfred Collins, and then you tell me the difference.
Alfred Collins is a much better player.
I think
I don't want either one of them.
Per source,
me neither. But you watch them.
Deion Walker is Frankenstein.
Well,
no.
I'd like to talk. Yeah, because we got the pick coming up here pretty quick.
Yeah,
I would say, per source, I can say is that the Niners do really love Farmer out of Florida State, and that they are also that they're really probably going to push OL heavy in this round potentially, but it just depends on who's there. And but there is some love for value for Shadur potentially as well.
All right, here's the top guard.
Shadur pick.
I wouldn't either, but here's the top guards. We got Marcus Babau, Miles Frazier. This is just according to ESPN. I don't agree with this. Joe Huber, Miles Frazier, Jalen Rivers, Jackson Slater's there, Joshua Gray is there,
Logan Brown,
Luke Kandra, Logan Brown. So there's some guys.
Jalen,
any one of them I would be fine with. Seth McLaughlin is still there. Jake Majors is still there.
I don't see them going center. I think they would go for right here. I think there's some guys they can get a little bit later, but we thought they could do that with Stout and Martin too. So be prepared for the Niners to they're going to do what they want to do. We know that. But yeah, Farmer, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but watch that. I like Farmer. He's on my list of guys that I would have strong day 3 draftable grades. He wasn't a guy I was interested in day 2. But I mean, I was impressed with him at the combine. I do not put that much in the combine, but I have to say when I was watching, I was like, okay, his movement is impressive, right? He looks like a natural, just his movement skills are natural. And I want that in the interior.
Another guy that I talked about yesterday that brought up is Xavier Truss, guard out of Georgia. I wouldn't mind taking a stab at him as either. I really like him. He's 6'7", 309. That could be somebody that now don't forget, Xavier is athletic too. We still need a swing tackle. So, we lost the swing tackle.
Yep. Danny Stutzman is the pick. So we are on the clock.
Good.
Okay.
Let's go.
Stutzman. There we go. Another linebacker. I like.
They weren't going to go linebacker, so that's great.
Listen, if you want a poor man's Mike McGlinchey 49ers, you got Chase Lund out there. By the way, I don't want them to take him. I'm just saying.
Let's duplicate McGlinchey.
I'm being told per source that Saleh pick is coming up. So this has been, and that they are saying what I got is, quote, legit, just letting Saleh draft. So all that stuff that was talking, that is coming.
So this is all Saleh. This is Saleh's draft.
That's what I'm getting. That is of the utmost reliability. Yes.
I see. What I don't like about this is that if this draft goes sideways, somehow, some way, Shanahan has found another scapegoat. I can't do it.
Rob Guerrera.
Don't give him an out. Don't give him an exit. Yeah,
people gave Rob crap for this, and I'm not saying I'm a shill for everything Rob says, but he put it out. And he's like, that's the look of a guy that if the draft fails, he can blame his defensive coordinator. And honestly, I hadn't thought about it. I was like, it's so true. Like he looks like, I don't know if he's on some Adderall or something like that.
He's chilling. Yeah, he is chilling.
Like he looks happy for the first time in years.
He looks relaxed.
Yeah, and so maybe
Kyle's never relaxed.
Right. Wow.
The pick is in.
I think it's going to be Josh Farmer.
I hope so. I'm fine with Farmer.
CJ West.
Let's go. Yes.
This is a great pick. Oh my god.
This is a good fucking pick.
My guy.
Love this pick.
This is
a pick. It's the guy who I said. I mentioned him. I said I want CJ West, man. CJ West is disruptive.
Go back and look at all my TL. I am geeked right now. And the thing is this, I've been geeked because I love Michael. I like Alfred Collins a lot more than you, but I do think it was too high. I love Nick Martin. I love Nick Martin, but way too high. I love CJ West, and this is exactly where I've mocked him every single time. And in fact, a couple times in the third. But 113 was always my go-to. So this is one of the best picks of the draft, and no hyperbole.
This is probably one of the best one gap defensive tackles in the draft right now.
Oh,
I mean, I have it. He when he gets a gap, that's it, bro. It's over. CJ West is a dog.
Can I ask you this, Coach?
What's up?
Now, I'm not saying this recalibrates your take on Alfred. Not your tune on who the player is. Does this though? If you look at the future of saying, hey, West and Collins together as a tandem, what's your thoughts there? Like, and because you talk about Broughton maybe bringing out, could this though make, those complementary, you guys know along in the trenches, sometimes that unit is more important than just those individual guys. Like Nick Bosa is a stud. Nick Bosa is a stud, but are we still a bottom 10 defensive line in the NFL? Yes. Right. Yeah. So what do you think there with those pairings together? Can that work?
Well, we definitely stopped the run. We just handled the run.
We need to.
Okay. So as far as the run game is concerned, up the middle, we've handled that. Alfred Collins and CJ West alone, especially with Mikael Williams holding down the edge, nobody's running on us now. Basically, we went out and got DJ Jones all over again. Okay, in my opinion. That's my comp for CJ West. So what that means is that when we got DJ Jones, what did DJ struggle with? DJ struggled with staying low in his pads. DJ struggled with his pass rush. DJ struggled with refining his first and secondary moves with getting into the backfield. Those were DJ's problems. But what DJ did in spades is he was the Rock of Gibraltar. He held down a gap like a pit bull to a steak. He was not going to let it go. Those are the things that I love about CJ West coming in, is that right now, and then for the value of where he is good, because I love the fact that we get somebody that immediately gives us what we need, but he can grow into a pass rush. So for me, CJ West is a really good player. One thing that I like about him is that I love having CJ West on the field for sneaky pass downs like 1st and 10 or 2nd and short. He's a guy who can still give you a little something just in case we get a draw. We get somebody trying to sneak up with inside runs, with dives. Keep him on the field is good. So one thing I don't like about him is that he really doesn't have that much of a first step. He's not that explosive, which Coach Kasarik will work on that. He's a little sawed off, which I love him. He's half a man, so he's got short arms. He's got only 30-inch arms, okay? So he doesn't have
31 and 7/8.
I'm not worried about that though.
But yeah, a little bit short.
Yeah, a little bit short. And then also he freelances a little bit. Sometimes when he plays with his food, when he's got a guard or he's got a center in front of him where he can definitely dominate him. Other times, what times is that he peaks, he kind of throws guys out of his gap just to get into another gap and throws himself out of plays. But that's stuff that can be disciplined. I think that CJ West is a hell of a player. And to be honest with you, just to be fair, to take it a step further, because I wanted Darius Alexander, CJ West is a little bit of my constellation prize if we didn't get Darius Alexander. So I feel like I've been rectified even with the Alfred Collins pick. Even with the Alfred Collins pick, we still got an interior guy. So I'm happy. We still need pass rush on the interior though, because these guys are not going to give that to you. But we're not getting ran on. We can stop the run.
Bosa, Mike Hill, CJ West, Alfred Collins.
Nobody's running on us.
We're stopping the run.
They needed.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
And that's what they had to do. So that makes sense.
Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to pull you off stage. I just wanted to show this real quick. I've got 3 players at every pick that I put together going into this draft. You see at pick 100, CJ West.
CJ West.
Totally fine. And we got him later. So even better.
That's a hell of a get.
I have CJ West as a top 75 player on my board. I would have absolutely been happy with him at 75.
Yep.
I think, and again, I know the arm length, but those are the kind of things when you watch the film, and
watch them.
Disruptive.
Too many guys get into these measurables, like NFL.com. When you look at their combine thing, when they do comps, the comps are always just size, weight profiles. It's ridiculous. It's lazy, and
it's easy. It's the low hanging fruit for them. But with West, you look at the traits just to speak to that. Sub 540, 28 bench reps, 33 vert. The Niners are taking guys that have speed and power, with Collins as the exception. But you look at everybody else: Williams, Martin, and now West. They all have the clay, but they don't have the production necessarily. West doesn't. 1 sack, but 25 pressures to go with it.
If we're going by the numbers,
let's see what it can do.
If we're going by the numbers, Nick Bosa is the slowest defensive lineman on our line right now.
Yeah,
because we got 2 D tackles that by weight. CJ West runs 4.95, and they're saying Alfred Collins runs a 4.95. That's what they're saying, right?
Alfred Collins runs the 40 in Tuesday. No.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I think he's got a little more juice than that. But I hear you.
Okay, Monday.
Trevor Etienne went to the Panthers. Cody Simon just went to the Cardinals, and the Dolphins are on the clock. Guys, this is a great start for the 49ers. Pick 113. They got themselves an absolute dog. And, that's it. I mean, the 49ers had a major issue stopping the run last year. That is no longer an issue. And I get it. You need guys that can get after the quarterback now. But here's what you can do. If you're consistently putting teams in 3rd and long, you can send that 5th guy now and do it comfortably, knowing that they got to get 9-10 yards. Put the pressure on a quarterback to throw short of the sticks. Like, this is totally fine with me. You can manufacture pass rush. You cannot fake stopping the run. You either can or you cannot. And the 49ers can do it now with lighter boxes to help out their defenders on play action. And if need be, if you're forcing constant 3rd and 8, 3rd and 7s and longer, you can send the 5th guy comfortably. So I love what the 49ers are doing right now. Absolutely love this.
We're not done yet. I still want more linemen.
So, and so when I told you from a source inside the building that said, this is a solid pick, right after I get that text, Jed York says, maybe we should do something a little different here. Oops, Saleh just walked in the war room. I shit you not. Okay. So I'm just saying I didn't make that up. Like this is so, and now I'm not, okay. I don't believe in coaches dictating policy. I think coaches can inform, but coaches come and go. right? These players have careers that oftentimes long post-date a coach's tenure. And so it's kind of like in any sector, in the schools, I always love this. Like superintendents and principals, they come and go, folks, right? People are making a career out of it. You're here for the long haul, right? So these little flavor of the week policies that ended up collecting dust on the shelf, it's not that dissimilar to the sporting world. And I that's what I really feel like. I'm not saying I'm not mad at the West pick. I would, though, I'd like to see a little more long view rather than just like, this is who I want right now. That being said, I love the West pick.
Well, you got to look at it this way too. As the draft dwindles, the plot thickens for us because we need guys who can get on the field now. All right, we're not in the position of a lot of teams right now where going into the 5th round, they're looking at guys who possibly can be a developmental guy who they can get going in a year or two. We're still looking for guys that need to play on week 1 in a couple of months. So that's why these picks matter so much. You know, CJ West, one thing that I'm also realizing is that they're getting guys that kind of lead their teams. Indiana quietly was one of the nastiest teams in the country. Nobody wanted to recognize it last season, especially their defense. And if you go back and watch that Indiana game, that's where I kind of fell in love with CJ West when they played against Ohio State. When Indiana played against Ohio State and CJ West had a game, and I was like, who is this D tackle stopping them? Like at first you're kind of waiting for the blowout and you're waiting for him to like go off. And then you get to the second half and you're like, why can't Ohio State run the ball? Like, what are they doing? They got, and all of your guys that got drafted, we're talking about your Travion Hendersons, okay? We're talking about your, the big guy that just got drafted, number 1, their bigger back, that Judkins, that just got drafted, okay? Like, these are the guys that could not do anything.
3 interior offensive linemen went in the top 95.
Yes, 3 of those. Yes, all of those interior offensive linemen that got drafted before this dude. And go back and watch that O State game. He was going off. So I love this pick. And also, look, now that things are shaping out and we're starting to see that there is more versatility down the line, maybe Saleh, not even maybe, Saleh did, or the organization, they did see, hey, we got to get Alfred now. Let's pull it. Let's pull the trigger now. Yep. And if we can get a guy like CJ West down the road where we don't have to worry about a Darius Alexander. I like what they're doing. So right now, I would like to see something that actually promotes going to go get the quarterback. Because we haven't really.
We need O-line too. My gosh. Can we get some O-line help?
But I would love for us, centers right there for us in the next pick. We got 3 to 4 centers right there. Guard is right there for us.
Rendell,
right?
Let me get through these supers real quick. They've been sitting here for a while. My bad, guys. LJL says 49ers will draft Shadur just to irk Jesse and coach. It wouldn't irk me. I'm fine with Shadur. Spider 369, Shadur in the 5th. You know what? I'll tell you this. There is a weird segment that is like actively rooting against a 21-year-old kid, acting like he's got his comeuppance and he's some piece of crap. Stop. If you're 30 plus celebrating the downfall of this kid, look yourself in the mirror. Dean Patricer says drafting Shadur Sanders is the equivalent to career suicide. Why would you invite Dion, who has the platform and willingness to destroy your locker room? This does play in the sense that I think coaches would be worried about Dion being around. So
I wouldn't want him around my staff.
Can I speak to that real quick, Jess? I was on the phone. I was on the phone today with somebody that said that actually is not that the concern is really not about Shadur. The concern is about how quickly does Dion become an influence or be connected to my organization. And I'm not anti-prime at all, but I do feel like a lot of this is a reason. Shadur Sanders, I'm not saying is a lights out player. I would not have taken him in the top 10, right? As a quarterback, even though he was top of my class. It's not a good quarterback class, right? He would have been like QB6 for me last year. Okay. Here's the thing. There's a reason. People aren't idiots. I see the same people who had him on their big board in the top 40 that are now like writing screeds about lecturing us about the, and I'm like, wait a minute. You didn't project this. You didn't predict this. You didn't think he'd fall this far. Don't act like this is like what people expected. Nobody expected this. Nobody. But Ben Albright's out there sitting like, oh yeah, never talked about it. In fact, I can find the tweets that he's deleting right now. that it's like, it's ridiculous. And so that whoever that comment was, I'm telling you, this is more about Dion than it is about Shadur.
I agree. Jason says every team has improved. We were the 11th worst team last year. Who have we closed the gap on, and who have we passed up this offseason? I'm gonna answer this question, Jason, but let me answer it through next week. Let us take some time, digest things. I don't want to get out in front of my skis and start throwing teams out there. Let me look at full off seasons. This is a great question, and I am going to table it and use it as a topic this week, though. So I will answer the question, just not today. I hope you're okay with that. Tommy says, is Coach crying to get Jesse? Kyle, get T for Coach. Well, he's not even here to see it. Yeah.
I was got a question for you. The Texans just traded up to get Woody Marks. They went up to 116 from 179. That's a big
Jarquez Hunter went right after that.
I know,
running back from Auburn
but they gave up a third round pick. The Texans gave up next year's third to jump all the way up just to get Woody Marks, who I had a 7th to UDFA grade on. This is a Kyle kind of like, why would you trade up for like, and then you have Jarquez Hunter, who I loved. I mentioned him, and you got DJ Giddens sitting there. You've got, I don't understand trading up for running backs with that type of capital. A third round in next year's draft is way more valuable than Woody Marks is. I don't understand it.
Teams fall in love, and we saw that from the Niners yesterday. You fall in love and you make your reach pick. And a lot of this draft is eye of the beholder. And so they think this kid's great. You think 6th, 7th. I'm with you.
Yeah.
But Houston's not. And, and so they're just taking what they believe in.
Yep.
Seymour Butts says, I told Coach yesterday about Saleh. Saleh's going to control the draft as a part of the deal coming in, trying to revamp this defense. It's an all defensive draft. And they need it. They truly did need it. Here's the thing.
We need O-line.
They do. It's hard to say because we did know that they want it. And Robert Saleh is awesome. I'm not trying to discredit anything Saleh's done, but you have your scouts that do this year round for a reason. If it is true that Saleh is just rolling in off of 2 months of film and coming in and being like, this guy, and the 49ers like, okay, yeah. That would worry me. And I don't think that that's necessarily the case. Yes, I do think he has input. He might be the tiebreaker if it's like, hey, we like these two guys evenly. Who do you like? Okay. But if it is truly he's overriding what scouts are doing, that would be an issue. I don't think that that's what's happening. I really don't. Flav says,
can I add on to that?
Go ahead. Yep.
I not only think that he's coming in with what he wants, but just the type of man that Robert Saleh is, from just like how pragmatic he is, and he's got remarkable people skills. Like, honestly, you feel it when you speak to him. You can't fake that. Fake that. And I believe that Robert Saleh has gone and created syntax with the developmental staff and said, hey, guys, this is what I want to do. Okay?
Yep.
What are the best ways that we can do that, and where can you find that in the draft? What I'm seeing right now, and if you think about it, the CJ West pick kind of just opened my eyes to what's happening right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And what's happening is that they are giving Robert Saleh exactly what he needs, and for sure skill. Like, this is actually going to play. And what you want later, we can find that too. But let's go ahead and get what we need that can get on the field right now. The Niners are not, they're calling a whole different draft, okay? Because it's not as if we're a bad team in the draft right now can get backups right now in the later draft, right? Because they're not expecting this team to turn right the hell around. Nobody's expecting the Titans, the Giants, the Browns to turn around and make the playoffs, right? We have that on our jacket right now, that we got to basically have a 1-year turnaround. We've got to turn this around. And what I'm seeing is that the Niners are trying to aim small and miss small. They're getting guys that specifically fit needs for what they would put together on the field, because they already know how to run it, but they need the guys how to fill the roles. So I like what they're doing. CJ West is a very underrated pick. That's a very underrated pick.
Flav says, as long as no teams try to pass on us, we should be good on D. I think I addressed this one a few minutes ago, Flav.
Yeah. If I can backstop you on that one, Jesse, I think part of what Saleh is doing is he's looking for pass rush on third from blitzers. Pinnock, great blitzer. Nick Martin, great blitzer. 6 sacks, 30 pressures.
Yep.
A lot of speed, great closing speed.
Upton Stout's
so I think that's what
too.
Saleh is doing. Is Saleh is saying we can get the pass rush from other players, and these are guys we've identified to do it. So I think we'll see a lot more simulated pressure and a lot more blitzing from Saleh this year. Part of that's going to be because he has to. He doesn't have the pass rushers right now. So we'll see what else they do. But based on who they have in-house right now, I think that's the plan, blitzing.
And Nick Martin also had a crazy, like, I want to say, like a 33. Now, granted, it's not the same thing as lining up on the edge outside of tackle and you're going one-on-one, but it's like ridiculous, like 33% pressure rate when he was put in those kind of designated pass rush situations and blitz. I mean, again, it's easier when you're going unblocked. There's zero blitz. I get that. But the man, he has a nose for the ball and a nose for the player. And when he, he's heat seeking. If you want to call a player like that, that's why I love Nick Martin. And last night I had the same response, a little more muted response to Nick Martin. CJ West, I was like super, but I started clapping like a kid. One of my little kids went there at a birthday party and they got something that they wanted. I think Nick Martin. I'm very excited about that pick.
Pressure within the scheme is what they're getting.
Yes.
Think about what we looked like when Saleh was here. It was pressure by committee. It was not one guy. There was nobody that we actually parceled out that skill set to. It was an holistic effort. They all did it. And what happens is that when you get enough guys that can individually pressure within the scheme, what happens is from an offensive perspective, you don't know where it's coming from. You don't know who can bring it. So I like it. You don't got to get the tip of the spear guy that is your pressure guy. What you do is you got to get enough guys that have the skill set where we can bring the floor up together. On top of it is when you get a guy like Nick Martin that comes in, that's not what Fred does. So really what you're doing is you're funneling the best of what you do to a Fred Warner who he's going to be where he needs to be in pass protection while those blitzes are happening in those fire zones. So I like what they're doing. I see it.
By the way, the Falcons stakes. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Justin.
Billy Bowman Jr., safety. I like Billy Bowman. We talked about him. Right after that, the Bengals went Barrett Carter, linebacker, and then the Titans went Gunnar Helm, tight end out of Texas. So,
tell us what you think about Billy Bowman, Tom.
T-Rex, no. Extra in Jurassic Park, no.
Well, and I think that
23% missed tackle rate because he's got the arms of a 6-year-old. No,
yeah, he's a free safety. No, I mean he can travel.
That's the emoji. Are you guys being the emoji? I'm gonna get that emoji up for that.
The hand, like the kids draw like a head with arms on it.
Yeah. But I gotta say, let's go to Terry Fontenot here. So Terry Fontenot, Jalen Walker trades up, gives a future first for James Pierce, who, by the way, I love James Pierce. I get that he's not going to be everybody's cup of tea, and some of the whatever he's got in the background, I'm not completely sold on what I know and I don't know. But Xavier Watts, so you draft Xavier Watts and Billy Bowman back-to-back picks.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Your two safeties. I don't know what Terry Fontenot is doing. And then you gave up your first-round pick next year while you're trying to build around Michael Penix.
David Walker to the Bucks. That's a great pick for them.
That's a good pick.
That's a great pick.
That's a really good pick.
I love David Walker. Now, I'm not going to say who it was, but we know somebody close to it like that. That was like, hey, David Walker in the 4th. And I said this: I would rather have David Walker on round 3 or 4 than Mike Green in round 1. Okay, for that value. Both of the guys are actually undersized. David Walker's also short. He's not small. I mean, he's 6'1", 263. So he packs a lot onto that frame. And he has a lot of good speed to power. But you talk about the arms, right? When I said, like, you got to really hope. So when you have that profile with length at edge, you got to really, really make sure everything rolls out right. Like, it's not high probability that he ends up being an incredibly impactful player based on the history of guys at his profile in the NFL. Doesn't matter how good of a player he is in college. So that's why you fall to day 3. But in the past, I was mocking him in the 3rd round just based on what I'm watching. Like, God dang. Like, this guy's, I thought Saleh would really love him. So, but I totally get it. I think it's a great spot for him. It's a good pick.
Yeah, I think so too.
Scouts are saying he might be the best small school player at edge, period.
Yeah.
Well, and that's above Mike Green, right? So.
Yeah.
Adam K says, we spent the entire offseason emphasizing the importance of offensive line. This is a passing league. How do we go through 5 straight picks without selecting the offensive lineman? I think we broke it down, but yeah, I mean, listen, they do. They need offensive linemen. I think we all agree here. And there's still the good news is there's still some guys there, and it looks like they will be there at 138. So, but you can't go past 138 without taking one. They at this point they need to take one. They do.
But that's why we talked about reaching, right, guys? Like that's where it's not just the linebacker Upton Stout. Maybe they're good players, but that's where I would have thought, like, hey, let's at least one of those dudes get our best our BPAOL somewhere in those 2 picks. If I'm going to reach on guys that I could get in the 4th and 5th and 6th, right? So that's where then now you're going down. You're like, you're hoping your guys are there, but we've seen what the Nick Zakels, the Spencer Burfords, even the Colton McKivitz later get down the road. But I mean, who is it, right? We've seen the other guys have come and gone, the Justin Schools, right? Like, are these really guys that are going to make it long term? You know, and I think that's a good point from whoever wrote that comment.
Latham Ransom, safety out of
Good
Ohio
player.
State.
I like Latham Ransom quite a bit.
Just went to the Carolina Panthers. There you go.
Nice pick.
Are the Niners going to address safety in this draft?
I think
Malachi
so.
Moore is my guy, man.
Guys.
I would love for them to get Malachi.
Multiple guys out there.
There's talk about Upton Stout. So here's another thing that we talked about. I don't know if Jesse, you got this. I think you did. Is that Solid looks at Upton Stout as not only a nickel, but the capability to go in and play a little bit of safety as well, right? To move him around. Now he's 5'8". You talk about short. I mean, now but I think they look at him as a little bit more of that chess piece in this defense. But that's not somebody that you're going to hang your hat on full time and being like, that's my guy. But I think they look at him that way. I love you guys both like Malachi Moore. Tom, I'd love to hear you like at safety. Yeah. I know I love Keaton Crawford, another 5'11".
There it is.
Great athlete.
That's my guy.
Okay.
Crawford, the Niners have drafted off of the 20 shuttle, and he was phenomenal in his 20 shuttle at Indy.
Yep.
He's also got great 40 speed, and he's a great special teamer.
Yep.
So I think that all contributes. But Crawford is late 6th, early 7th, so it's too early for him here.
Yeah, yes.
But there's been a lot of reaches. But and Malachi Moore, coach on the field, Saban loved him at Alabama. So both those guys. But my take is I don't think they're going to take a safety. I think they're going to just work with who they've got now, and we'll see if that works or not. In terms of Stout, my concern with him is, yeah, he'll put his nose in. He plays a lot bigger than his size. But a guy that's playing that physical, that small is going to get hurt. That's my worry with Stout.
Yeah. I don't disagree with that. Carson Taylor says, what offensive guys do you like? We need a running back if CMC goes down. We're effed if DJ Giddens and Devin Neal are they're still available, right? Yeah. They're still available. Yep.
That's why I think they got to take Giddens because the running backs start to dry out.
Yeah, Giddens. I had Jarquez and Bayshul. I love, Royals, Torrey Hunter, Ricky White. I love Ricky White out of UNLV. He tested poorly in the 40, but he was dealing with something. You watch in-game speed and use the GPS. It's clear. He's not slow. And Noah Williams, one of my guys, he was given Noah Williams is legit. He was giving Noah Williams fits in the Shrine Bowl. The Daniel Jackson's a receiver, late round pick out of Minnesota. That's another guy that gets open in a phone booth and has great hands, ball. He probably had 3 of the best catches you're ever going to see in the last 2 years in college football against Michigan and Nebraska. Jalen Conyers, Thomas Fedoni, Gunnar Helm, and then Logan Brown, Jalen Travis, Ajani, Imbo. Bo's still there. Slater's still there. Gray's still there. Those are all guys I love.
One guy that I like too didn't have a lot going for him as far as production is concerned, but I think that he's just a really good north-south runner. Jaquindon Jackson, running back out of Arkansas. I really like this kid. I think he's got good bones. He's tall. He runs hot at over like 200 pounds. I think he's like 230 actually. He's a downhill runner, but he doesn't look that big. Go look at some tape on Jaquindon Jackson. He's over every bit of 235 pounds, 6'1", downhill runner, 33-inch arms. The only thing about him is that he didn't run, and I would love to know what his speed is. But he doesn't look. He's not a burner. But what I will say is that we need somebody that can actually run the ball tough. Like I get that we're not going to get the Eagles offensive line overnight, guys. It ain't happening. You know what I'm saying?
We're not getting it, period.
Yeah.
Pick your time frame. No.
for my thing is that
but you can't continue to not draft it year after year and expect to get
Right.
there either. Like you
Right.
got to put
Yeah.
out. That's like, hey man, I believe in God. He's gonna deliver for me. It's like, well, yeah, but you got to help yourself out a little bit. You can't just expect things to fall in your lap. You can't expect to get a great O-line by not drafting O-line.
Well,
right.
So,
I mean,
Who's
don't know.
making these calls? Kyle. Who doesn't take
Well-
offensive linemen in the draft? Kyle.
right.
Yeah,
So-
this is what you get when Shanahan's your GM. This is part of the price you pay.
Well, I guess
Yeah.
Albert Breer, Albert Breer today, the only real 2 tweets that he sends out for the most, I'm looking at through here that come up, is he's shouting out, getting excited about Jack Sawyer and Cam Scadaboo. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay, so like I'm telling you guys,
Celebrating Shadur Sanders fallen.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
little fishy, eh?
No, I'm dead serious. Like this is you talk about Albert Breer, one of the big blue check brigade dudes. Like working directly for the NFL. I mean, in for all intents and purposes, like all caps. All the other tweets are just updates. All caps. Like he's not an Ohio State guy. He's not an Arizona State guy. He's not a Giants or Steelers guy. And it's just, I'm telling you, when you do that to celebrate, not just to report,
It's weird. It's weird.
It says everything.
Yeah, it's beyond weird. It's beyond weird.
Jack Sawyer, did go to the Steelers.
Well,
I
I got to touch on something. And I hate to do this, but I feel like I got the social currency to touch on it, so I will.
Yep.
I think that Shadur Sanders and Dion, they've done themselves a disservice, honestly. And we got to talk about it from a responsible side. Like if
I agree.
Yes, are there people that are toxic, that are taking way too much sick pleasure out of this? Are there people that are fearful of, like, basically giving this kid a shot? Yes, all of that plays. But my man, this is not the first father-son duo where the dad played and we won a quarterback to get drafted and go to a specific team. This is not new. We saw this with John Elway. We saw this with Eli Manning. We've seen this before. And what we haven't seen before is Archie Manning, or, Mr. Elway getting on podcasts saying where John will go and where he won't go, or saying what teams he definitely will not go to. That wasn't for public consumption. It wasn't told by Albert Breer through Sirius Media. It was in a podcast where the whole world is sitting there. What it did basically is that
podcasts weren't around then, to be fair.
Yeah, Arch Manning.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that you need to protect your son's career. Like, you need to give it the respect it deserves. Talking about your son's career as if it's a foregone conclusion is not helpful, okay? Walking around where your son's moniker is flashing a $75,000 watch in people's faces when he scores touchdowns is bad optics. That does not help an NFL team who's bringing in the face of their franchise, all right? The position of what quarterback represents was there long before Shadur started being a quarterback, okay? And we all know that when you bring in a quarterback, he's going to be the face of your franchise. Full stop, okay? And the problem is that I feel as though that Shadur and Dion have not respected the process. I feel like they've treated it as if it's a foregone conclusion. He's going to get picked. We're going to go where he wants to, and we're still going to operate business as usual. And I think that scares organizations. I think that Shadur is not just a player that Dion is going to do like every other player, where we don't see Ed McCaffrey looming around the building of the 49ers because Christian's here. We don't see that, okay? We don't hear about what these guys think about what's going on with their teams. You got to take that in when you bring in Dion. It's a package deal. You sign Shadur, you're signing up for everything that he brings and everything that Dion brings, and you're going to have to be the one that ignores it as an organization. You're going to be the one that's going to have to galvanize the locker room and prove that there's no favoritism. You're going to be the one that's going to have to pay this kid what he's worth, not what he expects, because he's already came in with a cachet that's bigger than life, and he's got a 4-foot money sign embroidered on the back of his jacket. So, context matters. It matters. And I think that's what you're seeing right now.
That being said, we're in the 4th round. At some point, it's too much.
And I think Arch Manning, to be fair, Archie Manning absolutely orchestrated.
If podcasts were around, Archie would have been there. I guarantee he would have been. Guarantee it.
He absolutely through league circles puppeteered that. And I think like that's where I actually do agree with you, Coach, that there's context where we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater, but we also can't say that none of that stuff matters, right? And that what I've been told, again, I just got a text, is that this is 1,000% about Prime. That it's not that people disrespect him, that don't think they're worried about Deion's gravitational pull. They're worried about Deion saying I'm at Colorado, but somehow just making you talk about the distract. This is the thing. And this is, though you said, Coach, you have the social currency to talk about. I respect you saying that, right? Because sometimes I feel I definitely want to speak my mind, but speak clearly. But I also feel like not to try to gain capital from anybody else. But speaking bluntly, if you're not strong enough of an organization, like there's 32 teams are all not strong enough to handle this. We see GMs screw up their drafts every year, all the time. We see teams perpetually in the gutter all the time, right? Like, I don't understand why they think that Shadur is that this combo is just completely impossible to deal with. And maybe is there a possibility that Deion was behind closed doors
throwing his weight around?
Yes. And that's what I'm concerned about, because I don't think Shadur is himself, but I think this is, from what I just got from 2 different people, that this is 100% ambiguous, like just really being unclear and really being concerned about Deion's presence, not in the building, but Deion's presence just proxy.
I think you have 2 things at play here.
Go ahead.
Real quick. You've got 2 things at play here. The organizations that are strong enough to withstand bringing this on usually don't need a quarterback. So that's problem number 1 for Shadur. The organizations that are terrified of Deion because they're worried about potentially losing their job in a few years if Deion decides he wants to come coach his son, those guys don't want to draft him because they're terrified to lose their job. And those are the teams that do need a quarterback. And then you've got the teams in the middle, which is great. They're looking for a backup quarterback, and that's awesome. But it goes back to, Cam Newton, once he fell out of grace, and Kaepernick, whether you agree with it or not, there is a charades to this that is not worth it for a backup quarterback. And so now you've got this perfect situation for him to not get drafted, basically, is what's happening. It's absolutely crazy, but that's what's happening. And I don't know, man, this is crazy. But I agree. My frustration is to the select few, which is not who I should be addressing. But again, there are people that are legitimately celebrating this as if Shadur is some piece of crap and not a good prospect. And that's just BS, man. I can't stand that.
This is about Deion and not trusting that Shadur will be happy with being a backup.
This ain't about Shadur. This is about when Deion Sanders gets on camera and says, "Can't nobody coach Shadur but me."
Yep.
I know he's struggling. Somebody, if anybody know how to coach Shadur, it's me. I know he's out here struggling right now, but they need to get their act together. They ain't doing the right thing right now. See, this is what they need to know. If Prime was to do it, it'd be a whole different situation, you see. And like, come on, man. We already know how this is gonna go.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So stop it.
Okay.
You can look at Johnny Manziel. You can look at all of the other guys that came in, but nobody got Prime. Nobody's daddy has that type of footprint that can sit back and say, "I don't know what the Giants is doing." I don't know what they're doing over there.
I
I
have never
we
seen.
move on. Like,
Dude,
stop
are
it.
you got to go, coach? That's you need to be hired on SNL for when they talk about Shadur Slide, because I've never heard a Prime impersonation like that.
Nobody has time for that mess, bro,
on.
because that's what's gonna happen.
It is.
Hey, coach, what do you
that's
think
why
about?
this
Come on,
is
man.
That was the best moment.
That's why.
That was not only the best moment of the draft. That's the best moment of my month. Okay.
Come on,
that
man.
was so good. That was
No,
good.
I'm not joking.
He was a baby,
Coach
man.
is
I've been coaching him
nailing it.
since he was a baby. Right? I put the ball in his hands. So how you gonna tell me about what they gonna do with Shadur? I know what he's doing. Hey, when they wrong, he wrong. Like, come on, man. All of that pseudo 3-dimensional chess talk, he gonna come and it's gonna kill a team when you're losing. And you got a head coach and a coaching staff in the NFL like, he's fucking kicking our back in. Like, dude, shut this guy up. Come on, man. Nobody has time for that.
Chargers just took Kyle Kennard.
Okay.
That's a good pick for them.
Good pick.
It's a good pick this late. Yeah.
If I could quickly just my 2 cents on this stuff.
Yes.
Deion doesn't know his boundaries. He's a very big fish in a very small pond in Boulder, and he's grown so accustomed to that he doesn't apply any filters. Now you take that attitude and apply it to the NFL, and the NFL says, no, you don't. He's had no pushback. He's had no one telling him no because he got too accustomed to Boulder. And that's part of why we're seeing what we're seeing now.
Dylan Sampson just went to the Browns. That's their second running back they've now taken, right? Because they took Judkins.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But Kyle's running out of backs now. I think that might force their hand to Giddens.
Let's go Giddens. But I don't understand what the Browns are doing right now. I'm not going to lie.
I think it was a really good conversation on the Shadur Sanders thing. I know a lot of people have their opinions. I think we covered it pretty well there. I also want to point out there was one thing that rubbed me the wrong way just watching it, but I think it was at Colorado's Pro Day, and a scout walked over, or a coach or somebody walked over to a player and said, "Hey, I want to see you try to do it this way," like coaching him to see if he's a coachable player. And Prime walks over, puts his hand on the chest of the scout or whoever, and goes, "I'll coach him. You do it your way. You do it how you do it. Don't listen to this guy." And I'm like, whoa, bud, like you're literally taking this player who might get drafted and throwing him off of people's draft boards, not because of him, but because you're not allowing him to be coached. And now this kid who looks up to Prime and has been coached by Prime is stuck in a decision of like, do I listen to my coach or do I listen to this guy that might draft me? That was an unfair situation for that player to be in, that kid to be in. Yep. And that it's too much, man. It's too much. So I will say that. Spider 369 says Kyle wouldn't have to worry about Deion. I agree, but this goes back to the teams that don't have to worry about Deion aren't looking for a quarterback. Bradley Brown says, I've hated Deion ever since he told Michael Crabtree to hold out into the season for more money after the draft. F that guy, too much influence. Hell of a player, though. Jamaica Boy says, at this point, forget Mac Jones. I wouldn't mind if the Niners drafted Shadur. I wouldn't either. Puts pressure on Brock while still getting a good prospect with a healthy arm. I would rather have him over Mac Jones, but we've already got Mac. Larry. Oh, go ahead. What?
Jalen Travis, tackle for Iowa State, goes to the Colts. Jalen Lane, receiver that Daniel Jeremiah loved, and I know some other people did, out of Virginia Tech, goes to the Commanders, so staying close to home there.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Right in the
Larry
backyard,
Woodard.
bro.
Yep. Larry Woodard, a.k.a. Big Lair, says, hey, I'm a Niner fan in Idaho. Do you guys like Haseen late from BSU, Boise State? He is an awesome guy, only played football for like 5 years. We love him here. I don't know much about him. Do any of you guys have?
Yes, I do. And I heard from a guy that says good guy, but there's concern that he was on a couple interviews where he was talking about how little he knew about football. And I think people could say, well, don't hold that against him because he's so late to the game. But those are the type of things. So I heard from somebody that says, if you have a good agent, you're supposed to coach these guys not to say stupid shit like that, because it really does. You're not getting interviews anyway. And the only thing you're putting on film is saying, I don't really know what third and long means. Like literally when I was 19, like I know that sounds simplistic, but these things we talk about politics, I'll be honest with you. I'm not keen on, like, unless you're lighting the world on fire, there's raw, and then there's like, Tom talked about running the 40 on Tuesday, just intellectually about the game. Like, if I got to sit here and connect the dots for you and all, I don't got time. In the NFL, you talk about coaches developing. Coaches don't usually focus on developing guys that much, right? There's a little bit, but they're not looking at introducing the game of football to you. Okay.
No.
So that's, and that's where, and Lair, Big Lair, I like this guy. I'm not trying to besmirch his, but like, it is what it is. I would be shocked if he's drafted.
Papa says, not sure if you've already covered it, but what do you think will happen with Shadur? Yep. Seems like he's talented. Yeah. That, I think we just did a great job of covering it. Sorry that we got to your super chat late. Hopefully we answered your question. Tommy goes, now coach is crying about Dion. Just give him a hug. You're such a troll, Tommy. You're so funny. Matt says, coach, you're wrong on Collins, but that prime bit was the best 49ers content in history.
No, it was unreal.
It was good, man. It was really, really good.
Awesome. Go back, and I want you to get on that timestamp because I want to get that up. I'm going to spam the TL with it. Okay. And I'm going to go to Santana Row. I'm going to just have it up on a selfie. I'm going to have it.
That's what he's going to do, though, and like what happens is that he gets in this bully pulpit where all of like this silent stuff is handling, where it's like he doesn't want to be challenged. You can't talk to Dion. You can't challenge him unless he gets defensive, turns into a victim, or gaslights you. Yep. So when he starts talking, you have to just sit there and take it. And everybody, and you almost have to just deal with the aftermath. And that can play in a college atmosphere where you're the head coach, it's your program. You can send out shots in silos wherever you want, and they just fall, and you don't have to deal with it. But when you're talking about an NFL team during the season and something is happening that's not good, or, people who's come out and speak on that stuff could be like the tip that takes a whole fan base over the edge, right? And now you're dealing with a coaching staff where it's like, dude, it's beyond, your voice is gone. We can't, you and the kid, we gotta side with the kid. We drafted him. All right. We put the money in him. We can always get another coach, right? And you gotta go. And then we got his father in the background, like building up the tiki torches. Like, bro, we can't do this. So I just feel like it is more Dion than it is Shadur, because Dion should have shut up so we can hear more of Shadur. But it's always the both of them.
Oh, Teddy Buchanan,
California just went to the Baltimore Ravens, man. I am sorry. They know how to draft. They got Malachi Starks, Mike Green, Emory Jones, and Teddy Buchanan, again, per usual, crushing it.
I will say this, though. I had Nick Martin. You told me that text I gave you before the draft last night. I had Teddy Buchanan and Nick Martin like right in the same tier. So I would have been, if they take Nick Martin in the fourth, because to me, you're just getting my 4th through 7th is just scouting departments are getting their guys, and you're going to see, I don't consider reaches in the 4th through the 6th to me. It's just like, there's too much uncertainty. You don't know. If they took Nick Martin at 138 today, I would have been like doing cartwheels. Okay. I just want to say that. Right.
That would have been awesome.
They took him at 75. Man.
I know. So
that's the issue with that.
Yeah.
I don't understand that.
Yeah. You don't
But that's what they do. They fall in love and they reach like crazy.
They're not the only team.
Oh, no. But as Jesse points out, they are the worst team in the league at reaching over the history of this regime.
I will say the Bengals today, I don't know what they're doing. The Bengals have been, you talk about reaching, the two teams that have been really struggling in the draft, the Saints and the Bengals. And the Bengals take 2 linebackers. They have not addressed the defensive line other than Shamar Stewart. Okay. And then Shamar Stewart, to me, is a guy you draft maybe as a luxury pick. And I like Shamar more than most. I also know that there's a potential for him to flame out. But to have a team that's defense is so bad, to go with a potential project, then taking 2 linebackers, one of them who's 25, and then Dylan Fairchild, decent pick. They need interior line help. But 2 linebackers, man, like premium. Joe Burrow's sitting out there like
it doesn't make sense. It can't be justified.
I don't get it with Shamar.
They don't know what they're doing. This is why the Bengals. This is why Joe Burrow put full court press on them, though. He knows they're bad, and he knows they benefited from. They take him top of the draft. They take Jamar Chase top of the draft.
Malachi Moore just went to the Jets.
There you go.
To the Jets.
That's a great pick, man.
That's a great pick.
So we got 7 more guys in front of us now. Okay, that was 130. We're at 138. You got Saints, Bears,
Joseph.
Chiefs. Yep, go ahead.
Joseph Ernberg says, would Sanders be a Brock replacement at this pick? Absolutely not. No. Listen, if in a hypothetical situation, if they were trying to replace Brock with Sanders, they would have drafted him much earlier. At this point, it's just a value pick. He's a guy that you develop, you make your backup, and that's that. That's at this point, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Per source too, though, about this, Brock. I 100% believe it's going to get done, right? This grousing though about how it's not like it hasn't been simpatico in these negotiations. And people are like, well, it never is. I'm like, I get that. I'm just saying the Niners love to polish a turd with I'm not talking about Brock being a turd. I'm talking about the contract negotiations. Like I've been told that it's not quite contentious, but it's not been same thing with George Kittle trying to dunk on Diana Rossini and Mike Silver about that. There's a reason he wasn't there. Okay. And the contract between both those guys, I'm not saying won't get done, but I think they're from both of their camps. I've been told that they feel the gamesmanship didn't think it would come to them, and it has. And it's kind of like, well, you look around the yard and you say, it's like
happened to everybody.
It happens to everybody else, but it's not going to happen to me. We see that in this country all the time. Oh, they're not going to come for me. It's not going to do something that's going to hurt my life. Right.
Famous last words. Yeah.
Yeah. And I just, it's kind of like the NIMBYism of sport. Like, yeah, now it's in my backyard. And now I'm like, oh, right. So it's not that Shadur or any other quarterback there's a reason it's drawn out this long. If Brock Purdy, I don't want to get into too much, but if Brock Purdy were 100% bona fide, like this is our franchise guy, there wouldn't be this level of contentiousness at all. It'd be done. And by the way, there was an offer 2 weeks. No, excuse me. I can say that there was an offer right after the season ended, within days.
Really?
I think I could talk about that, right? Like there was,
it's sad.
There was a conversation, right? There
And
was a conversation, right? And it was like this idea that this has been, we're getting together now. Mayoko tweeted about that. Nobody had gotten together in the last couple of weeks at all. It hasn't happened. It has not happened. And so what I'm saying is that this process, the Niners are putting themselves in a position where you have to start thinking. I don't think it's a mistake that they bring Mac Jones in, not because they think Mac Jones is going to replace Brock Purdy, but Mac Jones once upon a time was the apple of Kyle's eye. And I guarantee you that Kyle Shanahan believes more strongly in Mac Jones' ability to do it when they brought him in than they thought about Sam Darnold when they brought him in. I guarantee.
Really?
No, I'm not talking about Sam Darnold now. I'm talking
Sam
about
Darnold then.
the first
comparing the two.
At that time. Yeah.
When you brought Sam Darnold in March of, I don't know what year it was now, a couple of years back, right? I can remember being in Iowa, visiting my family in March, and that goes down. I guarantee you when they brought Mac Jones in that Kyle's like, hey, man, I am more certain about what I can do with Mac than I am with Sam. That's my opinion from what I've been, not what I've been told, but what
damn it.
Who went?
Quincy Riley just got drafted by the Saints.
I felt like when they moved Stout, they went with Stout. That was also, and Kyle alluded to this in the interview, not say I believe everything comes out of his mouth in front of a mic, but they did reiterate that Diamond to learn more, even though he's good inside. He said, guys tend to get better when they're used to sticking around in the same spot. And I think they really want Lenore to be that outside guy with Renardo. And I think that if Quincy Riley or any other guys like Noel Williams, I think there's a reason why they passed on corners that we would have liked in the third round. Like
on the outside.
Yep. And I think I don't think I'm not going to be surprised if they might go on a seventh round with a corner, but I think they're happy with, and look, I love Renardo Green is like, I'm a fanboy. Okay.
Your guy.
Yeah. I like Renardo Green.
So I understand that thought process. So I think I'll be interested. I doubt they touch corner until the seventh, if at all.
Yeah. Corner, they needed to make one move, and they did. They just needed a third corner, and that was basically it.
They do need
anything they do late will just be, okay, we believe in this kid, as opposed to we need a DB.
But I don't know what you guys, volume drafting for corner and receiver has always been kind of I just feel like you could never have too many corners. And there is not much depth in that room. And when guys go down or development level, corners take a little bit longer to kind of, Ahkello Witherspoon, we talked about this last night, right? He actually's been a real solid player in the NFL. He was a 3rd-round pick, but like he's still around, guys. Like he's still playing ball.
He's a number 1 corner on a team that went to the playoffs and almost beat the Eagles.
So he plays well.
And that's just where you can't. So volume drafting those guys, they're like, oh, it might take you a couple years to get there. Well, yeah, it's corner, man. Corner's tough. Corner's the hardest position to play in the league. I feel like nobody's on an island more than a corner. So,
well, the concern I have with the Niners is inevitably there's a lot of injuries and they end up taking street guys to come in.
Yep.
So you're much better off drafting. Hopefully they do that. We'll see.
Jason Lutz says our secondary is solid. Forcing 3rd and long, stopping the run will let those guys eat. We just need a ball hawk safety, and this defense could be nasty. I agree with that. It would be nice to have a safety back there that can roam sideline to sideline. So when those balls are thrown up under pressure, that we got somebody that can go and get it. So I agree with that. I think that's one thing that they are now missing on this defense, and we'll see if they're able to get it. One of them, I think, came off the board in Malachi Moore, but there are still other guys out there that a lot of us like. The Chiefs just jumped in.
And Bow. They might take him Bow. They might take Bow. Because that's who I want. I want Marcus Bow for 138.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Give me 3 players right now that you're considering at 138.
I want Marcus Bow at 138. I'd love DJ Giddens at 138.
Whoa. Ruben, I don't even know who this guy is.
That just got drafted.
Ruben Hippolyte II, linebacker out of Maryland. He does not have a profile on ESPN. That was that's a trade up to get a dude that I'm a draft junkie, guys. I abandoned my kids for months. Okay. and coach, you've met my kids. They're nice kids. They deserve a father. They deserve a father who's present in their lives. My daughter is in my class. She's in U.S. history in my class. I don't even talk to her there. Okay. So like the idea when you're sitting here, Ruben Hippolyte, these are the type of picks that just make me realize how bad of a father I really am. Right?
He did all of that.
If I sit here and my wife's getting divorce papers ready and I've got all these things, and I said, honey, I've been live 4 nights in a row with Jesse Naylor. I'm spending more time with Jesse Naylor than my family on a beautiful. It's beautiful day today. The sun is shining, and I'm sitting here talking about Ruben Hippolyte, the second, not
the first.
Okay, so this is why I love the draft, though. What the hell? You're trading up for a linebacker with no draft profile.
So for me to answer your question, though, the 3 that I would go for is I would go for Marcus Bow, DJ Giddens, or I would either want Drew Kendall.
Okay,
out of Boston College.
Okay,
Drew Kendall.
Tom?
Giddens, Bo, then who they like at receiver. And with Kyle, it's just a question of which negatives is he willing to live with. I think that's going to dictate his pick at running back and receiver.
That Stanford receivers out there still that they
Alec Iomanner's still there, and we know that Lynch is going to love Iomanner.
Heard Iomanner was supposed to be gone in the 3rd.
Yeah, well, that was hype because you looked at a lot of the big boards and they had Iomanner around this range.
Okay.
I didn't see it, man.
Jesse, who's your 3?
I think we all agree on Marcus Bow. I'd be fine with Jalen Royals here. Ooh, and I will say I listen, I know that they went corner already. I get that. Zoff Frazier is a talented kid.
Yep.
Talented athlete. I mean, coming out of UTSA, I would be totally fine doubling up in that room for a player like that, a prospect like that, I should say. So
I mean, and for me, I'm just going to stick to my 3, but there's a lot of players here that I like. I have to stick with Giddens, but if I didn't, since we've talked about him, you've already talked. I'm saying Torrey Hunter. Okay. And I'm saying Logan Brown out of Kansas. Okay. And I'm saying, I wouldn't mind pulling the trigger here on an edge player with a little juice, Braden Swinson. Now I'm not saying I wouldn't have liked him up high. I wouldn't have taken him in round 3 or anything like that. But at the end of the 4th, this is where I want to roll the dice on guys that like, hey, you could be more of those like have some pass rushing juice. The Niners really, you can take, hey, we took Mike Hill. Who else we got in the building right now? You took Gross Matos? Like,
yeah, we need more. Yeah, we need another edge rusher.
Run me through. True. So, like, to me, Braden Swinson, if he's there, I can get behind that.
Yeah. And to back that up, 9 sacks, 59 pressures, 20.4 win rate, 31-3 true
Braden Swinson is a good
designated pass rusher. Nice player.
Tom, what did you
take, Dave?
Tom, what did you say? 31-3 what?
So Swinson is, so his win rate is 20.4. His true win rate is 31.3.
Wow.
I mean, this is a guy that makes it happen. He's a designated pass rusher, but at this point, that's something they need. That's
what we need.
Little undersized.
Coach talked about this earlier, that basically they're drafting for skill sets. They're saying we need this skill specifically, and then we plug it in.
My edge coming in today ranked. I had 5 guys I would take on day 3. Braden Swinson was first for edge. David Walker was second. Jaw Joyner out of Minnesota, who's got some issues, but boy, is he prototypical. Q Robinson out of Bama, and Fadil Diggs out of Syracuse, who I know one of my guys really loves. But I think Braden Swinson's the best all-around player, and also is a great athlete. I'm surprised he's still around. Jalen Royals to the Chiefs. Wow, great pick.
Damn.
They needed a receiver, and the fact they got a guy that Jalen Royals is one of my top guys. To get him at the bottom of 4, I'm not saying he's going to become some all-pro, but for them as a complimentary player, I think this is a excellent way. They traded up for Noel Williams, who I just absolutely adore. Noel Williams, Jahdae Barron, and Azaria Thomas were my 3 favorite corners in the draft. I like press guys, even if Salah's doing the zone ski. I still believe. I know Salah. You still have, if you don't have guys in your room that can line up one-on-one and say, I'm gonna kill you in press, you're in trouble. We get to the Super Bowl, we see things. You get to the playoffs, you be in situations where you see that come to fruition. And so, boy, the Chiefs really they're having a nice draft.
Did I miss it? Did Johnny Walker didn't get drafted? Did he?
No.
Okay, so 2 guys late to keep an eye on. If they're looking for a guy to come in on 3rd down, right? We talk about Michael Williams. We know he's a 3-down guy, but with him, it could be 2 downs to set the edge, and then on 3rd down they kick him inside to push that pocket. And if you need a guy to come in and play that true edge and be a pass rusher out there, 2 guys that I think you could look out for late in this draft. Johnny Walker is one of them, and Jaw Joyner is another one out of Minnesota. So to me, those are 2 guys that if they wait, till the next round or what have you, that they could get that could help fill that role. So
agreed.
I love the Q Robinson mention, David. Q didn't get a lot of love at Bama as far as like playing time, but bro, he's somebody where if we needed somebody to come in and be that 3rd down guy to just scream off the edge and go get quarterbacks and get home, Q Robinson is one of those guys. I wouldn't be mad at a Q Robinson pick, and he's got more time. He can get bigger. He's already 6'5", about what is he, like 250, like 6'5", 250.
Yeah, look it up.
But he'll be able to gain more weight. That's the thing that I love about the younger guys, is because the reason why you want them at that 22-ish, 21 range is because they got still 2 to 3 years to build a callus and to get that extra 15 pounds that they want, that extra 10 pounds. You get a rookie that's about 25 years old. That's it.
Yep.
That's what he is, right? So
Q Robinson, 6'4", 243. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's
Elijah Roberts is another one. We just basically gave like 5 edges that they could take. That can come be
another one I would add.
Yeah.
Q Robinson, Denver.
Okay, they
there he is.
Robinson.
Yeah.
Who are you going to add, Tom?
Tyler Barron from Miami, who was the national leader in pass rush efficiency on passing downs on 3rd.
Yep.
It's another one.
We've been doing this all draft, haven't we, Tom?
Yeah.
Talking about guys and they get take?
Yeah.
We've been doing it all
yesterday.
draft.
We had like 5 straight picks.
5 straight picks.
We like this guy. And this
gone.
Takes A, B, C. All of them gone.
We called the Raiders back-to-back pick yesterday. We called crazy, bro.
I'm talking about guys. Then you guys know that this is a thing.
Literally
Then
what we
stop
had to
doing it.
do. We literally had to shut up, right? It was like, yo, stop bringing up names. Stop bringing up names.
I think this is going to be an edge run right here through the top of the fifth. I think you're getting lean in the cabinet now. Antoine Powell-Ryland, I'm out on, because you talk about the length being an issue. Like, and to me, at this point, serious issue. The Jews, I just and he's more of that deep, the DPR, right? The designated pass rusher. That John Joyner, the Gophers, 6'4", 262. His pass rush repertoire is pretty limited. That's why he's a rawer player, a little more developmental player. But, you talk about a guy that looks like he's built in a lab. He's that dude. And so I thought he had a great combine. I'm raw edge players are like candy. You like it in the moment, and then you wish you hadn't eaten it afterwards, right? Like,
who is this? Who are you talking about? Talking about Josh?
Josh Joyner. Yeah, so raw edge players, but at this point in the draft, I'm always saying people get mad when players flame. Well, at the bottom of the fourth to the seventh, I'm sorry, dudes. Like, you gotta roll the dice on high upside.
Yeah, hell yeah.
And
especially here.
Yeah, and we know the percentage chance every round just keeps going down and down and down. Not even just making a roster, but just playing 3 years in the league, playing 2. So that being said, yeah, I probably won't go Ja here, but I would absolutely go with Braden Swinson here, 100%. And again, he's 6'4". He's got good height, good length. He's 255, so he's not, he doesn't have that Michael Nick Bosa size, but I'd be excited to see him in that.
Out of LSU, right?
Yep.
This just in, Marco wants me to let you know, Tom, don't talk about his cousin Damian Martinez that way.
I'm sorry, Marco. Marco wants that jersey badly.
Tonka Hemingway, South Carolina
Martinez.
defensive tackle, just went to the Raiders.
All right, we got 2 picks in front of us. Ravens and
Marco.
Seahawks. Ravens and Seahawks.
That's funny.
Joseph Ernberg says, is there a chance no wide receiver at all? Yeah, of course there's a chance at this point. And then Full Metal Brotherhood says Marcus Babal and Johnny Ornelius, I think Ornelius, next pick, bang, bang. Yeah, I'm totally fine with either of those guys. Totally fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the point. You've only got 3 picks left before the 7th round, which is going to come up right here. 138, 147, 160. They're pretty close. If you go edge here, I could see them waiting, because making sure they're getting their best offensive line prospect possible. And I was told before that the solid pick came that they are going to transition into OL here pretty quickly. So I think I think that maybe even take the next 2 picks, be your best offensive line prospects, regardless of position. I mean, let's be real. I think anywhere along the line is a place that the Niners need soon.
Well, okay. Let's also not forget that this team now needs depth at defensive tackle as well. We talked about edge. Joshua Farmer is still there.
Yeah.
Adding him to the room with the other 2, I mean, you're really taking care of some things up the middle, and he can get after the quarterback now. This is a guy who can get after the quarterback. So I wouldn't be mad.
I wouldn't be mad, but I also think you're asking how much impact, how much. I know there's thin at that room, but 3 DTs right off the. That's a hard pill to swallow when I'm talking about building the roster out. But again, if he's a better, I'm all about best play. I'm all about not drafting for need. Don't get me wrong. Do not get me wrong. So I won't be mad at drafting a good player in the bottom of the 4th. Not at all.
Yeah. 2 picks
away.
What
I love about Joshua's form, what I like about him is he plays with a flat back. His pad level is really good for his size. I think it will be a really good get to bring him in right now.
And I was told the Niners like him.
I think that would kind of like seal the deal for our D line. We'd be done with D line for the draft if we picked him up.
Oh, they would have knocked it out of the park.
I'd be happy.
Spider 369 says, does Kyle get his running back? I would think.
Giddens, to me, Giddens here is insane value. I don't know what I'm missing with this. I looked at him I
could tell you about DJ why he's not been drafted yet.
Oh, okay.
Can't block. That's a big part of it. He's very inconsistent with blocking too.
Yes, I can see.
Yeah, that's true.
One thing I will tell you too is that he takes extra steps in the backfield. He doesn't necessarily have quick feet, and his routes are very bad. I mean, I'm not talking about okay. So
Stanford receiver just went to the Titans.
Good.
I am. Thank God. I didn't want that kid.
Did not want that.
Yeah.
Kid.
Keep him out of
neither.
John Lynch's hands. That's a good thing.
Yeah, dude. Like I watched him and he looked like a mayonnaise sandwich, bro. Just bland. Like
Hey,
nothing there.
But we know Kyle wanted a receiver. Torrey Horton, I don't get it. Oh my God, I just forgot about him. He's
still there.
He's my second team, my guy receiver. I do a first and second team, and I ended up with Jalen Knoll. Doesn't mean that they're my top receiver in the draft, but guys I would pound the table for. I had Jalen Knoll and I had Torrey Horton. And despite coming off the knee injury, runs a 4.40 40, not even fully healthy. He's a smooth operator. His awareness, like to walk the tightrope on the sideline, his hands, his concentration, his ball tracking, his ability, even though he's not a physical player, he knows how to use his body in close quarters. And he's not getting punked by defenders. He's not getting panicky around in traffic. I feel like at this point, despite the knee injury, so what? He only had one injury, right? This was not a guy who's always hurt, and he played 5 years. But everybody's playing. This is the last COVID year, right? So he's not 26 years old. I don't know what I'm missing on this guy.
I got a name for you.
Yeah.
What's up?
Elijah Badger, Arizona State transfer. But I'm saying look out for the 49ers. Arizona State transfer, played at Florida. I'm just saying. Maybe to me, I feel like it would be a little bit early, but I think he's a decent player. But you always got to look out for those Arizona State guys when it comes to the 49ers. I'm just throwing it out there.
Patriots.
They love him.
Patriots traded up. Looks like. Am I wrong on that?
I don't know.
Patriots traded up with it was either the Seahawks or the Ravens, one of the two. So they just traded up in front of the Niners.
It was the Seahawks, I think, that were in front.
Yeah, and the pick is in, so the Niners are on the clock.
Great job. Let's
see who they pick here. But I mean, we do this every year. If we watched back all the live shows or all the shadow drafts, like we know that we could be like, hey, we're excited and all these players. But to me, I feel like bottom of the fourth, different from last year. There's a bevy of players that I'm actually really excited about still. And that's not it more, I got, 15 dudes that I'm really happy to put my name on. And I want
more trenches. I don't want to get off trenches yet. More trenches.
I like Logan Brown out of Kansas. I would love that to be the pick here.
Okay. Sean says, I see a lot of discussion about where guys are picked, but I've seen the Raiders snatch a couple of guys yesterday that we could have used. Are we too focused on draft positions? Sometimes reaching seems right. Yeah, I mean, I do think that they have been a little too focused on some positions, especially. I just think that third round. Again, I can't unsee the third round. I still think right now there are clear better prospects on the board than those guys that were taken in round
than Nick Martin
right
and
now.
Stout. Yeah.
I'm just, so for me, I can't unsee
I would have took CJ West over Stout and been okay with that.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would have been more than okay with that.
They got lucky that West was still there.
They got lucky. Yeah. CJ West kind of revived the draft. I got to be honest with you.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, I need this Pats pick. Like I need oxygen. The funny thing is the last 4 picks have been trades: Broncos, Raiders, Titans, and Pats. So I can't see the Niners trading out of this.
No, they gotta stay here.
No.
Now I could see it if it was, you add a 6th and you pick up. I don't know, but I don't a 6th and a 5th or something like that. I'm fine with, but I think you stay here. There's too much talent here.
Miles Frazier would be nasty at left guard, right? What about Miles Frazier? That'd be nasty.
I'd be fine with Luke Kandra here too. There's quite a few people actually.
There's so much. Like this. I think we're all agreeing right now that whatever they pick, there is absolutely no excuse.
No, don't say that. No, okay, no excuse. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Absolutely no excuse for a trash pick.
No,
thank you. Okay,
there's no excuse.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
given what's available, there's a lot of talent.
Shadur has a video of his phone ringing. Joshua Farmer goes to the Patriots. Shadur has a video of his phone ringing. I'm getting a text from a source.
Oh my God. If we get Shadur Sanders right now.
I'm not saying that he didn't say Niner.
You
He didn't say Niner.
You didn't say Niner.
He just had a video of his phone ringing. Now that means he's coming off soon. I'm assuming.
Well, he got pranked yesterday too, so I don't know. Joshua
crazy.
Farmer, Florida State, man. And what's crazy about that, though, Coach? What's crazy about that is you think about it. These prospects have phones that know that they're going to get drafted. They have phones specifically set aside for this reason that are given to teams so that they can be called. So that call was not a prank call from just some rando that got his number.
Oh, that's cold.
There's something messed up going on there. So I'm throwing that out there too.
That's cold.
Let's see here.
See what we got.
No, it's from Shiloh Sanders though. It's a tweet from it's a tweet from his brother. Okay. And I got it, and I didn't get that from a tweet, but it was the text that was saying, "Hey, this is on." So
the first thing that comes to mind if they pick up Shadur here is that all bets are off for that damn contract extension for Brock Purdy.
Oh, of course.
He's playing that thing off.
Who else is up there? Who's at the top of the next round? If he is getting drafted, that it could be Minnesota. Doesn't make sense, probably, right? Carolina, Baltimore, Minnesota again, Miami.
No, they just picked up Jalen Milroe. Seattle,
no.
Eagles, no.
So is a team trading up?
Us again, right there.
I know it is. I'm just saying.
I don't think it's gonna be Shadur. I'll say that.
I don't think so. No.
I'm just saying that it's interesting,
but
it's fun to talk
into the next round.
I know, it would be
trading up. I don't know. It would be hilarious if it was Shadur.
Get Miles Frazier right here. Get a traditional guard. Get a guard.
I want chaos. I want Shadur. I want chaos.
Right? Chaos. Or go out and get Drew Kendall. Get a center.
I'm totally fine with trenches here. You give us some trenches.
More trenches.
Do we like any of the tackles that are out there? Or we haven't really talked pure tackles.
There's nothing.
Let me take a look.
49ers just
met with Jordan Williams. They met with Jordan Williams out of Georgia Tech. He's still out there, but that's later in the draft.
Jed York just said, let's change it up.
Which implies offense.
I presume it means offense, obviously. I think
it means offense. Jed is such a girl.
I know.
Dude, he is.
He loves this.
Line, baby. This is going to be offensive line. Give us offense.
Better be Miles. They go Miles Frazier then.
No, what about Miles still out there?
Jordan Watkins, receiver from Ole Miss.
That's the pick?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they had a meeting with Watkins. So it's Kyle saying, this is who I want. Wow.
I'm not. I just
let me see it.
He's a speed guy. He's a 4.37 40 guy at the combine. He averaged 19 yards a catch, right? He's a good receiver. Steve Minch had him as a 7th round pick, late 6, early 7. Again, this is a 4th round pick. It is compensatory. It's like a 5th. I'm not gonna crap on a kid. I just think that again, and we just got this in the reaches. There must be concern about Torrey Horton's knee because I don't understand it. And again, like I said, I didn't think it was actually going to be Shadur, right? The idea that it was, you're taking a receiver and you're now putting yourself in a position where offensive line is just, you have 2 more picks, and then it's what
did they think about a receiver that they just took last year that was supposed to be the speed guy?
You just got Jacob Cowley.
Yeah, right.
So
and this is similar body profile, 5'11", 190.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess
the first time we go offense, this is what we got to get this guy out the building, bro.
Kyle has to go.
Yeah, he's got to go.
There's good offensive linemen there, man. That's the frustration.
I don't get this.
Well, Kyle won't value it. Period.
Jordan. Now, so hey, Daniel Harms, actually a dude that I
I've done shows with Daniel. He's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
He says on March 18th, I'm going to be much higher on Ole Miss wide receiver Jordan Watkins than consensus. I know they like them. I will say this: if you're taking a guy in the 4th round who's got legit juice and who isn't, I know this sounds crazy. I actually don't like the 6'6" guy built in the lab at the end of the 4th, because guess what? There's a reason you're there, right? This guy's a little undersized. I don't know what his length is. I'm going to have to take a look at this.
31 and 1/8.
That's not horrible.
I don't see it. It doesn't.
For that
I don't
size,
see that 4.3 on the field. I don't see that 4.3.
Well, I haven't. To be fair, I haven't. I know little to nothing about Jordan Watkins. I want to say that. So I hate when people. I'm not saying you are, coach. I'm not gonna pass judgment on the player because I have to look. I would have to look much deeper, and I'm not going to act like there's too many people that fake it.
Okay, well, let me just run some stats. I've got some numbers for him. 906 yards, 9 touchdowns. He's not a yak guy. He only has 8 missed forced tackles. Great hands, 3.9 drop rate. Contested catch, 55.6. He's also got some return yardage this year, so he's a special teams player on top of that. So, speed. Basically, this is a speed guy, 437.
Well, we've got a pick coming up at 147, and then again.
All right, let's keep going. We can go right back to O-line. Let's go.
And 160. I mean, they are picking pretty quick here. I mean, that's
again, these offensive linemen are, you know what I mean? Like, we got guys that we
gotta get O-line, man.
Should have been taken already. That are, if there's a run here, all of a sudden on interior offensive linemen, we're screwed. We're screwed.
Yeah, well, it's just where's the discipline? Where's the discipline from Kyle of identifying we need offensive linemen, and you continue to neglect it?
Yep.
And you take, here's my toy. And then he's got this giant toy collection, and then they gather dust in his closet.
Oh, yeah. Ronnie Bell
didn't play.
Because he's got no batteries.
We've got Minnesota coming up with 2 picks. They could use an interior offensive lineman. They just took an edge out of Georgia with one of them. You've got the Panthers could use one. You've got the Ravens who could use one. You've got the Seahawks we know could still use one. Same with the Dolphins and same with the Eagles. So it's like
I see there's a lot of receivers on the board here. There's a lot of athletes like Keandre Lambert-Smith, Torrey Horton, Isaiah Bond. I mean,
Torrey Horton, Isaiah Bond. I would even have been mad at Isaiah Bond over this kid.
And then Elijah Badger's not a bad athlete either, like Jesse just said. I'm just saying that to me, what is Jordan Watkins? You just had Jacob Cowing, who everybody was creaming.
There's nothing indistinguishable about him. No. I don't see anything about his game that sets him apart.
And can I say this?
Why draft a receiver that's duplicative?
Hold on, Flav, you're acting like this guy's going to come in and be the best receiver off of a 5th round pick or whatever he just was. Stop.
Oh, and by the way, Flav, what are you talking about? BA is back. Is back going to be back earlier? You also Ricky. You think
Ricky Pearsall.
Juwan Jennings averages like 9 to 10 yards a catch, folks. I want to say this. I love Jennings. He's a dog. He is a possession receiver, and his best games came when BA was drawing attention away from him. Jennings is a dog. Okay, I get it. But let's stop. Like, Jennings is not really taking over games. Jennings might get volume in certain games, but he's not consistent in that regard. My guy Cam Jackson just went. That's okay.
Damn it.
Look, but this is the thing. Whose
job is he taking? That's the question.
But hold on.
That's a great question, Jesse. Where does he fit? Where does he fit?
And why do we LOL this when we were not talking about the position? I just said I would have taken a receiver at 100. I would have taken a receiver at 75. I would have taken a receiver at 43. These conversations that just like essentialize it down or boil it down to these like these red herring. I don't understand it. Like, this is not what we're talking about. We're not talking about positional value.
No.
And if we're talking about the fact that you've got guys like Jordan Watkins is like another guy. You got Jacob Cowing is another guy. Ronnie Bell had a couple drops, but Ronnie Bell was drafted in the 7th round. Ronnie Bell had a skill set. He's going to go to the Lions. He'll be a complimentary player. He's probably going to be wide receiver 4 or 5. That's fine. Well, Ronnie Bell's nowhere near as bad as people thought he was, but he was never supposed to be a wide receiver 1 or 2.
And he got picked in a position where everybody was okay with that because
at the 7th round.
Right. Yes. Because he was picked so late. But the issue with Watkins is he's already on your team. If you're going to draft a wide receiver, get a different skill set, get different flavors.
You already have an undersized speed guy in Jacob Cowing. A guy who could
Yeah.
return, like Jacob Cowan.
Let's say that Brandon Ayuk is out all year, which is not going to happen, by the way. So we know he's not taking Brandon Ayuk's job, but let's assume he's out all year. Is he taking Ricky Pearsall's job? No.
Hell no.
Is he taking Jawan Jennings' job?
No.
Is he taking DeMarcus Robinson's job, who they just spent money on?
Yep.
No.
So he's competing with Jacob Cowing. How many of these small, fast wide receivers have they missed on? If they already are out on Jacob Cowing,
All of them.
this is number 3 of this profile that they've completely tricked off potentially.
Did we talk about? Did you mention Danny Gray?
Yeah.
No,
No,
that's
he
what I'm saying.
did.
Danny Gray, Cowing, and now this kid. It's like,
and Danny Gray wasn't like 6 foot, but barely 6 foot. Not a physical player. Just straight line speed. Could never see the field.
And
Jacob
to add
Cowan.
insult to is that it's not the fact that you want to do it. All right, cool, do it, but do it on your own time in the fucking 7th round.
So
Don't do it
you-
in the 4th round, man. When we still
Right.
got to get guys, don't do it here.
Oh, here's a big news. Vikings are trading for Sam Howell, quarterback Sam Howell, as the Seahawks in Minnesota, they swap picks by 30 spots. So the Vikings get Sam Howell and 172, and the Seahawks get pick 142. So there's your backup in Sam Howell, the McCarthy, which, I'm happy for Sam Howell, even though he is a sack machine. But you're going to a coach who's perfect for that type of development. And if you end up flipping them later down the road, you're good. Or having a reliable backup. I think Sam Howell could be a very reliable backup quarterback when he starts to rein in some of that kind of hero ball.
and I would say to this, anybody who is like loving what the 49ers did in round 3 and then loving this wide receiver pick and standing up for it, you get zero say this whole season about, oh man, poor Purdy and the offensive line. You get none of that. You don't get to say that. And I'm remembering who's who. Trust me.
Yeah.
Still trap up here. So if you come in one time later on, man, it's just not fair for Brock Purdy, man. They just don't ever protect him.
You the one.
You backed it up. So absolutely.
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
And my problem is this, though, is that Jordan Watkins, I hope he's a stud. When you go back institutionally in this tenure for 8 years, that's what we're talking about, is that you're not saying, hey, this is a new regime. Who are you guys? What's your style? What's your thing? What's your shtick? Well, we've seen it. And so when you see these guys in this range come and go and never get traction for this team, that's why it's informing our reaction. That is called context, folks. That is not just like some neat shooting from the hip. I'm just firing off my opinions because I think I'm better than John Lynch. It's like, no. And again, positional value of like, hey, I don't know. I just what are the sheer odds that Jordan Watkins sees? What percentage of snaps did Jacob Cowan get last year? I think he got did he get 4 targets last year? What was some really small? It was like single digits, I thought.
It was single.
Okay. So everybody told me Jacob Cowan. Oh my God. I had people DMing me. This Jacob Cowan's the best route runner. He's the best. Oh my God. Look at this production. Oh my God. Blah, 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 blah. 4th round, right? Wasn't he 4th round, Jacob Cowan? Here we are again in the 4th round, taking a guy who's a 7th to UDFA grade and similar skill set. And you're trying to convince me that with BA coming back early, with Ricky Pearsall going in the 1st round, you brought in DeMarcus Robinson, who's only going to be out for 3 weeks. Where's he going to see the field?
Yeah.
And
only injuries. Only if there's injuries will he see.
You've got holes all over your team. And so, I mean, This is a candidate. We're looking at a candidate.
Kyle drafts like a rich kid, man. He drafts like he's got money in his pocket. It's like,
you guys, you're completely overlooking that Ben Barch had a good game in the snow once. Okay.
I love the Ben Barch narrative. 2 games. Played 1 game.
Man.
Yeah, 1 game actually.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, and
we've got our left guard of the
Hennessy Matt Hennessy is going to be.
Oh yeah, Matt Hennessy. Nick Zakel was supposed to take over. All these guys are supposed to take over. Spencer
I don't
Burford is taking
understand,
over.
man. I'm so tired of like these like middling receivers that he likes.
Well, you
It's
know
like he has something against like thoroughbreds at the receiver position. I don't understand why he likes these fast, diminutive guys like that around that 5'11", 5'10" range. They run about a 4. It's like right when you need them to run a 4.4, they run a 4.5. Or right when you want them to run, they're small enough where it's like, man, can we get a 4.3 out of this guy? Like he always To be honest with you, I feel like he vicariously lives through what he thinks a receiver should be. And Kyle was a mid receiver himself. You know what I'm saying? And like, I just feel like he doesn't like speed. He doesn't like size. Like, I don't get it. You know, this kid, where's he gonna play? He's not gonna play.
Cam
He's gonna be
Jackson,
a
Carson
returner.
Vincent, Riley Mills. That's who just went off the board. I will say this. I want to bring up this comment because I love this. Jamin Sotomayor says, I hate that negativity sells. Jamin, you know what I hate? I hate blanket statements like this that weren't here at pick 113 today.
No.
That saw us celebrate the hell out of that pick and love every second of it. So
Yeah.
I hate that people make blanket statements and don't know what they're talking about. So
I hate that people have a profile picture of their high school graduation, and then they peek, and then they peek there and make comments on YouTube, right? I hate
Always
that,
Mills for the win.
right? But that's just me, and I'm a high school teacher, and I got a problem saying that.
Full Metal
Owings
Brotherhood.
Mills.
How do the YouTube guys feel about Jackson Slater? I like Jackson Slater, especially this late. I like it. Yes,
I've liked Jackson Slater. I said I would have been happy. I wouldn't have been mad at all at 100, to be quite honest. I'm not saying
I'll take Jackson Slater over Jordan Watkins.
Well,
just as a
you
hypothetical.
take most of the draft over Jordan Watkins.
Just as a hypothetical. Sean says, I see a lot of discussion. Okay, I think I got that one. I got that one. Bradley Brown says, what do you guys think about Desmond Watson, UDFA?
What position?
Jordan Phillips, another DT that I had.
Oh, yeah, Maryland.
Off the board.
I thought he was one of those guys that started like, oh, he's going to get up into the third. You know, there was a lot of, and here he is at Miami. I think it's a solid pick here in the 5th round. Now we got Browns, Eagles, Pats, and then Niners. We only got 3 guys in front of us. It's going fast.
Desmond Watson's I don't like to get back to Desmond Watson. Desmond Watson is more of a caricature than a player. He's 6'5", 475 pounds. Okay. He needs to lose weight. And he's not going to be an asset right away. That's that big kid that played at Florida that weighs like 500 pounds.
Okay.
Nah. Who are you talking about? Sorry.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're saying. No.
Desmond Watson. No.
Oh,
no.
We're not doing that.
Flave goes, I think Jordan Watkins' pick, is my favorite after you scared me that it could be Shadur. Thank God. I would rather them draft Grant than Shadur. Yeah. Okay. All right. That's pretty funny. That's actually a really funny comment. LJL says they should have just picked Sanders if they were going to pick a wide receiver at that pick.
That's
not
true.
Go O-line.
But no, guys, I'm dead serious. How could you get better value for a quarterback of his caliber? And the fact that people think that now we're being gaslit by pundits that act, well, maybe we inflated Shadur. Like, dude, like the man can play quarterback for sure. Like even if you didn't have him QB1, he should have been top 3 QB class, no doubt about it, 100%. So if you're getting him in the bottom of the 4th, that is the best value you could possibly get in a draft in this league. The sport is football. The most important position is quarterback. Stop it. And at some point, we got and I think coaches' points are great. I said they're concerned about Dion. But come on, man. Like, at what point? And did the Niners have a strong? Come on.
Well, to piggyback on that, I think that if there was anywhere where the Dion element does not play, it would be here. You are Deion Sanders, but you are also going against another institution of the NFL, which is a Shanahan. So yep. I think that there is that play, and I know all of this, mean girl stuff is weird, but that is an element of the NFL where Dion would really be careful about what he says about Kyle because
he likes Kyle. He's said it. I mean, he's got outward respect for Kyle, so that would never be an issue.
So I don't think Dion would do that.
The good news is John B is right now. It looks like they still might be there somehow at 147, and the 49ers might trip and fall into some luck here. But I'm sure they'll go with someone else. I don't know. Danny D says another receiver. We can barely get Jacob Cowing on the field. We need help on the O-line. How about a DB? Make it make sense. Kobe Bryant available? Kobe Bryant
maybe in the 7th.
Available, isn't he? Steven Larder says, I give up. This team clearly doesn't give an F about the O-line. Every other year they throw a pick at O-line and then completely ignore it. We'll see what they do coming up.
Spider the guy let him go last year.
It's true. Spider 369 says Kyle sees himself in wide receivers. That's
the Browns have traded up with the Eagles and they take Shadur Sanders. The Browns,
What?
the Browns have taken Shadur Sanders, and they also have Dylan Gabriel. The Browns have taken him.
They're gonna make him compete. That's crazy.
Hold on. Who else did they bring in this offseason? They brought in Flacco and they brought in Tiny Hands.
Kenny Pickett. Yeah.
Yeah, Tiny Hands.
All right. Well, we all know who we're paying attention to in the offseason.
Kenny Two Gloves. That's crazy. Okay.
Kenny Two Gloves.
Well, that's what. So I got.
I'm gonna go get the papers. Get the papers.
I'm in a shadow draft league with some Bengals, like the Bengals guys. And what we do is I've got the 2nd and 18th pick of every round. And when that comes up, I pick a player. And other teams in our league can pick the same players as long as they haven't been drafted by an NFL team before your pick. So I think mine went at the first. I did Travis Hunter because I was at 2, and then nobody else could draft him after that if they're at 3 or 4. I just took Shadur Sanders last draft at the top of the 4th because I hadn't taken him yet because we use PFF grades. We don't like PFF. You use those and then you put percentage on value of player every week, and it's like a dynasty league. Okay, so I took Shadur Sanders there. I'm just saying, like, I think we're all going to look back and do a 30 for 30 on.
Well, this is for sure a 30 for 30, but you're waiting to happen. Oh
Hell
my
yeah.
God.
And actually, if Shadur turns into something, this is going to be story heard around the world.
So here's my question for Cleveland. Why not take Shadur at the end of 3 and just not take Dylan Gabriel?
Yeah.
What's the point? Are you like owning yourself? This is self-own to like, and you take 2
Browns don't make sense by doing that.
2 running backs and 2 quarterbacks in this draft for Cleveland. One of the worst teams in the NFL.
They have to be trading one of those quarterbacks.
And that's why they're one of the worst teams.
You think they're trading one of them?
They have 4.
Well, yeah.
They got to trade.
You can release them. Hey, who's trading for Kenny Pickett? Who's trading for Joe Flacco?
Didn't they trade for Kenny Pickett?
Well,
yes.
Didn't they trade for Kenny Pickett?
I'm sorry.
And then they drafted 2 quarterbacks and they signed Joe Flacco?
I got bigger hands than Kenny Pickett, okay? Like when we do, like, I don't have the sausage fingers. I don't know. Like I've got 9 1/4. I'm bigger hands than Kenny Pickett. How the hell? I'm sorry. Like, I don't get it. That's another thing with Jalen Miller.
You traded an asset for him. So it's like, is that the guy that you cut? It has to be Flacco if you cut someone, I would think.
It's got to be.
Either way, whatever. Who cares? The Shadur Sanders conversation.
Shadur Sanders is over. Thank you.
Yep.
The Gold Rush says, are there any other needs that need to be addressed other than O-line? Yes, safety. For sure.
Safety.
More defensive linemen.
Running back.
Tight end.
The whole team.
Yeah. The whole team.
Oh, by the way,
maybe. I don't know.
Coach.
I was ignoring my text. I was tipped off. I wasn't paying attention. I was tipped off that it was a receiver and a reach alert. No, when it went
with the
49ers receiver and a reach alert.
I'm looking at that. My text, it says all caps reach alert, all caps reach alert, reach. It's an offense pick.
Yeah.
Receiver. Yep.
This is a reach. You know what this honestly is? You know how I interpret this pick is that Kyle was actually had to wait and not be the focus of the room for 2 days.
Yep.
And he finally got his chance and said, I want the receiver. And it's like, dude, pick the offensive lineman. Like, it's almost like I got to get exactly what I want because I don't know when I'm going to get another crack at it. So let me get because think about it.
Missed it.
He walks in there and didn't you say, David, there was a tweet that kind of, why don't we go different here? Oh, Robert Saleh just walked in the room. That's not cute. What that says is that you guys can't be trusted farther than I can throw you.
Yep.
That's what that says to me. That says that we speak and agree about one thing, and then as soon as I'm away from you, I gotta wonder if you're gonna go do the other. Yep. So it's not. Stop tweeting, Jed. I
agree.
Jesse Thompson says, I don't know why everyone is getting upset. Lynch told us that O-line is good. They honestly believe it. They aren't going to change now. Well, it doesn't mean we can't be mad, Jesse. Good name, by the way.
I don't understand why everybody's getting upset. Because you put a super chat out asking, you don't understand why everybody's getting upset.
John Lynch says, like, Dad said so. So, like, what? All due respect, could have saved 5, but like, I mean, it's like what we're not supposed to talk. Like, it's just John makes a decision. It's like, oh yeah, yep, rubber stamp. What the hell is that? Sorry, I don't get it. Like, we're not supposed to talk ball. We're not supposed to like. Why are you tuning in?
You know what this is?
Yeah.
This is the equivalent of like you screwing up with your significant other, but you're trying to like gaslight like everything's okay. You want to go to the movies? Oh man, yeah. Oh look, the Johnson's got some new flowers next door. What do you? It's like, no, I'm still pissed with you. Stop trying to make shit normal. Okay, like Jed's like trying to make this okay. Like we just didn't win 6 games last season. Like, go pick the right people. Oh, Saleh just walked in the room. He. Dude, this is far from over. Picking up receivers in the 4th round. Reaching.
No, I agree.
What's Jed York saying now? I'm curious.
All right. Let's see. The Gold Rush says, man, I wish the Niners draft Shadur. Competition at all positions is good. Too late. Who's like?
Sorry, that was me.
Neanderthal over there. Okay. Peter M says, you guys have made my flight 1,000 or 100% better, 100 times better. Kyle heard coach saying there is no excuses for a bad pick and challenged it. Yeah, he's like, hey, what? Hold my beer.
That's what he did.
That's
exactly what he did. There was so many good viable spots, and then Kyle said, okay, I picked.
The news is they're still there. Like, they're lucky enough that this is happening, and they are still there. So
they're still there. Pat said
Jed hasn't tweeted yet, so that's
stop tweeting, Jed.
No, he's in a tweet. He's gonna tip us off here. Pats are still on the board, so
he can't help himself.
I will say this. I'm gonna give best, like, I don't know what to go do anymore. Offensive line, I hope it is. I hope he has, but this is the thing that's frustrating to me is now you're forced to go offensive line. Like you're forced to, and you're forced to start going. And I hate doing positional need. But at this point, it's the value too. I guess running back's not a thing. I guess, Christian McCaffrey said he's never been healthier. So
good to go over there.
Of course, we just got to believe that too.
Yeah.
Come on, Friday says nothing after pick 100 is a reach in my opinion. Pick who you like. Yeah.
We said that.
We agree with that, but it's also positional value starts to come into play more here, I think. Right? Like I don't know.
I think though that it's we did say that, right? Like the middle of the 4th, the middle of the 6th, it's like it's going to be funky. It always is on day 3. I understand that. But okay, if not calling it a reach, just say it's a bad pick. I don't agree with the pick.
Bad pick, yeah.
All right, there we go. I don't like it. Is that good?
Not a reach. I agree. It's not. There's players aren't busts in round 4 and later. Like that's not how that works. It's just they were either a good player or they weren't. So the players, you can't be like, oh, so and so was a bust. They were drafted in round 4. So I agree with that. There are no reaches. There are, however, bad picks and bad players, and maybe they just got one. So we'll see.
Jed York just tweets, if a future Hall of Fame running back likes you, seems good enough for me. Holy shit. No, I'm not saying for running back. I'm just saying maybe it was the Jordan Watkins. Like, is this we're Frank Gore? Like now what the hell is
Frank Gore's jumping in? Yeah, Frank Gore's jumping in and making picks for us now.
This is annoying to me.
What's next? Jerry Rice? Is Joe Montana coming back and throwing his weight around? Like, what the hell is this? This is not what good franchises do.
No.
Braden Swinson, Edge, Patriots.
Yes, please. Oh my God. Oh, I thought you were saying that's who you wanted.
No.
Just took the pick.
Yeah.
No,
Guess what? While you were talking, I was doing my shadow draft. I just selected Braden Swinson with the number 2 pick in the 5th round. There he went to go again. And guess what? 3 of my guys in my shadow draft are Kyle Williams, Braden Swinson, and who was their 2nd round pick? The Patriots, Travion Henderson. It just happened to be drafted by them. So 3 guys that I loved. Whoever's doing the job in the GM, the Patriots, they're on the same wavelength with me. I think the Patriots are killing this. Absolutely killing this. I'm not as big a Will Campbell fan. I'm gonna be honest with that. I think he's a good player.
They're going Giddens here again. They're not going to go O-line. Even though Miles Frazier is right there.
I don't think it'll be I could see Giddens. I'm happy with Giddens.
Well, they said if a back, that's why I'm kind of deducing.
LaQuinn Allen? Could it be LaQuinn Allen?
I could see Jordan
Ollie
James.
Gordon?
I could see Jordan James out of Oregon here.
Jordan James. Okay. Jordan
Devin
James
Neal,
was a good college back.
I'd also
But,
see Devin Neal here.
Evan Neal is out there.
okay.
Pick
Okay.
us in. Pick us in.
I'm just trying to think of Frank Gore style players. Like, I don't.
Mhm.
No, that's where I'm saying I think Jordan James might be
Well,
that
Cam
guy.
Scatterboo's gone.
He would not be a Frank Gore guy. I'll tell you that right
Would it
now.
be a Todd?
Cam Scatterboo is faster than Frank Gore.
What about Taj Brooks? That's a Frank Gore type of guy, maybe. I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
I way too. I'm not.
There's a
but-
bunch of running backs here that are roughly the same. Like, I don't, whatever. Whoever they go with, like, as long as
Clearly-
it's not like, I don't know, Marcus Yarns or something, I'm cool.
It clearly seems that Jed's tipping this off as a running back, though.
Yeah.
Yes, it
Running
does.
back.
Well, I have to say, I go hard on. Could it be Damian Martinez?
Jordan
Miami?
James.
It is Jordan James.
I'm-
You don't like Jordan James?
I'm an Oregon Duck fan. He's cool, I guess. He's all right.
That's the guy I thought it would be if it was a running back for him, and if it was Frank Gore. You don't like Jordan James? It's okay. Tell me why. I'm not mad at you. I want to hear. I'm not judging.
Go ahead, Jess.
Oregon doesn't run any traditional style running game. And so you're talking about a guy that ran solely out of shotgun for his career in Oregon. Not a good pass protector, I don't think. Not even a great receiver. He's quick-footed. He is decisive, but he's not overly powerful. He goes down pretty easy. I don't know. He's all right. I think he was a very good college back. We'll see how it translates. I don't hate it, but
No.
It's okay. I mean, and again, if you look at his profile, I will guarantee people are like, oh man, he just powerful runner. No, trust me, he goes down a lot easier than he should against players that shouldn't take him down that easy. It happened on a regular basis. So it's cool. I mean, I'm not hating it. It's an Oregon Duck. I love my Oregon Ducks, but not my preference at running back. But we'll see. Frank Gore loved it, so Jed York loves it, I guess. I don't know.
So you got a guy he's 5'10", he's 205. He's got 29 3/4 inch arms, which in pass protection is no bueno. We've got
that's one of his weaknesses.
Yeah, a 10-yard split of 1.62 as a running back. You've got a broad jump, a 32-inch vertical. So 21st percentile vertical, 40th percentile broad. Explosive metrics are bad. And I hate but because we're going, this matters, right? It's running back. You're looking for so your explosive metrics suck. Your 10-yard sucks. Your length sucks. Your arms suck. He does have 9.5-inch mitts, and your height weight profile is low, and you're not a speedster. You're a 4.5 to 4.6 40.
Yeah, I will say when I talk about pass blocking, he's not great at it. It's not because of effort. He identifies well, he tries. He's just not.
He's a good runner. He is a good runner.
Yeah.
I will say this. The running part that matters is playing running back, and I think just more of what I've seen from him as far as his knack, his intuition. I do think him and Devin Neal are similar in that way, right? Where they're not going to wow you in the metrics, but he does seem to have go to another Oregon guy, slightly different. Bucky Irving, also not the biggest guy in the world, also not the fastest guy in the world, right?
Bucky was quite a bit more explosive, though, I believe.
Was he though?
I think so.
But was he?
I think he. Yes.
I don't know about that.
I'm just saying. I watched them back-to-back years, side by side. They both played together. Bucky Irving was a clear better player than Jordan James. Clear better player.
Right. Well, I look at this and say it's probably Bobby Turner. He's saying, I want a one-cut back. I want light feet. I want production. And that's what Jordan James gives you. 1,200 yards, a lot of TDs. So it fits what Bobby Turner prefers in a back. And the problem at running back
durable.
was just
He is durable.
who was Kyle willing to live with? The negatives with Jordan James apparently were comfortable for Kyle.
Here's Bucky Irving's metrics from last year. Now he could be fantasy football. Bucky Irving could be the number 1 pick overall. He could be a top 3 fantasy pick. Here's what he was: 5'9", 192. Same hands, same shorter arms. The 1 percentile wingspan, 60. He had sub 70 wingspan. That's not even possible. Okay. Identical 40, similar 10 split, lower vertical at 29.5, 28 and 17% broad and bench. 5'9", 192, 5'10", 205. We're looking at roughly this. I mean, I don't know. And then when I thought of style, I kind of felt like it wasn't that dissimilar.
Go watch film on both of them and tell me that they are even. Bucky Irving was far more explosive.
Where did Bucky
measurable, sure, but as far as on the field, Bucky Irving is a lot more explosive than Jordan James.
I mean, I trust you, but I'm also, and I love Bucky Irving in the NFL.
I'm not saying it's an awful pick. I'm just with other running backs that were there, I'm slightly disappointed. And again, this is coming from an Oregon Ducks fan.
You're an Oregon fan, yeah.
I trust me. I like Jordan James. I'm happy that he's drafted. I hope Tez gets drafted soon. I'm fine with it, and I hope he crushes, dude. I'm 49er fan and Oregon Duck fan. That's perfect. Yep. I hope he crushes. I just feel like if you're going with a guy who's more of a pure runner. We talked about Damian Martinez earlier. Tom, I know you're not a Damian Martinez guy, but pure runner, I think Damian Martinez is better. But we'll see. I mean, time will tell. We'll find out.
No, and I just feel like when I thought of it, it wasn't the Oregon recency bias of they're the same team. I was like, when I watch Bucky Irving play and I watch Jordan James, I think both of them, because they know their athleticism profile isn't like Raheem Mostert, right? Track star. Is that they do tend to succeed because what it means to be a running back and have that intuition, how to absorb contact, how to get skinny in situations without, I do think they have a similar play style. And I can see, I actually kind of, I think of Frank Gore a little bit here, another guy who wasn't a burner. I guess Jed's tweet kind of makes sense. But again, I'm going to say jury's out for me. I just don't think you need to go running back here from that profile, because I think now you're leaving yourself with 1 pick left in the 5th round.
Jaden Blue went 2 picks later, so we'll find out, right?
Right. But where are you getting offensive line? Even if you didn't think even if you thought you were rolling out with those starters, isn't it still important to try to get guys in the building? Isn't it still important to get guys to develop? Isn't it still important to get guys to compete? And they are, Ryan and Grant nailed it. They said that this was going to happen. They said they're content. This is going to be the starters. And they were right.
Yeah, O-line's not changing. It is what it is.
No, it ain't changing. No, there's no way in hell now. Nobody's going at 160 that's going to start this year. Ain't going to happen. They're not going to play this year. They're not going to play. They might not play ever. I just say it at this point, 160.
Yeah.
And there's players I like. Right. But I hope they don't go offensive line here. Just so they have no excuse. I don't wish ill on the Niners, but I do hey, if you really saying these are our guys, show me and get the best player available that's not offensive lineman here. Show me that. Roll with these guys.
Yeah. Yep.
Trent Williams is going to look. Trent Williams, his ankle, he's not going to make it through the season. I'll put anybody wants to put a $200. I'll do $200 right now. I might even get. I'm not drinking it anymore. Not like I was not like I was going crazy, but I'm only drinking water. Maybe by the end of the day, I'll go 500. He will not make it through the season. Somebody send me a bet. Let's put some Venmo handshake and just do it. He's not going to make it through the season. This will be his last year. I guarantee it. And his ankle is horrible right now. I know this. Colton McKivitz, Jalen Moore just got a contract with the Chiefs. What are you going to do with Colton McKivitz next year? If Jalen Moore got money as a swing tackle to be a starter and Colton McKivitz is already your starter, what do you think that's going to cost? Is that where you're going? They probably are. They probably are going to extend McKivitz.
This is bad. I don't like. I mean, from what I see from Jordan James, I don't get the pick. I don't get it. He's a tough runner. You know, I haven't seen him do any like pass protection yet. But there's nothing distinguishable about his game. He's not necessarily fleet of foot. The size and the metrics are all average. The only thing that I can say about him is that he is a bell cow back. They used him a lot. You know what I'm saying? His durability, you can count on
he's
that.
durable. He is.
Yeah,
durable.
I don't think that he'll get hurt. And he seems to be a savvy runner. I will say is that he's a phone booth guy. So he seems to be more effective in between the tackles than he does in the open field and necessarily getting to the outside. This is first watch, just me watching him. So we do have somebody that I feel as though that in the red zone, in short yardage downs, we're gonna have somebody that can still be on the field in 3-by-1, in 11 personnel, and still get a guy back there that we're not afraid to turn around and still give the ball, and he can get 3 to 4 yards in between the tackles. So I do see that. You just would like to see like an uptick with somebody that he can actually run in front of, like a guard or a center.
I'll say this though too. You know, the thing that the 49ers have been missing for a while now, and they didn't use Jordan Mason in this way, or maybe he couldn't do it, but that for sure guy you can hand the ball to on 4th and 1, 3rd and 1, that is going to get you the guaranteed yard.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan James is also not that. I don't know how many times I had to watch Oregon on 3rd and 4th and short, not hand the ball off, or hand the ball off and watch him lose yards in the backfield. Like, so that's not what they're getting in this. And so it's, if you want to go with a guy who's a more of a pure runner and, you know, supposed to be a powerful guy, you probably want a guy that's going to go forward in those situations. And that's not what he was at Oregon. So
can I interrupt this for 1 second?
Colts.
DJ Giddens just went to the Colts, but
Colts. Yeah.
Everybody talk about Shadur Sanders. You know what he's doing right now? His video, he is authentically celebrating. There is not an ounce of sadness in his eye. He is having fun. He is celebrating with his brother. They are all hugs. It's not contrived. This is not a guy that's like sitting there, you're going to regret, blah, blah. Like, well, you think that this guy, like, this dude isn't like crying in the corner. I don't know, man.
He was on live streams last night talking about it. Like, hey, whatever, it is what it is.
If this guy's such a problem, then why does he? Like, to me, that shows you like this guy. He doesn't care. I just feel the narrative around him is ridiculous. But DJ Giddens goes. Jason Marshall was a guy I've been mocking every mock in the 7th from Florida. He is the Dolphins take him in the 5th. You could call it a 2-round reach, if whatever you want to say. Alden, I'm on the show, buddy. Yeah, that's a good pick. And that's my son, Alden, who I did name after Alden Smith without telling my wife. That's where that came from. She's like, oh, it's Alden's ice cream. Like, yeah, it's a nice name. So there you go.
Yeah, and I think this is the fun part about this, right? Is now we get to watch. So we took Jordan James. Jadon Blue went 2 picks later, 2 picks after that, DJ Giddens. I imagine there could be another running back or 2 in this round. That's where the comparisons are going to come.
How do they go get the guy that we've all been fawning over? What do we not understand?
So Jordan James is going to be compared to all of these guys, and we'll see who ends up being better. Like, that's the great thing about this. Like, we have direct comps that were picked within a few picks of him that we get to say. Yeah. Let's see.
I got to text my guy. Go ahead, Tom. My bad.
Friday saying in the chat that Jordan James hasn't fumbled. So these are the kind of things that contribute to why they're picked.
Yeah.
Jordan James is great at setting up his blockers, patient, one cut back, good feet.
Yep.
And those are the kind of things that Turner values, and Kyle.
Mm-hmm. No, I like Jordan James.
As a result, that's why they made this pick. Now, is Jordan Watkins or this back from Oregon going to actually see the field?
No.
Unless there are injuries? No. And so why are you making this pick? Because Kyle refuses to deal with the whole line. And I don't get it.
And this is my guy texting me right now. I don't want to hear anyone that gives props to Niners draft, but have bitched and complained about OL. And we'll continue to do so.
Right.
I don't want to hear about Brock Purdy running for his life. I don't want to hear, but what would you do if you didn't have anybody in front of you? I don't want to hear that
shit.
But I don't want to hear people retweeting and say, God, proud day to be a Niner. Don't do that stuff, guys. Don't do that. Like, this is the thing. It's all roses and rainbows. But in the season, you're like, but like, well, what?
They had the opportunity. He's on the board, and they passed, and they took toys.
I mean, look, let's go through the offense.
Thank you, Tom. They took toys.
Go through the offensive linemen that are available. They've been available. Like, all the guys we're talking about have not been picked. I talked about Logan Brown and Johnny Cornelius. You're looking at interior line, Marcus Mbo. We were talking about him in the third round. We were talking last night about 75 potentially for him.
Yeah.
Miles Frazier, Jackson Slater, Joshua Gray, Luke Candery. You're talking about, like, they're all here.
Then go get them. I mean, you're coming up again at 160. Like,
and by the way, wouldn't it be amazing if you draft one of those guys and they're better than what guy you got? Why don't you find out? And like you said, Tom, we've seen with Jordan Mason, man, as soon as CMC came back. Now, KOC. Does KOC line up Jordan Mason to be the start? No, he's got, I can't even speak right now. Andrew, oh my goodness. Aaron Jones. I almost said Andrew Jones. Aaron Jones. Jordan Mason will be an RB2 in there. You think KOC is going to treat him like he's a pariah? As soon as the starter's out? No.
They're going to give him his due.
They're going to give him his due. KOC, it's like, and then people go, see, the 49ers fleece the Vikings on. I mean, it's always like shilling for the GM. Like, you got to question your life when you're always going for administration, when you're always shilling for the boss, when you're always shilling for dad. You have to like start thinking about what that means.
Something else came to mind too. Go ahead, David. I'm
good. Yeah.
Something else came to mind too. The Lanning Lynch connection.
Yep.
John Lynch is enthralled with Dan Lanning, and their relationship has gone a long way. And you got to think that they had a conversation about Jordan James with Kyle, John, and let them know exactly what they feel about this. This is one thing that worries me about this, is that we've clearly been going through the draft, and even to Jed, up to the owner, this has been Salah's draft.
Yep.
Up until the last two picks have been John and Kyle. Yep. And we are looking at the last two picks like, what the hell are you doing? I think that it's time for these dudes I'm very disappointed, man. Like,
there goes Marcus Val right there to the Giants.
Giants.
Right after Jalen Rivers went. So 2 offensive guards. Boom, boom, back to back.
You see what our draft does when Kyle and John take over. Like, They go for toys. They go for relationships. They go for conversations. They don't actually go and look and do the work and find out exactly where guys lie in the draft. They rely on who the hell they talk to. Right? That's why they have so much to talk about after all of these picks. If you look at all of the picks that they had, what do they have? They have an entire month's worth of stories and relationships that they've had with these guys, where it's not scouting these guys, but it's basically just having wooing them until it's time to pick them, rather than, all right, we understand where you stand, let's move on to the next guy. Every time that these guys get a chance to pick, there's always some superfluous story about how they know the coach, how they've been looking at him for 2 years, how they were already locked in. You don't think that there was somebody who could have creeped into the process within 2 years?
Yep.
You had your decision locked in that long? So I'm sorry, man, but Jordan James is just another.
It's picked
He's
by
a combo
network.
click pick, baby. That's what it is.
Yeah, well, it's picked by network, and I think that because they had success with Ayuk, with Herm Edwards saying, "This guy's great, take him," I think that success led them to pick by network, and that's what we're seeing now with this, because they sent a fleet of people to Eugene. They were all over that for the Oregon Pro Day,
which makes me. Hey, I wouldn't be mad at Ferguson hasn't gone yet, has he? Is Ferguson gone, or is he still? Terrence Ferguson, tight end.
Oh yeah, third round, second.
Was he? Okay.
He was second or third.
Ferguson that early? Shoot, I don't remember him being picked. Larry Woodard says, "I'm captain positive, and that pick was rough. I just don't understand it. Please go O-line." This was back when they took receiver. I'm sure you're super happy now. Tyler Ashton says, on defense, we care about line, but on offense, meh.
Nope.
Jamin, these are all before or after the wide receiver was taken. Jamin says, all this whining and there hasn't been a run on the line. Well, they passed on a line again, and now the run has started. Love you guys, but the tears and made up Kyle stuff is annoying. What did we make up about Kyle?
What are you talking about?
Did it not come out of their own offensive line coach's mouth last year that they prefer guys that get touchdowns over the offensive line? What did we make up about Kyle Shanahan?
I mean, what are we missing?
Love you too, Jamin, but listen, we're not making anything up, man. They don't prioritize the offensive line. You can tell that by the drafts. You can tell that by free agency. And if you don't believe that, you can tell that by their own offensive line coach's mouth. He said it.
I'll tell you this, it's not my show, but I don't love you. I don't like being told I'm whining when I'm giving my reaction of analysis and the context of what's going on. I don't like being scolded like I'm a kid. And we're not scolding. We're talking about context. We're talking about, this is not, again, a new regime that's come in first year. Like, let's give them a chance to get their get their feet underneath them. What is this now? Year nine? Year nine, correct? Guys, we had a decade of this.
Yeah, it's like when he says the Kyle stuff, it's like, no, you must be new here.
Yeah.
You just got it. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you mean the Kyle stuff? As if we just we're the only channel coming up with our own narrative. Like, dude, where have you been living, under a rock? Like, what's wrong with you? I don't understand. Like, don't gaslight with these comments. Like, I'm just tired of the Kyle stuff. The negativity kills me. Shut up.
Yeah.
Well, how many people has Kyle put on the island of misfit toys?
Right.
I mean, Kyle Williams, Dante Pettis,
at wide receiver and running
Danny
back specifically,
Jacob Cowan.
All of these misfit toys that don't play and then just go.
Ronnie Bell.
And instead of those guys, they could be taking trenches. They could be taking offensive linemen that help them. But Kyle wants chess pieces because he's the chess master. He wants, I want this specific piece for this specific play in this scheme. He's going to do this for me. As opposed to valuing front line. Well, yeah. I mean, I went nuts. When they took TDP over Kirby Joseph, I went ape.
Come on.
And now Kirby Joseph, all pro, getting a ton
Danny
of money.
Gray. How many more tools? Kyle got that one on a bender.
TDP. Give me a break. Too many misfit toys. That's not something we're making up. It isn't a fake Kyle thing. It's what he does. And the failures line up for 8 years of Kyle doing this.
If the Niners had won a Super Bowl, they should have won. There's a lot of this stuff that people are like, gonna eat. Okay, got it. It's like, again, best roster in the NFL, and each year you've been to the Super Bowl. So forgive me then when you do that, and then you're going to have holes, and then you fail to longitudinally address them, and now you're in a spot where even though that dearth of players that you failed to address, and now you get to this draft and you still continue to not address it, because this isn't just about this year, folks. Like I said, Williams is going to retire soon. McKivitz next. This is about building for the future. These are not about just like plug and play necessarily. But Kyle Shanahan has no interest in developing players. I'm going to tell you that. Kyle Shanahan has no interest in developing players. He wants you to come play now. And if you have to develop, if you have to struggle, he has no time for you. And so, like Tom says, he wants a chess piece that says, okay, I like this guy coming to the door. Well, that's not how it works in the 5th and 6th round, guys. And then you're waiting.
You know what sucks about that part about Kyle is that him not developing people is an excuse for his ineptitude as a coach. Because what happens is that he goes out and he gets players that naturally do what he wants. So he doesn't have to coach them. So he brings them in and says, well, use that 4-3. That's all we need you to do. We already got you in. You've already got your skill set. But if you get somebody that's actually better overall than the player that he gets with just traits, Kyle would have to, dare I say, coach the guy. He would have to sit down and actually draw syntax between my system and your skills. And guess what? That's a give and take. That's not a wholesale over to the player completely changing his entire. Kyle ain't LeBron James.
Yep.
Well, you got to change your whole game just to play with him.
Nope.
Okay. You got to be able to play with the guys that you bring in. And that's what this stuff is. Kyle gets toys. He brings in toys. Danny Gray. He got Danny Gray when he was drunk in Cabo. Bumped into his coach. You should get this Danny Gray guy. Danny Gray? All right. Let's take a stab at him. Like, this is not thought-provoking stuff. It's easy. It's laying on the surface.
I just got to say, man, I look at the Chiefs draft that you took Jeffrey Bassa, and I know we talked about this reach. They have not taken a single player that has been, let's see here. They have not taken a single player that has been reach on consensus at all. Like within the margin of error of like plus whatever. I always say, hey, if it's like plus, even like 5 to 10 either way, right? Like the Chiefs have Josh Simmons, Omar Norman Lott, who I'm not like, I get he's a specialized player, but if he hits doing what they want him to do, I think it's a fun player. Ashton Galati, I know he's got the little T-Rex arm, but like what have you? Noel Williams, Jalen Royals, Jeffrey Bassa.
I love the Noel Williams and Jalen Royals.
But you look at the Niners and you're like, you get to the first 2 picks, and I know you got Alfred Collins, but like
I'm over Alfred Collins. I'm over.
But Nick
Hold
Martin,
on.
Upton
Can
Stout.
I say this real quick too? I just want to throw this out there because this happens every year where it's like, oh, so you think you're smarter than the GMs? Every year, David will go and put out a shadow draft.
Yep.
And pretty much, I think every year your shadow draft ends up being better than what they did. You're like, hey, at this pick, I would have went here based off of how the draft fell. And you do that every year. And every year, you're on it.
And I don't hit on all of them. I don't hit on all of them.
Nobody hits on all of them. I'm just saying, but when you compare, you're in the building and above most of the time. So it's like, it's not as if just because they do this, that they're always right and they're the smart. This isn't, I don't know, man.
But Coach alluded to it. There's so much politics, but there's also so much personality. It's like these interviews. Oh my God, this guy was a good. Now we're going off vibes, man. I was just on an interview and a teacher. Now I can tell the difference between a teacher that comes in who's just blowing smoke and putting their best foot forward, and somebody who's like, okay, yeah, but what can you do? And like, what have you done? And what skills do you have? And like, what other things do you do in your life that would be a dynamic person in front of kids on on stage all the time, right? These coaches that sit here and be like, I just fell in love with this guy. Why? Oh, because we cracked, it's cracking jokes, right? We're shooting the shit. He gassed me up, right? Can't wait to play for a Hall of Famer, right? Oh man, that guy loves ball, right? Like this is what I'm telling you. I have guys in the league that talk about this all the time, and it's why teams run in a hamster wheel in certain ways. And folks, it ain't that hard. Like all the guys sitting on camera right now, all of us up here, none of us are God's gift to what have you. But the bottom line is like you said, just like, I'm confident, not in my ability but I'm confident in my ability. Like I don't need to be in the GM circles to like put together a decent draft.
No,
right? I don't need to be like, and all you guys got to disabuse yourself like that. This is like we're like, these are all Stephen Hawking's like top of their field, right? Like PhDs in you don't get to, NFL players are the top of their field. GMs, they're just dudes in a suit that somehow, some way, like from whatever
they're guys
reason,
that got law school, bro. GMs are not God's gift to earth, man. They're not rocket scientists.
No,
like they're not anything special, bro.
No,
but in this draft, though, what we're seeing is the best GMs are nailing this, and the people with flawed processes are blowing it and reaching.
Yeah. I'll tell you this.
Part of the separation in the league is GMs, because look at the
Bucks
best
just went with
draft.
Elijah Roberts.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'll tell you
back
this,
to back
man.
edge rushers they went. Yeah.
When I was at Bowie State, I had like a lot of firsts, especially coaching. Like, and when I coached there, you get like, you rarely on the level of football that I was coaching at, when you get somebody who gets like NFL consideration, it's a big deal, right? We don't have a lot of NFL guys walking through our school, but they come every year because they do their due diligence, right? Mm-hmm. So there is every year where you do get to rub shoulders with the scouts and the NFL guys. And my offensive coordinator at the time told me to watch out for a couple of things. And he said, number one, of course, don't say anything about the player that we don't want him to know. Be careful on talking about anything specific about him as far as grades or any type of admin stuff. Always push that stuff to me, because scouts are going to like to mosey around the building. They're not just going to talk to one head coach. They're not just going to talk to their guy. But one thing he did tell me is he said, you notice all the teams that suck, the scout comes in and he goes straight to the head coach's office. He goes in there, they call in the coordinators, and he gets basically a rundown. Who do you got? Who do you like? These coaches could be telling these scouts anything about trying to promote their dude. What's the best tape you got for him? What's the worst tape you got for him? Bring him in. What's his name? But the teams that do their due diligence, those are the teams that they tell us to watch out for, because those are the scouts where you might just be walking to lunch to the calf, and the scout may pop up and just start talking to you. You may be at class checking to see if the boys are in school on time, and a scout may be in the parking lot waiting outside of the poli-sci building. Like, hey, yeah, don't you run scout team? Hey, tell me about Kari Lee. Tell me, hey, how's he on a Wednesday? Right? Tell me about that time he got injured, because I heard that they're going to do their due diligence. And one thing that I've realized with the Niners is that every time that these dudes come in here talking about their relationships, it's always top down. Tell me what you got for us this year.
David, what do you got?
Go ahead, David.
You're muted.
Jed York tweets out safety to safety. Okay. Now, it looks like he's saying it's going to be a safety here.
Safety.
And I'm saying
not smart.
But why is he doing? Because the picks are already in. They already know. And it's like they already know the other guy's picks are in. I'm assuming if I'm going here, if let's say I don't know who he's talking about, if there's some guy in the room that was a safety or something like that, I'm hoping it's Keaton Crawford. That is my. Now Tom and I are on the same page with that.
I'm a Keaton Crawford too.
I could see it being Jalen Reed. I could see it being a Hunter Wooler, Cabo Boy, a Dan Jackson, Cabo Boy. Sebastian Castro doesn't have juice. Marcus Siegel's a great athlete. I'm hoping Keaton Crawford. If it's Keaton Crawford, I'm gonna get a little excitement in the room. Mm-hmm. Now I don't know what safety to safety means.
Well, John Lynch. John Lynch.
Safety, yeah, John Lynch. Yeah,
safety.
John Lynch likes him.
Went over this Iowa boy's head. Okay.
That's pretty funny. Yeah. Okay. Well, so if it's a safety, here's the top safeties available through ESPN. Anyways, RJ Mickens is more of the same of what we have, so I would hope it's not that. Jalen Reed and Keaton Crawford both are types of players that we need. Marcus Siegel, Sebastian Castro, Maxine Hook, Hunter Wooler, Dan Jackson, and then it just goes down and down and down from there. So that's what we're looking at. Well, I did see Dante Trader went. I did early on in the process like Dante Trader. He went to the Dolphins, but there's still a couple guys that we take.
Did you just say Colin Oliver? You just said that? No. The Packers pick. The Packers pick linebacker, the other running mate with Nick Martin, Colin Oliver. Both those guys I thought would go in the 7th, but they ended up going higher. So now they're on the
Colin Oliver ends up being better than Martin. That would suck.
He won't be.
I don't think that'll happen.
He won't be. But I'm gonna go Keaton Crawford here. UNR,
like it.
Stay on the West Coast. He's got juice. So. He's got range. He's got utility. So. He can play deep. He can play in the box. I think, like I said, I'd rather go. To be honest with you, I'd rather go with a player that is good than offensive lineman that's never going to see the field. I'll say that now.
We might go tight end here too.
I think the safety thing. He's been tipping off.
He's been tipping off everything.
Yep.
Yeah.
Safety. So it's Keaton Crawford.
Well, it could be Jalen
or Reed.
Yeah,
or Reed.
And I'm full disclosure. I'm not going to freak out about that either. I'm not as high on him, but
he's one of my guys.
Well, at least if somebody's on defense, we understand what they're doing.
Yeah.
I've got Jalen Reed is a guy that I would have been okay taking from 113 on. So
hey, Jess, I got to knock at the door. I'll be right back.
So Steve Mensch, who does it? I mean, Steve Mensch has Keaton Crawford as a 146 value, right? So like I've been mocking him in the 5th right here. This is where I've been taking him at 160 every single time.
Yeah.
So to me, this is not a reach whatsoever. If it's Keaton, I don't think so. I don't think it's going to be him because it's not going to be my guy, even though I had CJ West go right in the spot I've been getting him, but I think it's a possibility.
Emma Reed. Come on, please.
I hope it's not RJ Mickens from Clemson. I'm not a big fan of him.
Yeah.
But again, if it's a safety, we know it's not an offensive lineman. So
it is Marcus Siegel. Now he's a freak athlete. He's a freak athlete.
Yep. I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad. Listen, I'm fine with that. But again, it's not an offensive lineman. So everybody that's like, "Yeah, you guys are bitching and they're falling." It's like, okay, well now here we go. How many more picks until we go again? And at this point, we'll be what, 7th round when we pick again?
And Marcus Siegel isn't a reach either. This is exactly he's a fifth or 6th round prospect, and he is. Right. I mean, I got to go look up his metrics here.
He's about 6 foot, 200,
5'11", 199. Yeah, I mean that's so. Let's take a. I'm going to take a look. I've been kind of doing my homework on him lately because I thought he'd be enticing. I think they tend to get guys with traits like that, you know. And again, I just got done saying that you roll the dice on guys with high athletic profile upside in round 5.
Especially here, yeah. So looking at his combine testing, 437.40, 18 bench, 38 vert, 130 in the broad jump.
Wow,
huge.
10-yard, 1.5
and 1.5 and 10, and productive. 3 picks, 3 PBUs.
Yep. Oh my God! Here's the thing:
touchdowns.
Sorry. The Eagles just took Smile Munden.
Yeah, and that's okay.
I know.
I love Smile. I'm just saying, I love Smile. So the Eagles took Smile Munden. We went with our guy 100 picks earlier. We'll see who's better.
The thing with Siegel though too is he has short arms. He does have short arms, but not in the 10th percentile. He's the 30th percentile in arm length, but he is actually good against the run. Like he is willing tackler. And it'd be interesting to see but the arm length is, I mean, yeah, he is not 31 inch arms, big enough hands. I'm not worried about that. And that's the thing with speed though. That's what I want. If you're going to be a little bit shorter, I need you to have the willingness to hit. I need you to have the willingness to, I have the ability to run, like the cover ground. And he does have that. I think I'm totally, I have no problem with this pick at all.
Okay.
I'll tell you a player that we haven't talked about. I mean, for good reason. He'll never be a 49er. But Kyle McCord, man. You know, I'm looking at the Steelers who didn't take Shadur. The Jets, they have a dicey future. Kyle McCord's a guy that I'd like to see go here soon to some of these teams. He's a
Kyle McCord?
I don't think he's been taken, has he?
Hold on, who did we get? I just came back.
Marcus Siegel.
Marcus Siegel, safety, Kansas State.
Oh, he's a freak.
Yeah.
No, this is a good pick.
I'm very intrigued by this pick. I'm glad they didn't. I
like that pick.
Yep.
But that means unless we trade back up, we're not getting a offensive lineman until round 7.
I'm out on the line. I'm not about to worry about something that's not.
You don't trade up now. Take stabs.
I know. I'm just saying.
But you know how I found out about Marcus Siegel? From looking at DJ Giddens and watching DJ Giddens film. And I was like, dog, I know I'm supposed to be watching a running back, but they safety is cold. Who is this? I like Marcus Siegel, man. You know who he is, honestly? He's like a light-skinned version of Malik Mustafa with a little bit more ball skills. Like, he's fast. I don't know what he runs, but I know he's fast.
4.37 with a 1.50 10-yard.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think him and Mustafa can play side by side though, too. That's the great thing.
Yeah, they can play on the field together.
And they're both aggressive. They're both hard hitters. So you're bringing some juice. Yeah. I like that. I'm fine with this pick. I like this pick. Yeah.
The only concern with the aggressive play is 15% missed tackle rate as a result.
He's aggressive. But the thing about him is that I think that they would keep him away from the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
A lot of his missed tackles that I've seen is him coming down in the box. Let Malik, I'll put it like this. What Malik lacks, he has, and what he lacks, Malik has. I think that this is a good pairing. Malik is a lot better in the box, going downhill. That's where I see a little bit of struggles from Siegel because he's a little light in the ass. I think he's like 195.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So him coming barreling down, we don't need him to do that. But he can do it though. However, he's not Malik Mustafa in that regard.
Well,
But as far as in space, Malik Mustafa is not Marcus Siegel in space. Marcus Siegel has good angles. He takes good pursuit. How many picks does he have on the year?
I think he has like 6 over the last 2 or something like that.
I like this pick, man. That's a good free safety
He had
pick.
3 picks this year, 3 PBUs.
Yeah.
He's a good free. I like him. And he's a senior too. So he's
and a leader. He is a team captain.
Yeah.
He's also a special teams, a really good special teams player. And at
this late, then if that's all he ever ends up being this late, and he's a special teams ace, that'd be a great pick.
Still value. Yeah.
I will say this though: consensus big board. If you're really going by that, is the consensus has him as late seventh UDFA, right? I don't agree with him being UDFA, but
I don't either.
If you look, if you really look at that, it's been, and I forgot he started his career out at North Dakota State. So then he moved and he transferred to K-State. And so, you know what? And I'll tell this: North Dakota State. You can say whatever you want that program. They do a great job of developing players that have the ability to get into the league and get into the other bigger. So I'm intrigued by that. But let's look at here's the consensus: Mykel Williams, -3, so 3 above big board. That's not a reach. Alfred Collins, I know you said 21 above. That's where I said I had him into the second half of the third.
But all the defensive tackles were reaches technically to that point. So it wasn't
so here's the delta: -75 for Nick Martin, -95 for Nick Martin, -75 for Upton Stout, +8 for CJ West. So that was the first pick they actually got value on according to consensus. The consensus is not the Bible. Jordan Watkins, -146. Jordan James was actually a +23 on the consensus. Okay. Marcus Siegel, -105. So the 49ers have cemented their status as number 32 in reach delta. Yeah. They've averaged -18. That average is going down.
Well, there's a couple of things we asked for that we got in spades. We said that the Niners need to stop the run. They have addressed that. Okay. Yeah. We also said that they need to address the trenches on the defensive side of the ball. They've addressed that. We got a safety prospect who can actually play as a center fielder and take off 1/3 of the field. They've addressed that. We need a linebacker that can actually blitz at a high clip and be a good tackler and to draw competition out of the guys that we already have in Graham and D. Winters. They've addressed that, as well as bringing on Curtis Robinson. So what I would want right now from them, go out, probably get another edge or you could be greedy and go get your another corner if you want to draw some security. But right now it's all on the O. You guys got to go get offensive line, go get a tight end. And you went and got your running back. You went and got a receiver that you didn't need, but the rest of the draft is on the offense. Defense has done what we've asked them to do.
Well, so I didn't know Marcus Siegel was also a high school, I think I'm reading this right, a relatively accomplished high school wrestler from Nebraska. I think he's from Nebraska. I might or not be getting this information wrong.
Black dudes that wrestle are a different breed.
Well, the Niners, I got to find out.
I'm trying to tell you.
Well, I mean, I'm from Iowa where wrestling was king. And in our little town, our high school coach, Gary Christensen, was the all-time winningest high school coach of any sport in America back in the 90s. And the people would come out of the woodwork, sending guys to Iowa State. The bottom line is wrestlers, you're right, dude. Like the work ethic, the determination, the sacrifice is unparalleled to me. And I wasn't a wrestler. I was an endurance athlete. I coached cross country and track. I've been a competitive amateur marathoner, Ironman, stuff like that. That wrestling though, man, I was a rower too. I was a University of Minnesota rowing team. And that's a difficult sport, bro. Wrestling there's nothing like it. And so the guys that I know I know they've been through hell and back to succeed. And they've drafted 3 guys this year. I got to figure out who the other 2 guys, Rob Guerrero just said that have wrestling backgrounds. So one of them is Siegel. I'm not saying that's like got to say, hey, he's got to be successful. But that is interesting.
Michael Williams, I think, was a wrestler.
I know you were gutted, Jess. Smile Munden went right after us.
I know. To the Eagles.
I know that hurts you.
To a team that usually knows what they're doing, that hurts. To piggyback on what Coach says, and guys, I put it in the disclaimer. This is the positive portion for those of you that think we're only negative, so pay attention. I want to make sure you guys know. Don't miss it. Don't let this go by you. All right, this is it. So to piggyback off of what Coach said, regardless of what you think about reaches or this player or that player or whatever, the 49ers told us they wanted this draft process to make them younger and more explosive, more athletic, faster. They've done that in spades.
Oh, yeah.
Every single player they have taken, for the most part, is a extreme athlete. Jordan James, not so much. Alfred Collins, not so much. But everybody else, if you're just looking at the measurables, extreme athletes. So they have done that, and we'll see how it pans out. This is, hey, when you pick up a copy of Madden, you're going after a bunch of 60s and 70s, but they got 99 speed. Niners did that. So we'll see how it pans out here. It works in Madden. I'll tell you, that's a great process in Madden. And speed does play. So if you can trust Robert Saleh and Kyle Shanahan to get these guys under control, you might have something here. So, I will say that is a positive, because that is what they said that they wanted to do. If you guys are going to get negative, let me know. I'll take the banner down. I just want to make sure.
I want to confirm that speed also works in NHL 95 on Super Nintendo. And I have always played with Calgary Flames because of Theo Fleury. When I was a young buck and I was living in my basement watching MTV and mastering that game and beating up my brother 30-0 with 10-minute periods and no offsides. Okay. A manual goalie, so that he would hit X on accident. The goalie would be up the out of the crease. Okay. Speed matters. So if you want to go back, get into a tournament. The Canadians are crazy about this. They do these Sega Genesis Super Nintendo tournaments, NHL 95. You play no offsides because it's impossible to do it, and it's just all bets are off. And I will still take Theo Fleury. So Marcus Siegel, if you're our Theo Fleury, I'm good with that. You're from North Dakota. It's close to Canada. It works for me. Nice.
Nice. All right, we got a bunch of super chats, so I got to fly through these. I feel bad. We're making these guys wait. Jesse Thompson says, not happy with the wide receiver, but Lynch doesn't lie. See, we're 45 minutes behind. I got to get through them. Jason, thank you, by the way. Jason says, James is the next running back to lose his spot to a UDFA. Maybe. HR says, how many, HR department's in here. Guys, watch your P's and Q's. How many times does the organization have to let you down before you believe them? They are out of touch with reality and inept as the Cowboys. Go Warriors. I don't know about the Cowboys. That's tough pill to swallow.
That's a whole new level.
Yeah. Harold McAllister says last two picks are D grades and all Kyle. He's talking about running back and
the receiver.
Obviously, that was before we got Marcus Siegel. Spider 369 says, I say we draft another running back. They might. 9-7. They might. Listen, and this does happen, by the way. And you're watching it happen with Tampa, and the 49ers traditionally have done this, where they will take these late picks and they will get a same position just to make sure that they got the right guy. So don't be shocked if they end up with another linebacker or a running back or what have you, or a corner, just to make sure that they got the right guy. So that's a possibility. Showtime 2118 says the Duck community is not happy with you, Jesse. I know. But listen, I got to be honest in what I'm thinking. I would love to just sit up here and celebrate every Duck, and I'm happy for him. And I hope he crushes it with the 49ers. There were better running back prospects, but we'll see. Carson Taylor says, I don't get how you draft a running back that doesn't fit your own zone run scheme. We haven't been able to run the ball outside since Mostert. Okay. Andrew says, Walter Nolan will run us over twice a year. We haven't addressed the interior offensive line. I'll tell you that.
Can I ask a question, though?
Possibility. Yeah.
Can you go back to that last super chat?
I already dumped it down. But
I'm sorry. Yeah. So we haven't had a good outside running game since Mostert. So ask yourself this. If we haven't had a good outside running game since Mostert, and the only replication of a good outside running game was Christian McCaffrey outside of Mostert. Would you say that would be a product of the scheme or a product of the player?
Oh. Yeah, Black just went. I like that pick.
Little bit of both, really.
Yeah, I think it's both. I don't think it's one. Andrew says Walter Nolan run over.
To Coach's point, though, I think that scheme is a more of part of that than the play.
Well, but again, I'm fine. Like I don't have an issue if they want to start running duo. Get more of a power run scheme. Sure. I'm fine with that.
If you've got the OL to do it.
If you've got the offensive line to do it, and that's the other.
But that's why one would say, why don't you get players that you can teach duo and teach outside zone rather than getting players where you're specifically designed for. You know what I mean?
Well, right. We see the biggest, strongest interior offensive lineman. We go, he's a Raven guy, or we
don't need that.
But not us. He won't be coming here. We know that. And it's like, well, that's the biggest, best athlete at guard, but we're just gonna mark him off the board because we know no chance. He's not coming here.
I hate our version of football, bro, because it's so particular. It's like, why are we so specific? You know what I mean? Like, I hate the fact that a Mailata with Philly would never work here.
Never.
Mailata would be on the bench here. He'd never play. And we'd have to hear Kyle complain about the fact that he can't cover his 7-step drops, or he's not fast enough to reach on outside zone. And, he can't play. It just kills me how after a while we start realizing, people who can't play for the Niners, it does not mean that they can't play football.
Jackson Slater just went to the Titans. Speaking of interior offensive linemen.
Yeah.
Okay. Smack Jones says malpractice. Get a running back when you know teams ahead of you are going to prioritize linemen. Where is the common sense, the feel for the league? Damn easy.
It's easy to see. I agree with you, Smack.
Flav says York saying safety, QB safety. It's O-line. Never mind. Fair enough. Flav also comes in and says, let's hope Brock has a rock solid life insurance.
They're not
Flav, you're on
O-line.
one today, brother. You're on one. Andrew says, if we get only get about 8 wins and Purdy gets injured after being sacked 85 times, do you think Kyle gets fired and Robert takes his job? Did you see the way that Jed York was just celebrating every single thing that has happened? He better not fire Kyle after this. I mean, he's enabling the hell out of him. What are we talking about?
No. The thing that I'm going to be looking for is, when is the out for Brock Purdy? Because I think that becomes the time frame for a full out exit at coach, GM, and quarterback. Okay. Hopefully it's a year 3 out in his contract. We'll see, but that's something I'm going to be paying very close attention to.
That means 25, 26 after 27 is what we're talking about. That's a while.
Yes.
That's a while.
Yes. We got 3 more years of Kyle as GM.
Yeah. Jason Letts says safety pairing comp, Merton Hanks and Tim McDonald. Listen, I'm not I'm not going that far. That'd be blasphemous at this point, but I do like what they're doing. Drew Kendall just went as well. So Jackson Slater, Drew Kendall back to back.
Who picked up Drew Kendall?
Oh my God.
Eagles did, of course.
What's the offensive line we just got finished talking about?
Yeah.
So I step away and 2 of my favorite guys in the draft go.
Yeah. So Double B Studios says at this rate, defense will allow low yards, but the offense will gain none. What will Kyle do at offense? Do the Niners really believe in their current O-line? Yes, they clearly do.
Oh, it's a given. It's a given.
Yeah.
Get DeAndre Berry up here. I
wish there was a poll potential. Like, if you could put a poll to comments, for people who are watching. I mean, I'm really genuinely interested. Like, sociologically, how many of you thought that they would not address OL through the first 5 rounds? I don't look. You can say whatever you want. I guarantee you I bet there's not one person out there that really, 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 really thought it wouldn't happen at all. I thought they'd address it at something. I mean, all my mocks. I haven't been doing multiple, and it hasn't been a lot. And I always said the only guy, Membu, was my guy. And I said, if it was not Membu, I'm not going the first, and I'm not reaching in the second. Okay. But it was sometimes waiting to the 4th, sometimes not. But might have been an OT, sometimes an interior, maybe oftentimes only one. But I always had at least one. I had never done a
Three
mock with
straight, guys. 3 straight. Jackson Slater, Drew Kendall, and then Zoff Frazier just went to the Bears.
Yep. And this is round 5, correct? So it's like, so you're not 6 and 7 to me is like the base. Round 5, this is supposed to be the Niners round. And I'm not saying no knock on Marcus Siegel or Jordan James. And again, there's things that people know about medicals that we might not. And, that I get that.
Spoiler alert. I think the Eagles will get another A from most people in this draft.
Dog, their draft is nuts. Come on, man. Look at what
you wanted to talk about DeAndre Berry. Is that what did I pull?
Yeah, like I don't understand how you don't see that our biggest issue last year, we were playing around the offensive line last year. Like that's how bad the O-line was.
And we lost 2 offensive linemen that were in this rotation. One was a starter and the other one was heavy in this rotation. We're gone to free agency and we've done nothing to address.
We've done nothing with the offensive line, and our starting left tackle is coming off of season-long injury, and we don't even know where he's at yet. What are you talking about? We're gonna play 3-on-3? Like, is this gonna be flag football? What we talk? We can't play 7-on-7. I don't think. I think that Kyle thinks that he's smarter in the process. He's always treated the offensive line like pawns instead of a weapon. And we always get in front of teams where, all right, put it like this. If offensive line doesn't matter, then what the hell are we doing on deep? What the hell we been doing on defense for the first half of the draft? Trying to stop the run.
DeAndre, I get it, but have we not talked about what we have been doing? What are we talking about? Were you not here for the disclaimer when I had the banner that came up? Did you miss this when we went positive for about 10 minutes and jocked the draft? Were you not here? Where's the disconnect, man? I even tried to put the scrolling thing on the bottom to let you know this is the point. I did all of that for you guys.
What I'm confused is I'm looking at the top. Maybe the viewers can't see that. We've been on here for 3 hours and 21 minutes exactly. What do you think we have?
And 3 hours and 25 minutes have been talking about the O-line, David.
I mean, honestly, I've been with Jesse Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night. My son's sitting right here. And my son's looking at me like, what am I going to say about my son on YouTube? Oh, then am I a good dad?
No. You muted it. Wait a minute.
Am I a good dad? He's nodding. Okay. You're right. Like you know where your bread's buttered. Now go get me a sandwich.
Gregorius Greg says, why don't you guys think Kyle values the O-line? It's crazy.
Because I think he thinks that he's got a golden goose because of the outside zone. The outside zone is predicated on walling off defenders. And the reason why it was created is specifically so you don't have to get 5 silverback gorilla offensive linemen up front. The outside zone was built in a time where you body on body blocking was the way of running the ball. Okay. We didn't block by committee. We blocked by individual Bob blocking. And what happens is that the edge rusher of the NFL back then, the high price receiver of the NFL back then were offensive linemen, were tackles, guards, and centers, where you had to spend an exorbitant amount of money to get a Larry Allen, to get a Jonathan Ogden, to get an Orlando Pace, right? And football is about money because it's about building a team and fiscally making sure that the scheme matches the money so you can bring everything together to win congruently. And the reason why the outside zone was created is because defenses were getting way too powerful for offensive lines that didn't have all of those 5 guys, those 5 great guys up front. So outside zone was invented, and it was predicated on getting scrappy guys with veteran playing time who came in, who were fast, who had enough speed to get to the outside and wall off big defensive tackles, big outside linebackers who couldn't flow from sideline to sideline, and we created cuts off of that. And it was a fiscal way how to build a team. It's almost like everybody, back in the day, everybody had to get a diesel V8. When outside zone came in, they invented the V6. And it was equitable, and people didn't have to spend a lot of gas mileage on their offensive line. What happens now is that now everybody's got a V6. Okay, so it's not special anymore to have offensive linemen that are fast enough that can run. Everybody can run the outside and inside zone. It's really now about identity and who you are rather than going to go get the outside zone, because the best outside zone offensive linemen right now are still getting drafted in the first and second and third round. So Kyle thinks that he's getting away with murder because he's going to get lesser offensive linemen down the line, but that worked in the 90s. That doesn't work anymore. So you're going to have to invest in it now. You can't get a cheap O-line anymore.
Well,
you got to invest.
And look what the Patriots did. And I always said that I don't believe at the top of the draft, drafting for need over premium player. And I do think Will Campbell's a really good player. I'm not like head over heels about him. However, this is a team that said, you know what? We can't trade out. We're going to sit here. And it might not be the best player completely on our board. Maybe he was, but they still went and addressed it. They take Jared Wilson in the third round. All their other picks, Travion Henderson, Kyle Williams, Craig Woodson, Josh Farmer, Braden Swinson, every single one of those players has been on my list on guys I would take on each iteration, each day 1, day 2, day 3. They made my board somewhere, somehow, right? I guess what I don't think it's that hard to do. And they still addressed offensive line if they needed to.
Bird Creature says, according to Larry K, we needed to hit on pretty much every draft pick in order to return to contention. I would agree with that. How would you guys grade this draft? First of all, I agree with that. I said that this is a 2 draft process. There's no way you were going to get it all in one. It's just not possible. Even if you took all the guys we loved, there was going to be guys that are missing.
We don't even know what they're going to do once we get them.
Right.
No.
So there is that. And let's make sure that we're clear about that.
Yep.
But this draft is the foundation to, are you good again in 2026? Or are we waiting until 2027 and beyond, depending on how next year's draft goes? So that's what I'm looking at, is this is the foundation towards the future. If I'm grading that, I mean, right now, I don't know. I don't think they've been horrible. I just without kind of thinking and in a box, I'd probably put them at a B minus ish. But you know, it is what it is. There's got a bunch of teams that drafted better, but again, give me some time to digest this and throw it out. Do you guys have a letter grade at all, or you want to wait on that?
I do. I wait. I'm not a big. I was telling Rohan last night. As a teacher myself, I'm always like letter grade. Like I get it. I know what you're saying, because in my mind, I'm thinking I won't do the letter grade. I'm just thinking you had a lot of stabs at it, and I'm like, so if I had less stabs at it, I'm looking at other teams that I like that they didn't have as many draft picks. So let's say it was just Michael, Alfred Collins, but then the third round reaches. But then you got CJ West. Okay. But everything else, I'll be honest, Watkins, James, Siegel, Martin, Stout, even though I love Nick Martin, and I'm actually kind of intrigued by Upton Stout. All 5 of those guys, those selections, I was just like, nah, right? So that's hard for me to go B. You know, if I were to do that, I'm also just, the jury is out. I get that. But to me, if you're taking if you have a lot of dart throws, what they do, Miles Frazier.
Frazier, yep.
So if I go to Detroit,
look at the teams that are getting the guys that we want and what they do.
Well,
I'm sorry, David, but
no, you're right. I mean, Detroit they went Tate Ratledge in the second round when they needed a line. They've taken 2 guards.
They took Tate Ratledge and Miles Frazier, who I wanted. Like, come on, man.
Yep. And they did make a real head scratching trade up for Isaac Tesla, right? The CEO of the
wide receiver. But when we're saying, you know, everybody's like, hey, you know, I get it that the 49ers took a linebacker that you think is a reach, but shouldn't we trust Robert Saleh and he knows what to do with linebackers? That plays with offensive line when it comes to the Eagles and the Lions. So if they are taking guys that we are saying, Niners, hello, pick 113, 138, 160, this is who we'd love to have, and then they get them, it probably means they're pretty dang good prospects, and it's not just us up here talking a bunch of trash out into the ether. They agree with us, and they're the best of the best at this. So
this is the Super Bowl winning champions out here picking right now. They just rolled in the biggest, most aggressive offensive line in Super Bowl history. Okay? They knocked off the perennial winning Super Bowl team in the Kansas City Chiefs. I think that they have a little bit of time on task to be a subject matter expert in getting offensive linemen in the draft. I think. Maybe. Just maybe.
Yep.
Flav says, are there any O-line guys that you thought could step in and play immediately still there? If so, there's no way we don't trade up. This is nuts.
Yeah. But what are you going to trade up? Like with what? 3 7th-round picks?
Yeah.
They can use picks from next year with all the comp picks that they're going to receive. They could do that if they want to. I don't think they will. I don't think it would be smart to do so. I'm just saying that's available as an asset if they wanted to go that route.
Okay, so talk about
draft grade. Sorry, Dave, go ahead.
Oh, I interrupted you. That was my bad.
Draft grade, I would say C, because too many toys, too many reaches. But there are players I really like. I like Michael Williams. I like CJ West. I believe in Nick Martin, even though he was a reach. And I think Siegel is a nice player. The thing that I really like about this is that Saleh has drafted in a way that kind of fits by what the level is requiring. So you need an edge that can shut down the run. Michael does that. You need a linebacker that's sideline to sideline. Martin does that. And so each time he's getting the physical skill set necessary. And with Martin and with all the skills that he has, speed plus power plus explosion, Siegel, speed, and he's got ball skills. I mean, it's the right combination of skill sets for what that level requires and how that collectively fits into a picture of how they can succeed. Saleh knew they needed to get faster and they needed to get more violent. And I think that's what they've emphasized here.
I want
that part of the draft I like.
I want to say this real quick too, for those of you that say, hey, how do you know that it was a reach at linebacker other than big board, right? Like these are a bunch of peoples that are pushing papers that don't know what they're talking about, apparently. How do you know that they took a reach there at 75 taking that linebacker? Well, here we are in round 5. And the linebacker run has just started with a bunch of prospects that were, in most people's eyes, as good or better than what we took. A bunch of linebackers have gone. In round 5 alone, we've got Shamar James, Jeffrey Bossa, Smile Munden, Francisco Maigua, and Chris Paul Jr. So this is when the run happened. So they definitely could have waited until at least round 4 to take him. At least.
Yeah. The run's happening now. Yes. It started at Smile Munden.
Yep.
But paying attention to what everybody else is doing and valuing the draft position itself is not something this team ever does.
Jackson Halls, that's our that's who we could have got. Jackson Halls is basically my blocking tight end comp for the guy that we spent $20 million on.
Reading a tweet from Brad, they said I was a madman when I didn't pick an OL until the 5th round of my final mock draft. Well, how y'all feeling now? LOL. Well, we didn't pick one. We didn't pick one in the 5th round.
Yeah.
It did. You did, but we didn't. Nobody. The Niners didn't.
Weird game of runs.
Like, how is that a flex to be happy that we're not addressing a need?
I have no idea.
I'm just reading. I'm talking
about with Brad. I'm talking Brad. Like, how is that a flex?
I'm just confused because we didn't take a tackle though. We didn't take a lineman in. So, I mean, I waited.
Like if we had taken Jackson Slater or Drew Kendall or something here, then it'd be like, okay, yeah, cool.
I have.
You know what would happen if we? I'm sorry, David. You know what would happen if we'd have took Drew Kendall or Jackson Slater? Brad would have went back and said that he scouted him 2 months ago and he knew that the Niners were going to go and take him. So, like, come on, man, stop.
It's true. The thing is, like, and I just look at this. Yeah, I could say things. I don't. I actually had mocks myself where I waited to the 5th, but you have 2 5th-round picks, and I just because I didn't want to reach on a player that at that point didn't fall the way because I was enticed by premium players at other positions. I actually don't have a problem with that. If for whatever reason, don't put yourself in a position where you are reaching on a player for positional need. That being said, to go through all 5 rounds and not taking a lineman is malpractice. So I mean, I'll have to look back at my mocks. I'm pretty sure I waited a lot most of the time.
6 Minute Abs, great name by the way. How can you get a full workout in 6 minutes? Niners draft is cheeks, no O-line, no title. Okay, I don't know that it's cheeks, but Rod Simmons says, trust me, Oregon running back had my old schoolmate Carlos Laughlin as his running back coach, who was at Ohio State in the past season. They put in the work. No, listen, Jordan James, I know is coached well, and I know that if he's not a good player in the NFL, it's not because of lack of trying. Like the effort is there, the want to is there. But we'll see how it pans out. Showtime says, are we wrong about the O-line? Free agents get paid when they leave. Why is there a disconnect between the fans' opinion of the O-line and the NFL? It's head scratching. I don't know. We'll see how the whole Banks and Jalen Moore thing.
Supply and demand. The league is starving for O-line.
Demand, yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, there's a tear off on O-line, I think. So, Spider 369 says Mac Jones might be starting sooner than later. No O-line. Carson Taylor says
really going to be our left guard.
I don't know. Carson Taylor says at coach, the run scheme left with McDaniels. Also, didn't John get a promotion to president of football operations? Can we get a new GM?
I like that.
We need a new GM, but Kyle is not going to allow that. Kyle, even if they brought in somebody and said, this is our GM, it won't matter unless Kyle is stripped of final personnel control. That's what has to happen. Until it does, no rings, in my opinion.
Theodore Price Jr. says in 24, Brock Purdy got sacked 31 times, Mahomes 36, and Hurts 30. There's a lot of context that's missing. Great raw numbers. Mahomes dropped back probably 150 more times, I would imagine, than Brock Purdy. Without looking it up, I bet you that's about where we're at. So that's one. Jalen Hurts is a running quarterback. So often when you take off to run, you get caught behind the O-line and you lose yards. That counts as a sack. And I would also say this, listen, I talked up the first half of the season. I talked a lot about how Brock Purdy was walking into sacks, and I think he ended up ranked number 1 as far as percentage of dropbacks to sacks he walked into on his own. Okay. That is a track stat. That being said, though, it doesn't mean that the offensive line shouldn't have been addressed today, because it absolutely should have been. The offensive line and pass protection was better than what people give it credit for. That can be true. Also not good enough. That can be true. And that's where we're at with it.
Yeah. Can I give you guys my I was drafting at the 2nd and 18th selection, assuming that a team was actually there at every spot. Can I give you my shadow drafts for that?
Yeah.
Let me just give you a rundown here. Okay. If I can find it, if I'm not an idiot. Guess I am.
Well, listen. Okay, sorry.
Well, yeah, I'm an idiot. That's right. Travis. Here's one. Travis Hunter, who had at CB. One team I have Travis Hunter, Trevion Henderson, Kyle Williams, Shadur Sanders, Braden Swinson. The other team I have Derek Harmon, Trey Amos. Noah Williams would have been weird because it's 2 corner, but still, I could have actually done that. Derek Harmon, Trey Amos, Derek Harmon, Trey Amos, Noah Williams, Josh Farmer, Marcus Bowe. Now you tell me, for 5 rounds, would you take either of those? Would you call it that's shadow drafting at those spots? Are those bad? Would that be a good draft?
I'd take your draft over theirs.
Yeah. Give me that 18 draft. 18 is behind where the 49ers are at. So
what I'm saying is that is it's not difficult to draft good players.
They're there.
It's not difficult to not reach. And it's not difficult because the idea that I think the thing of the reach is that you're banking on a lottery ticket. And maybe not Powerball, but you're banking on slim odds. It's like, and that's a bad poker player. Those are the guys that lose their whole that they end up in divorce court after they get back from Vegas. The wife's ready to serve them papers. Okay. I'm serious. And it's like, this is where my concern is that you get so focused and enamored. But we know, like anybody in any other sector too, is like, you have to take blinders off. You have to consider, I tell my students, my biggest rule is, try to prove yourself wrong, not prove yourself right. And also consider that you might be wrong. Do not believe every single thought that goes through your head.
Ooh,
And I don't.
That's a good get.
But I also say my buddy Al, who I'm going to dinner with, retired physics teacher, smartest, kindest, most loving person, surrogate grandparents to my kids. He always says, and I put on the board, there's nothing worse than mediocrity that struts. I've mentioned this on this show. I've mentioned this all the time. There's nothing worse than mediocrity that struts. And that's the kid that comes in. And I always said, hey, if you want to half-ass, do it in silence. Don't peacock. Don't peacock stupidity. Because if you make your business my business, I'm going to make your business everybody's business. And I will make you, and it's going to be fun. And I sometimes I look at the Niners and other teams, it's not just the Niners, like kind of beating their chest with like mediocrity. And it's not trying to be the smartest guy in the room, man. Like,
I'm with it.
That's my grade. I'm not going to give a letter grade, but that's my grade. I feel like this is a decent draft for certain players, but you had enough dart throws, and I feel like you treated all of those like dart throws. No, the idea is like, I got 11 picks. Let's take 3 or 4 of those to be dart throws. But let's make the other 7. Let's really let's not think that I'm the smartest guy. Let's consider other voices and go with it. Doesn't mean you ignore your own evaluative process, but you consider that you might be wrong. Like, what are the sheer odds that I might be wrong on this player? And I think the Niners are just so they will not consider that.
Well, look,
why? Because no one is there to tell Kyle no.
Yep.
What are the mistakes in this draft? All of the offensive picks. What are the best picks in this draft? All the defensive picks. Because Kyle is not directly involved in those. That's solid.
Well, very clear. Yeah.
What we have smart teams that drafted towards the end of this draft. And they do it all the time because they're also good very often. Let's look at the Ravens. Let's look at the Ravens. Let's look at the Chiefs, and let's look at the Eagles. When this draft is over, all of those teams picked 20-plus picks later than the 49ers, or 15 to 20 picks later than the 49ers. Every single round. Go look at their drafts and compare them to the 49ers. And I will guarantee you that if you're being objective, you're going to be like, I like their draft better. And you should probably, because every year they tend to draft better than the 49ers, no matter where they are at. No matter where they are at. So
I will say this.
If we're thinking that, I'm sorry, if we're thinking that there are 2 drafts, because it's clear that there are.
Yeah.
Then you would have to say, all right, let's say you're Kyle, Tom, and I'm Robert Saleh, okay? And I know that I picked before you. Right. But I also know that I have a certain allotment of picks and you have a certain allotment of picks. So when it's my turn to pick, I know that I'm going to get the guys that I truly want at that position, right, for the value. However, when I get to the latter end of my picks, I'm going to be picking what will be perceived as reaches because I know you're about to pick coming up. So when it's my turn to pick, the guys that I may be thinking about may not be there by the time you get out of the way. So when I get to the latter end of my picks, a Nick Martin seems a lot more enticing if I know that I only got 2 more picks before you pick up your receiver and your running back, right? And if I know that Upton Stout fits exactly what I need, all right? However, he's got some questions about him. And yes, a value pick later down the road would be a Noel Williams, right? But I know that Noel's not going to be there by the time I pick back up. I get tagged back in by the time you do your bidding. So if we're starting to look at how this draft is rolled out, this like literally just hit me. If we're looking at how this draft is rolling out, Nick Martin doesn't seem that much of a reach, if you know, and Upton Stout don't seem that much of a reach when you know Kyle comes in and knocks our socks off with Jordan Watkins and Jordan James. You see what I'm saying? And then he comes in and he's like, all right, well, now that you've done what you had to do and we had to suffer watching all of these guys bleed out, now we'll go get Marquise Siegel. So I'm honestly, I'm giving a lot of grace for the defensive picks because I see a plan with what they did on defense. The only true question marks we have are what these bozos are doing on offense and how they're not addressing O-line. Kyle's and this speaks even more to Kyle, because when you finally get your crack at it, what does Kyle do? He goes and gets a mid receiver, a receiver that fits his scheme, that he knows going to work on routes that he's been looking for that didn't get done last year. Okay. But what we're looking for is a succinct plan. So it would look like, oh, well, we've been going O-line this whole time. We're thinking when we see an edge, right? Or when we see a Michael Williams get picked or an Alfred Collins get picked, we know they're defensive linemen, but in our mind, we're still thinking linemen. We're just thinking from a team perspective, right? Yep. So when we're coming up, we're like, all right, well, we're 2 linemen down. It would be natural to just keep going line, right? Let's go ahead and go O-line now. Those guys are out there. But this is a house divided. So I got to get mine, because I know by the time you get yours, what I may need may not be there. Exactly. That's what's happening in this draft right now.
Great points, Coach. It gets to the point where Saleh and the scouts have to look at it and say that by the time I pick again, will it even make sense to take a linebacker? Or is there somebody like Martin that I can pick up after the Kyle picks? It becomes a lot more risky because they have to allow that. He has to plan ahead for the Kyle space in the draft.
Yeah.
And that makes it a lot more difficult, and it leads to reaches. But as long as you target what you need by level, and I think that's one of the hidden keys to this. Each level has key skill sets that fit into the whole. Each pick was based on exactly what they needed within that role in the defense. So, yeah, there are reaches, but they're reaches that make sense.
Tommy Murphy says, I think that was a really good point by you, Coach. Tommy Murphy says, O-line doesn't matter when you're tanking for next year. It does matter when you're about to pay a quarterback a crap ton of money and you probably want him to be protected. Flav says, not only that, Coach, but until we actually have a good O-line, we will always need to be up in order to win games. Still won't be able to come back in the fourth quarter because we can't have a drop back passing game.
Well, it also because quarterback just melts in the fourth quarter, but that's another story.
But I love that. I love that point, though, because what Kyle has is he's got basically a cotton candy offensive line. It dissolves with water. You know what I mean? So it's like they're only going to be good. They're only going to be good before a certain time. But once they start sweating, they'll disappear right in front of your eyes. We're not built to last deep in games. That's what a good offensive line does for you. It allows you to keep your playbook open deep in games. So, yeah. I'm just telling you, man. Kyle needs to he doesn't like the offensive line because he thinks that he can work around it with ball players. But when we see teams that have the trenches to go toe-to-toe and they slow walk us, they don't blow us out. When we get beat, we get slow walked. Not play after play after play. It's we beating that ass. 8 yards a pop, 6 yards a pop. We're running against you guys. We slow walking you cats. So when we play a defense that dismantles us, it's not the corner that we're afraid of or that rogue safety. It's the defensive line. It's always the defensive line that dominates us.
Yep.
So they're gonna have to deal with that.
D. Meyer says, yeah, go ahead. Dave.
I just wanted to say cotton candy offensive line. I could use that for so many different things. I'm going to use that in my classroom, man. It's just kind of like, yeah, when you see adversity or when you see you dissolve it's great when the sun's out, man. But when it's raining, man, you melt. I love that.
It's going to melt, bro. They don't hold up.
I'm using it on Monday. Monday, I'm going to class, telling my AP Human Geography students who haven't been studying. I'm like, bro, this is the cotton candy exam prep, what I'm seeing. Okay. It's nice. And it is going to be raining on Monday. We're going to get an inch of rain. I'm going to sit them out there and see what happens.
Yeah.
D. Meyer says, do you think with their weak schedule this year, the O-line is good enough right now to have success? Yeah, I mean, they can always scheme around it. That's what Kyle's done a great job at. Absolutely. But again, a lot of that is then going to depend on not only Christian McCaffrey being healthy, but is he Christian McCaffrey? It's one thing for him to be healthy. And I love that he came out, hey, I'm healthy. I'll go. No, nothing holding me back. That's fine, but that doesn't make you then 2023 Christian McCaffrey again. right? That's two different things. So you could be healthy, but 2029 healthy is not as good necessarily as 20 or 27-year-old healthy. So we'll see. We'll see how it plays. But they have to rely on health from guys that traditionally have not stayed healthy, and somehow that guys that are getting older can play like they're younger again. That's going to be tough. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
It's a risk on the games played. That the nature of the injury for McCaffrey is such that, yeah, you can get fully healthy when you don't do any work, when you don't have to carry the ball. Once Kyle says, okay, 20 carries, 20 touches, can McCaffrey hold up then? That's the question.
Yep. It's a great question. Adam K says, I kept saying we should have prioritized the O-line over the defense in the second and third rounds. Now we are about to pay Brock just to watch him get hurt and Mac Jones finish the season, and we will wonder why. Watch. Oh, God. I don't even. I listen, Adam, and I'm sure that you feel this way too. I hope this is one that you're not right about, and I think you hope that you're not right about that one. Chief Blitz with the albino alligator in the corner says this is the worst 49ers draft class in history. Only good picks are Nick Martin and CJ West. Watch when the 49ers don't make the playoffs. I hope they fire Kyle and Lynch. Embarrassing, not addressing the offensive line. Hey, more power to you for liking Nick Martin at pick 75. Flav says, guys, you don't need a good O-line if you have 5 running backs. You're getting McKivitz and you're going to like it. Gosh damn it.
Oh, yeah.
6 Minute Ab says, let's all pray. We need it. And then Joseph says, weak schedule ain't so weak anymore after the draft. Yeah, we'll find out. The schedule drops, I think, like the 14th or the 9th of May, something like that. So it's coming soon. At that point, we will break it down, talk about every team, where they got better, where they got worse, what have you. And we'll see how easy that easy schedule is. We'll see.
Jesus M hollered at you, Tom, in the chat.
Oh, yeah. He wanted Michael Williams, good comp to Justin Smith. My comp, and Coach and I both agree on this, is Roussel. I think that's the comp.
Yeah, that's our
Justin
comp.
Smith is more of a complete player, but especially the player that we knew later in his career. I think that Michael Williams can get to that point, but it's going to be a while. And Jesse had a great tweet on this on Twitter that there are things that Michael's going to be able to do right away that are really going to help this team, especially in setting the edge. But the pass rushing part of it, probably not. That's going to take some time. But once it does, then you might start to say, okay, now Justin Smith comparisons are justified. Right now, I don't think so. I think with Michael, we're going to need to be patient on the pass rush half of it.
I think there's going to be a lot of people, and I said this 2 weeks ago on this very show before he was drafted. If Michael Williams is the pick, there's going to be a lot of people grandstanding and being like, oh, he's a bust and this and that after 1 year, because they'll completely push aside the run defense and they'll look at the pass rush production or lack of. Mm-hmm. By the end of year 2, I think all those people will be on a milk carton because they're going to have to eat their words. So that's my guess for Michael Williams, but we'll see how it plays out. I think that's the case. A player career-wise that I think to look out for, some of you guys, older guys, will remember this. Justin Tuck came in, similar athletic profile, really, really good run defender. They were able to move him up and down that defensive line early on in his career to manufacture pass rush, and then he turned into a damn good pass rusher. So I think that could be something we see from Michael Williams. Flav says, wait, so can you guys discuss any O-linemen that you still like and that have potential? Yes.
I'm glad they brought that up.
Yeah, let me see who's gone off the board here because I haven't been watching, to be frank with you.
Xavier Truss from Georgia. I'm still like, this is my thing. We bellyached, but we still got 3 picks left, and there's still O-linemen out there. Quite honestly,
Jake Majors
is still out there. Also,
Luke Andrews still there.
Yes,
and
Jonah Monheim.
Logan Brown tackle.
Did Jonah Monheim get picked up from USC?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. No, he's still there.
Yeah, there's guys, man. So
Johnny
you know what?
Cornelius.
Jonah Monheim might actually sign to us as a UDFA.
Could be.
Luke Kandler,
Can
too.
we talk about Drew Kindle though for a second, just real quick? Cam Jurgens just got a monster contract from the Eagles, right?
Right.
At center. Remind me what position Drew Kindle is.
Center.
So you see Howie Roseman still addressing offensive line at the position.
Yeah.
And it's just like this idea that to me is the microcosm. I don't like using anecdotal like one things for the mic drop, but that's the kind of thing. They drafted Cam Jurgens when they still had Jason Kelsey as an all-pro.
2 years prior to him retiring.
Right? Now Cam Jurgens isn't retiring now, but now you're thinking Kindle, they probably think, hey man, Jurgens is sticking at center, no doubt about it. They ain't moving Jurgens. But Kindle are probably thinking, you know what? This guy has guard versatility. They're not drafting a guy to be a backup center, right? So you're still addressing it, even though that's the strength of your team.
Yeah, they're doubling down on it.
And this is the thing that it's frustrating to then go all through 5 rounds and to act like it's nothing to see here.
But I think it all plays though, man. Like when you look at the guys that they've had and they've overpaid guys, they've given guys money that they don't deserve, they've lost money. What happens is that when you get a draft, that's what happens. When you do that, you get into a position where you're going to the draft solely for backups, right? Because you don't want competition. You don't think you need it. You know, there was a time where even in our best years in this regime, they went as far as to say, well, you know, not every rookie is going to make this team. Right. Bullshit. Then you're not doing your job. Agreed. You know, you shouldn't be. They said that as like, we've done our level best. So there's no rookie that can come in here and win on this team. And it's like, yeah, but that's not what the Chiefs are doing. That's not what the Eagles are doing. They're still challenging those guys that got paid. That's the difference that I see when some of these drafts where they're purposely trying to find a backup, where this is the NFL, baby. This is a meritocracy. All right. I don't care if I paid you $1 billion. I'm still going to go look for your replacement the next year. I'm still going to go find a guy that can take your job, that's going to push you. If they don't like that, if they don't want to move that way, then we would have never found this team in the first place. We would have never got a Dre Greenlaw that got Quan Alexander out of here. We would have never got a George Kittle that got Brent Selleck out of here. We would have never drafted these guys that put real competition back into the team. So they need to really get back to building a team just like everybody else in the NFL, instead of thinking that, oh, we've got our guys. We got the best linebacker in the NFL. We got the best left tackle in the NFL. All we need is a rookie. So let's not get a guy that we're going to have to pay, right?
Eagles
or let's not
drafted Kyle McCord.
Yeah. They're having a great draft. They're having a great draft.
And that's a great place for McCord. I'm sorry.
It is. No. Talk about it. Talk about it. Yeah. Talk about it.
Because they have the offensive line protection, Kyle McCord can succeed knowing that he doesn't have to worry about running around. Mm-hmm. Kyle McCord on this team, you would have Kyle McCord-sized divots in Levi's. In Philly, no.
Also, Philly, you know, they got Jalen Hurts. Not that this is to replace Jalen Hurts. That's not at all what I'm saying. But listen, if Jalen Hurts has 2 down seasons and they believe in Kyle McCord, you bet your bottom dollar they won't be afraid to make a move. So, not that that's ever going to come to it, but, you know, they would do it. They're very harsh. Ollie Gordon, interesting name. I know that he's kind of fallen from grace here, but he just went to the Dolphins. Ollie Gordon was a Doak Walker Award winner in 2023. I think he was a finalist again in 2024. You know, I think as a prospect, you compare him to other running backs, probably not so special, but a guy that knows how to tote the rock and play. I'm going to pay attention to his career and see if there's anything that happens from it.
I will say that about Ollie Gordon, though. I tried to be like, hey, this guy. I watched the combine.
I did too.
I did my research, and I wanted to like him, and I just could not.
I have same thing.
I like Jordan James way more than Ollie Gordon. You know what I mean? So,
I do
too. And so, Ollie Gordon. You talk about upright runner. You talk about you just see him. A big guy as big as him, I struggling to sometimes get through contact is weird to me. and but I wish him the best. I mean, he has all the tools there if he wants to use them, but I don't know.
Jason Letts says, let's be positive. We have a top 32 O-line in the
NFL. Great, Jason.
Hey, man. Yeah. There's only 32 teams in the NFL. It's good just to be one of the 32 teams, man. Just to be one of them. You're there.
Adam K says, what happens if Trent retires right before the season? One, I don't think it's going to happen.
No.
Then pray for Brock Purdy, man. Pray for Brock Purdy if that happens. There's no other.
I'll tell you this, though. I will say this, man. Trent likes his money. Like I think, Tom, you might have said that or somebody. Yeah.
Yes.
Thought I saw you say that. And I got mine like a steel trap. I remember the tweet. But I say that just what I said about Trent, he's not going to make it healthy through a season completely. I'm not saying I'm not saying he goes on IR. I'm saying he's going to miss games, plural. Okay. And so this idea that I just can't see him playing beyond another year. I really can't. I'm going to be honest with you. No. So this is why, to me, and I said this, if you're not going Membu or somebody up top or Ben, whatever people wanted, whatever flavor they liked, right? Now you're going into 2026 and there's nothing you're getting in round 7 that's solving your problems. You're now going into 2026 with a distinct possibility of having to replace 2 tackles. Now that means they're going to keep McKivitz. Okay. But let's say so you're saying there that now I got to keep McKivitz. I got to overpay McKivitz. Right. I can't even do anything. I didn't do anything in the draft to even put me in a position to maybe consider not having to do that. Now I know that there's Vegas odds, strong odds that you are going to have to pay Colton McKivitz.
Yeah, because their hand is forced.
Yep.
And you don't have an option.
You can't say I'm a Super Bowl team.
It's the reason why we had to pay Trent.
Right.
Because they messed around in last year's draft.
Well, the reason they had to pay Trent is because they were to draft Tristan Wirfs. Right. So if we want to really go back to that, now you could say I love Trent. Trent's a legend.
No, I'm talking about pay him again.
I know.
Last year. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I get you on that. And I'm just like, this is the thing that keeps coming back. Again, I am glad they did not draft offensive tackle at 11. I did not want them to reach for somebody that didn't match. But I will say this. I also said I wanted them to trade back up into the bottom of the first for Donovan Jackson if they could. And the Vikings said nope.
Yeah.
I think it's maybe the best pick in the draft for a team that only had 4 draft picks. They said, wait a minute. We got Will Freeze. We got who's the other guy? Kelly, I think.
Yeah.
And then you've got Brian O'Neill and Darisaw, the best tackle tandem in the NFL. It's not close. And now you've got Donovan Jackson, who I thought is the best guard prospect. This is the best. They're the best offensive line in the NFL, and it's not close. You've got a young quarterback who I believe in. You've got Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison and TJ Hawkinson and Aaron Jones and Jordan Mason. You got KOC, who I think is one of the. You got Brian Flores on the other side, who's. Brock Purdy's like, your scheme's crazy, like after the game. And Brian Flores doesn't even, he's like, yeah, cool. See you, kid. And it was like this team, that to me is where I feel like the rubber hit the road, is that they did not choose to move up anywhere in this draft with 11 picks. They did not choose to try to navigate capital to get a bona fide guy who could actually play. And now this whole draft next year is like, how is it not like at what point?
Let's also not forget that last year was the best offensive line draft we may have ever seen. And they left that with one offensive lineman that can play on this team. A good one in Pooney.
A good one.
Yeah. So in 2 years, it looks like they're going to leave with one offensive lineman that can actually play on this team.
Go back 9 years.
You know what's wild about this? Absolutely crazy is that they believe in rolling out Jake Brindle at center for the beginning of the football season. Yeah. That's why I'm kind of reserving my disdain. They got 3 picks left. They can do something here. Like, I refuse to believe, like, okay, cool. Trent, your guy, you get it. You're paying Colton McKivitz, you got a starter, cool. Dominic's Dominic, all right? You like Ben Barch, whatever. But you're not going to do anything about Jake Brindle. He had embarrassing spurts during the season. Like, less than a pro, not bad as a pro, but you're not a pro. They have got to do something. I just refuse to believe they're not going to do something. Like, okay, the shock and awe is over of getting something that we think is viable. That's over.
Yeah.
They always like to do things that kind of troll us. All right, let's get a 7th rounder just to shut them up. I'm at least looking for that. Like,
and Jake Majors is still on the board. They could still address center and get a good one if they want to do that. But you go back to this team and it's just they don't value the position and it's how they do business. Kyle has determined that his cap blueprint is based on going cheap at offensive line, and his draft blueprint is based on ignoring offensive line to get his weapons. That's the history. That's the pattern. And that's a problem. Part of good GMing is taking what a draft gives you. And the Niners do that poorly. Look at last year. You got the best draft in 20 years, best tackle draft in history. No tackle taken.
No.
And it's what they do. And it's Kyle thinks he has the keys to the kingdom in ignoring OL, but it's why he lost to Kansas City in the Super Bowl last time. If not both.
Devin Neal to the Saints, Will Howard to the Steelers, it looks like.
Oh, interesting. 6 Minute Abs says the Ravens were solid. Campbell injury scares me. He's talking about for the Eagles. And that's why they doubled down and took Smile Munden, who's another good linebacker, 4 rounds later, just to make sure that they get it right, which is great. I want to talk about this comment real quick, too. Gainesville says, I think Drake Nugent can play. JH liked him. They need to give him a chance. And that's fine. But again, what was Drake Nugent? A UDFA. Why are we always trying to find the diamond in the rough instead of just taking guys that we know are good prospects?
They got skills.
Well, because the UDFA is the only
7th rounder, or you're right. That's the problem. It's the only option. Or you're relying on a guy who's been buried until he's 29 years old on the Miami Dolphins for. Okay, that's your next guy. Oh, look at this guy. The Falcons don't know what they're doing. He was their 3rd left guard, and he hasn't been there. Blah blah blah. Like he'll be our guy. We'll take him. It's like, okay. You guys are always the smartest ones, huh? You always know the best linemen throughout the league, so you can go find the diamond in the rough. The problem is all of the starters on the offensive line going into this season or next season, potentially, because the only one actually that is probably guaranteed to be there is Pooney. You might have 4 starters that you're hoping are
100%.
diamonds in the rough that work out. That's not a plan.
No,
that's not a plan. That's the only part.
Go back to Nick Zakel. What year was he 22 or 23? Somebody can look that up real quick.
Okay? I think him and Brock were together, so it was 22.
Were they?
22. Oh,
22.
Okay.
So he's going into he's going into year 4. That class was horrendous. Okay. And the only thing that salvaged it was Purdy way outplaying his draft slot. Okay. The bottom line is Nick Zakel was it Fordham? I think it was Fordham. Or Furman or Fordham. I can't remember exactly what. Mm-hmm. And I remember a guy I knew that was kind of said, hey, not a bad prospect, kind of a good deep dive, kind of a good get if he pans out. And the Niners said, oh, this is our guy. We've been scouting him since his freshman year. And he's a tackle, but he's got the movement skills to play in the interior and yada, yada, yada. So he put him back on. We think he could be the center. Now we're going to year 4. And I don't know if off the top of my head, after that 2022 season in the draft, where did they go offensive line in 23 and 24? Dominic Pooney last year, and in 2023, did they draft an offensive lineman? Am I forgetting?
I'll look right now.
I don't remember.
In 2023.
And so last year they took the SC lineman who they then cut. And he was picked in the 6th.
Yeah, yes.
2023
Bo Limmer was right there. Bo Limmer was right there.
2023, they did not draft an offensive lineman. Jair Brown was their 2nd round pick, their first pick, 87 overall.
He was third. Yeah, he was a trade up in the 3rd, and they had Jake Moody and Camelot too. Yep. What a horrible round that was. And that's when people get mad at us for the reaches of the 3rd round. But then I could go Tig Brown, huge reach. Jake Moody, the reach of all reaches, Cam Latu, a UDFA, and he's out of the league. Like that's why people we have the penchant or the want to say like, okay, so here's the plan. The plan was we scouted this guy from freshman year at Fordham, and now he's in year 4. So he went through 4 years of college. Now he's 4 years in the pros, and he still isn't playing.
Well, there's good reason. We saw him in camp. We saw him in the exhibition games. It was brutal.
Right, but Chris Forster, so why is it Chris Forster always getting all this credit? Am I supposed to? I'm not trying to say Chris Forster's a bad person, but Trent Williams is a Hall of Fame player. I expect him to be good. Dominic Pooney was a good prospect. People expected him to be good. He was not a reach. They drafted him at consensus, right?
You know why? Well, because he teaches the skill set. A lot of guys don't know the intricacies of outside zone. He teaches their way of running the ball. That's why he's valuable.
I'm not saying
I'm not saying you asked the question. No,
you're right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
He's bespoke to what they do.
Right.
See what I'm saying? They have a specific way that Kyle. This is the one thing that I've noticed is that from when Kyle's offense is peer reviewed across football, there are many questions from different elements of people who are outside, who have no connection with each other, right? And there are people who say, well, the drop back passing game isn't sound, right? The mechanics with the blocking and the drop back passing game are not sound. Some people look at the offense and say they really don't have a 2-minute. They don't have a hurry up element in their offense. That's not sound. Some people look at the route combinations and say that they're too long. Or Kyle necessarily has way too many receivers going short into convoluted areas of the field. But the one thing that I've seen with the offense that is confusing that works is that their guys are their guys. They evangelize their specific skill set coaches that stick with the offense because there's only certain people that know how to coach it the way Kyle wants it to be coached, right? So I feel like that's what Coach Forster's specialty is that he knows how to coach the outside zone with Kyle's scheme, all right, and make it work. For Christ's sakes, we're sitting here looking at the last time we were good, which was the Super Bowl, all right? And the last thing that happened in the Super Bowl was we had an offensive line failure where we pulled a center, all right? We pulled a center on the 5-yard line to draw out a linebacker to create a hole on the backside and left Spencer Burford by himself on a 2-way inside-out go with a linebacker and Chris Jones. So that's the type of scheme that you got to be able to coach up in Kyle's offense. Because anybody else who has any salt as an offensive line coach would say, we're not doing this shit right here. Why are we pulling the center in red zone at the? I don't like this. Can we just go body on body here? Can we just go straight up right now? But you don't have that type of autonomy in this offense. It's just got to ride. So you know that type of built-in stuff where you're pulling centers on the goal line. People kill Spencer Burford for that position, but nobody takes a step to look at why he was in that position in the first place.
Yep.
When you look at the offensive line,
great job, coach.
Right. When you look at the offensive line, though, we talk about all the UDFA guys, all the late round picks. They've stacked this roster with them. But when you look at who actually started last year at left guard and right guard, coincidentally, but not coincidentally, if you have half a brain, those were the high picks. Those were the high picks. They were the best players clearly compared to the people behind them that were the UDFAs.
Yep.
So when you take linemen high, they often end up being your starters because they are better than the guys you're getting late. Yet the 49ers continue to fill the roster with late guys and UDFAs and junkyard guys off of whoever's roster that have been in the league for 6 years on a practice squad. But when you actually give them competition against real guys now that were real prospects, they lose out, as they should. But we don't fill our roster with those guys because running backs and wide receivers, and that don't need to be on this team, I guess.
Toys over linemen. It is essentially this draft, and it's Kyle's regime. That's what he's done. That's the choice he's made. Why does Forrester get this much grace? Because he's given so few assets.
True.
People realize no offensive line in free agency and no offensive line in high picks consistently in the draft. You can't get away with that. But Kyle does, because he's the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. He's the OC head coach GM. So that's what happens. But now looking forward, if I could, one key point. Going into next year, the offensive line lack of investment, I think, is going to pile up to the point where they might have to consider an 81 style draft next year at OL. And as a reminder from history, that was the Niners had no defensive secondary going into that season. And they draft Ronnie Lott, Eric Wright, Carlton Williamson. They drafted the secondary in one draft. And I think that's what Kyle is going to be forced to do next year at OL, because it's going to be so depleted.
They were forced to do it this year at DL, though. That's not a recipe. You've got the most important position groups in football outside of quarterback, offensive line, defensive line. And we like what they've done along the defensive line from a prospect standpoint. We'll see how it pans out. We'll see if these guys are as good as we think they are. But they literally have neglected the trenches for so long that they're going to have to go into back-to-back drafts potentially and draft every player that they like at that position and hoping they can fix it in one draft. That is not sustainable success. When you've got teams out here that have great D lines, have great O lines, but they're constantly stockpiling it just in case. Those are the ones that have the sustained success. The 49ers now, hopefully they fix their D line all in one draft. We will see. They definitely are trying. Next year, they're going to have to try to do the same with the offensive line, and we'll see. But that's not ideal. It's not.
No.
And we're lucky. We're lucky that, all right, and we're even in a bad position where we have to pick the defensive line in one draft. But number one, we're lucky that there's even it's even a defensive line draft class, right? We could be having to pick with nothing here, and really overpaying and overreaching guys. And then on top of that, we're lucky that they're hamstringed on the coaching level where Robert Saleh gets to make those picks. Because if Robert Saleh wasn't here, I shudder to think what they would do with all of these D linemen here. What they showed what they did last year with all of the O-line here, and they didn't do anything but one guy. So what makes you think that if Robert Saleh was here, that they would go and pick these defensive linemen? What makes you think that they would have went and got Mikael Williams or Alfred Collins or Nick Martin, right? If Robert Saleh wasn't here, and you see what they did with the offensive line draft last year.
If Sorensen was still the defensive coordinator, what would this draft have been?
Facts.
Well, let's also talk about this. The defensive line is not fixed yet. Okay, so you have to remember, we virtually have no starters in the interior line. Okay, but I'm not saying today, like the players that they drafted before going to this draft. Give me your starting DTs. If you just pick two. Who are the best defensive tackles on the team, on the roster? Tell me, somebody.
Leah Davis. And,
hey, look at how long it took you. Look at how long it took all of us.
Givens.
Look at how long it took.
And Kalia Davis.
Yeah. The guys, like, this is the worst defensive tackle room in the NFL. No hyperbole. Yeah. So yes, CJ West and Alfred Collins is a great start. It's only two dudes. Okay. Sure. Mikael Williams. I love Mikael. Okay?
It's only one dude.
It's one dude, right? So you didn't fix it because coach, on the defensive line, on the offensive line, you're playing 100% snaps, right? Defensive line, you can't. You're expending so much energy and physicality and force. You cannot play 100% of the snaps. You can't do it. You've got to come in waves. So it's actually probably easier to try to find guys who can play 100% of the snaps on the OL. But you go next year, though, the quality of what you're going to get, right? It is, and this is the thing where it separates, and this is why 49ers fans unequivocally cannot say about the 49ers, look at how they've nailed the fifth round. I will also say this. There were a lot of dart throws over time And yes, the Niners have found some damn good players in the 5th round. Damn good. And you're like, I also want to say this. You have to give credit where credit is due. But I've also seen them go through drafts and completely whiff on every single 5th round pick, right? Sometimes you're shooting fish in a barrel, or sometimes it's like the blind squirrel finds an eye. I just don't think that's the way that you should go, to think, we hope these 5th round picks work out. In a lot of ways, I credit players. I credit players for maybe outplaying their spot. And like the Niners have really been bailed out by some really great players in the 5th round because they haven't done it in the first 3. There is not a chance in hell that you will be able to solve the offensive line next year. Not a chance in one draft. This year, we haven't fixed the defense.
They won't have a choice. My point is they won't have a choice.
Right.
They'll have to do it.
Right.
Whether the talent is there to do it or not, we don't know. Right now, there's 5 tackles that are projected for the first round. Whether that plays out over the course of the college season, we'll see. But and again, yeah, they're putting themselves in a position where they're going to have to fight their way out of it. And Kyle is unwilling in this draft to even deal with it, and that's just beyond me. Why are you making your weakness worse? You can't just ignore it. It's not going to go away.
So you could, though. You said the Ronnie Lott, Eric Wright,
Carlton Williamson. You get both DBs and your strong safety in one draft.
So again, though, at that position,
and the core of the team in the 80s in the secondary going forward.
Right. I would say, even though there's a learning curve at corner, I still think it's easier to be able to say, "Hey, let's go get some dogs in the defensive backfield," than it is to draft a whole starting offensive line in the draft. Right.
Oh, no question.
And so now what it's going to say is that they know they're not going to be able to draft an entire OL. So what are they going to have to do? They're going to have to overspend in free agency, which is the last place you want to go to sign guys that aren't on your team. Now, there is a guy on their team, McKivitz. They're going to have to overpay him because if Jalen Moore got money from the Chiefs, McKivitz is going to blow that out of the water. They're going to have to. And then they're going to have to bring some other guys. And so it's just, these are the things where I believe – can the Niners be competitive? Yeah, but as this plan, the iteration of this plan, I just feel like there's nothing worse than mediocrity that struts. This plan is mediocre. And I think that this idea that you go through this and it's like, hey, there's superficial level stuff. Like, hey, we got some good players. I believe that. I'm happy for that. I'm just saying, fans, you guys need to pump the brakes. Like, it's going to take a little bit. And I'm not saying you're not going to be competitive or make the playoffs. They got the easiest schedule on paper by far, right? No NFL team's easy, but let's be real.
Teams are getting better.
Yeah, teams are getting better. The Niners can make the playoffs, 100%. Okay, but it doesn't. You're not a Super Bowl contender yet, and it's not going to be for several years.
Got a bunch of super chats piling up.
Yeah, my bad. I'm going to have to. I'm going to log out for you guys. I got to go.
Okay. Have a good one, David. Hey, thanks for giving me 3 days, man. That was fantastic. I appreciate it.
Good dog, Dave. Thanks,
4 days. Well, Wednesday. Wednesday we did a show too. I forget. Yep.
I just want to say pleasure to you, Jess, but also Tom. Awesome to be on with you, Coach. I love it. My son didn't want to. He was embarrassed to come on, but
I was waiting for Alden. Alden, come on, Alden. I'm waiting on my guy.
He asked about you all the time. And so, yeah, it's been a great time. I hope you guys enjoy the rest. I'll be listening to you on my phone, but I got to go out and help my daughter drive. She just got a driver's permit. So,
man, here we go. Good luck with that.
All right.
Put Alden in the back seat.
What's scarier? What's scarier, watching a 49ers draft or your daughter driving? I don't know. You think about it.
You bet. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to this.
All right, bud. I'll talk to you. Bye. Oh, that's funny. Okay.
That's cool.
Bunch of super chats here. So Ramon Gonzalez, thank you guys for contributing. Really appreciate it. Says, I'll never forget Jones left unblocked in the Super Bowl. I know. But he was put in a crappy situation there. Either way, somebody was coming free. Dan Mab says, Trent, Pooney, McKivitz, Barch, hold out. Take Purdy money. That's right. Get your bag. Flav says, would you guys trade 227 in our 6 next year to move up and get any of these guys? I don't think so. Or
They're
do you
not
think
moving.
those guys will drop? And here's the other thing. I'll just say this real quick. A couple of years ago, and if you guys remember this, I don't remember. I think there was a center named David West out of Arizona. It was like DHAVID. Anyways, he was the apple of 49er fans' eyes. I mean, he were getting hyped up by all the YouTube channels and all. He was the guy. He gets undrafted. The 49ers end up picking him up as a UDFA. he never makes the team. Okay. I say that to say I love Jake Majors and have been mocking him for months, and Luke Kandra and these guys. But if the league eventually says, hey, these guys are undraftable or they're 7th round guys, and the 49ers pick them, I'm not going to then bank on them being viable options for the 49ers realistically. It's just not the way it works.
I remember West. Remember that center, man? We all thought he was going to be a guy.
Yeah, the guy from ASU.
Yeah. 6 minute ab says, Jesse, please read off the Eagles picks. Perfecto. I was actually going to read off all of the division teams picks and see what you guys think. Eagles are on the clock. Eagles are on the clock. So give me a second and I will read off the Eagles picks.
Colts got a good one too. And Tim Smith from Alabama.
They also drafted Riley Leonard. Grant says Kyle is too dogmatic with his philosophy and personnel. It's what undid his dad at Denver and DC. This is very, very true. And then Dylan Peterson says, thoughts on the Cardinals draft? Hey, perfect timing. We're going to get to it. We're going to go through all the division and talk about their draft here in a minute. Eagles. Okay, the Eagles just took Miles Hinton. It looks like a defensive or offensive tackle, another offensive lineman. Crazy. Okay. Let's somebody wanted me to read the Eagles pick, so I will do that real quick, and then we'll look at the division, and you guys tell me what you think about what the division has done here. First of all, the Eagles went Jahad Campbell at 31, Makuba at 31 and 32. They didn't wait. They have 2 picks there. Okay. Andrew Makuba. Second round pick 32. Andrew Makuba, Ty Robinson, Mac McWilliams, Smile Munden, Drew Kendall, Kyle McCord, and Miles Hinton.
Players that
knocked it out of the park. And again, they're picking last in most of these rounds. So
Howie, man.
There you go. Okay, let's look at the division real quick. Arizona Cardinals. Walter Nolan, who was my favorite at pick 11. Mykel Williams was number 2 in the trenches, but for me, Walter Nolan, I absolutely love. Will Johnson, this is questionable. Very questionable. Depends on the medicals, whatever. It sounds like Arizona was one of like 5 or 6 teams that were okay with the medicals. But at pick 15 in round 2, we're talking about a guy who was potentially going to be a top 10 guy at one point. This is great value. If he's healthy, they got a steal. If he's not, it's a waste of a pick. Jordan Birch, Oregon Edge, like that pick. Round 3, middle of round 3. Cody Simon, middle of round 4. And then one thing they did do, though, and this kind of went under the radar as we were looking at, Denzel Burke, cornerback at Ohio State. That is their Will Johnson backup plan, I think. If Will Johnson doesn't pan out, they're like, hey, we just need another guy. And Denzel Burke is a talented player, played at a big-time college, so that it could be a viable option for them. Listen, they didn't have a lot of picks. They actually traded back and were able to recuperate some. I think they only had, I want to say they had 5 picks coming into this. They turned it into 7. You look at the players they got, I'll give them a solid B. And where they got them.
Yeah, that's fair.
Give them a solid B. Okay, let's look at Seattle. They traded back in the first round, if you remember. They took Gray Zabel, pick 18. They followed that up with Nick Emanwari. Then they took the tight end Elijah Arrojo. Then they took their quarterback in Jalen Milroe. They followed that up with defensive tackle Riley Mills. Wide receiver Torrey Horton.
Good pick.
You like that?
I like the pick. Okay. Well, I'll let you tell me about it in a second. Robbie Ouz out of Alabama, tight end.
Robbie Ouz.
Okay, Oots, and then Bryce.
Is he from Canada? Oots.
Bryce,
that's my boy.
Oh, Bryce Cabell. Oh, the offensive tackle out of Kansas, Bryce. Okay. I don't know. Their draft doesn't move me. I love the Zabel pick. Love the Emanwari pick. Remember, we're talking about a head coach that came from the Ravens and had Kyle Hamilton in his back pocket. Emanwari, maybe he thinks can do a lot of the same things. At least athletically, he fits. So I like the Emanwari pick. I like the Zabel pick. I personally think they lost the plot as the draft went along. But if Jalen Milroe turns into a guy, that could be dangerous. But I right now I'd probably give them a C. What do you guys think?
Yeah, well, it depends on how Eamon Warrior is going to develop. He's got all the clay. It's just, can you teach him the game and teach him the system? But if they can, and one of the things that I had is a surprising takeaway. When you talk to the Baltimore people and the Ravens players on defense, and they say, it's not a complicated scheme. McDonald makes it very simple for us. We have simple, basic reads. If they can do that for Eamon Warrior, he can be a player.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But he has an answer for everything. That's the other thing the Baltimore Ravens players will talk about is we were never unprepared for any play. There was always the answer. It just was up to us to pick the right answer while we were out there. But he gave us the answers all the time, which I thought it was kind of interesting.
Yeah, but they also had DeCosta picking all those guys. They had a lot of talent.
Yeah, I know. Listen, we can go to the Ravens draft. I'm sure they.
Yeah,
I don't even have to see it to know that they crush it. Oh, you're right. The Rams got Ferguson. Gosh damn it. Okay. Terrence Ferguson is how they started their
tight
draft.
end too. That's a good
They
pick.
did. They traded out of the first round, picked up a first rounder next year. That is already an A move. Then they picked up Terrence Ferguson. Maybe a little early, but whatever. Round 3, Josiah Stewart. Then they went Jarquez Hunter. Then they went Ty Hamilton. And then Chris Paul Jr. in the middle of round 5. I think when you add in that first round pick, I have to give them at least a C+, but that's probably about as high as I can go. I don't know. What do you think?
I give them B to B minus because I think that what the key in this is that they've added the depth rotation to enable better play from Verse and Fisk. You know, look at all these picks. They've got a lot of people now on the defensive line where they can just come at you with numbers. I like that strategy. Ferguson, nice player. He's not in the level of the top guys at tight end, but he's capable. And he's a good third down player, which could be a help to them. So I think that's a pretty good draft for them. It's not ideal, but the thing that I never heard or found out, I didn't research it, was what did they get for dealing out of the first from Atlanta?
They got a first round pick next year.
There it is. That's their draft. And that's smart because next year's a better draft at the top.
Yeah, they got a first round pick next year and then something else. I forget what else they got from them. I want to say maybe fourth rounder this year or something like that.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean that's
Atlanta's first rounder on top of that.
Yes. And they might be looking for a quarterback next year. So that's smart by them.
Yeah.
And I think Chris Paul in round 5, listen, not my favorite prospect by any means, but in round 5, good flyer. To your point, they took a defensive tackle on an edge from big schools. So, that usually is a good idea. And we'll see. For me, their biggest need to me was linebacker, which they waited very long to address. We'll see what Chris Paul actually is. And secondary, and they didn't address it at all. So, that's why I say C+, but okay. So
you add the first rounder from Atlanta next year, that bumps it up to a B minus for me.
I was going to give him a C, and then that's why I said C+. But you're right. No, the first rounder next year is awesome. I'll say this. I don't think anybody in our division knocked it out of the park. No, I don't think we gave anybody above a solid B. So if that's the case, that's good. But then when I look at the 49ers draft, we have them in the same range, a C+, B minus, B-ish.
B minus.
So that means that the incremental amount we got better, the rest of the teams in our division who were all arguably better already also got incrementally better. So did we close the gap? I don't know.
Well, it depends on what we lost a lot in free agency too. What did they lose? So we're a completely different team.
Not as much.
No,
in some cases, Arizona added a lot.
Arizona added a ton in free agency. Yeah, they added a ton in free agency. Seattle lost a little bit, but not near to the level that we did. And the Rams, I don't think lost really anything. In fact, they added Devontae Adams. So for Cooper Kupp, which is a great trade.
Upgrade.
That's an upgrade. So yeah, I don't know. Okay, we got that. We gave you the Cardinals draft. Perfect. Okay, I think we got through them all. Beautiful. We've got 3 7th round picks coming up here shortly, fellas.
Where are we? Where are we in the draft right
We're
now?
on pick
What
196, the 20th pick in the 6th round.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
Lions are on the clock. I'm sure they'll go offensive line or something.
So we got 12 picks left. And then
let's go look at best available according to ESPN. What do you think?
Okay.
Just of all positions. RJ Mickens. Safety.
Well, wait a minute. There's 40 picks in this round. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
oh,
there's
yeah.
comp picks in the 6th. Yeah.
Yeah. RJ Mickens. Quinn Ewers.
Yeah.
Cam Williams. Cam Williams. Damian Martinez. Seth McLaughlin. Isaiah Bond. A lot of Texas players. Isaiah Bond. Logan Brown. I could see the 49ers going there.
That's one that they could and should do.
You know what? Yeah, you know what? Honestly, okay. I just said, hey, I'm not gonna buy that a 7th round pick or a UDFA guy is gonna be the answer, and I'm still not. But I would say out of center, guard, knowing that Trent Williams could retire next year and having somebody learn behind a guy like Trent Williams, I wouldn't be mad at taking a Logan Brown and just sitting him for a year and be like, you just learn from the best. Let's see if he picks up anything. If he does, great. Maybe he can play for us. And if not, no big deal. It was a 7th round pick. So I actually wouldn't be mad at somebody.
And
like
even
that.
at worst, man, we get ourselves a swing tackle. Need a swing tackle.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think right now the swing tackle is somebody who's fallen out of favor at guard for us. So we're just talking about a Super Bowl, So
you really think so? They're gonna move Spencer out there?
He was a tackle in college, man.
Yeah, UTSA.
I mean, I know that. Yeah, but I'm just saying.
Beyond that, when they had to play a tackle and they didn't have a choice, they put Spencer out there. He did okay.
Yeah. I think he's better suited to play tackle. And oddly enough, I always thought Jalen Moore was better at guard. I felt like they were both always playing out of position, but
yeah.
Okay. Tommy Hill, Joe Huber, CJ Dupree, Kitten Crawford, Johnny Cornelius, Zy Alexander. Here's some pass rushers here. Jared Ivey still available. Aeneas Peebles, a defensive tackle. Thomas Fadone, Brashard Smith, Cody Lindbergh, Kobe King. And then just a bunch of Mordecais really is where we're at, guys.
That's a bunch of Mordecai.
Ja Joyner, Jake Majors, Tez Johnson,
Mordecai at quarterback.
Just a bunch of Mordecais.
That's what was killing me, though. It took me a while to pick up that there were 40 picks in this draft. I mean, in this round. I'm like, dude, this round is kind of dragging. I was like feeling good in the round 4. I'm like, oh man, I feel good. Round 5 was good. I'm like, dude, draft's about to be over in no time, bro. This 6th one is a bitch. Like, this is crazy.
Let's look at some other teams, though. I mean, we've kind of we're in the middle on the 49ers. I think
let's look at the Commanders draft. Let's look at
a lot of the 49er fans. Yeah, I was going to say them and the Texans. I think a lot of 49er fans think we've kind of crapped on the 49ers draft a little bit too hard. I will say we just looked at the NFC West. We're not impressed there either. So, we're just as hard on everybody else. But let's go through the league and look at some of these guys. Washington Commanders, again, they only had, I think, 5 picks in this draft, and it seems to be, I don't think they picked up any more. So they went Josh Connerly Jr., who's I think is actually going to play probably guard for them. Out of Oregon.
And he can. He's a guard size with tackle arms.
Yeah. Yep. So I think he could play guard for them, but they went trenches right away. They followed that up with Trey Amos, who I think a lot of people had a 1st round grade on, or at least early 2nd round grade. They got him late round 2. And then Jalen Lane in the 4th round, pick 26, wide receiver, and that's all the picks that they've made. For them, I would have liked to see them recoup some picks, take some more shots at it. With what they've had, though, I mean, with what they had to work with, give them a solid B.
Yeah, they've done all right. The focus in the offseason for them was free agency because they had all that cap room.
Correct. Yep. But nothing special. They didn't do anything special. And I think that another draft that I haven't liked is the Texans draft. I I think we're going to like some of the players, but when you look at like all the future picks that they've traded away, which
They gave
I'm pretty
up a
sure
lot
they
to
traded
move up
few.
in some spots where you're just saying, what are you doing? Why? I didn't get
So
the rationale of some of their trade ups.
Their first pick that they made in this draft, because they did trade out initially, so maybe they used some of that capital to trade up, whatever. But I feel I could be wrong, but I really feel like they've given up some future capital that they shouldn't have done. Their first pick in this draft was in round 2. They took Jaden Higgins, wide receiver. I like Jaden Higgins, but my gosh, you really needed offensive line. Luckily for them, also in round 2, they were able to get Ariante Ursary, which I think is an awesome pick. An awesome pick.
And a huge need. That's a crater they have to fill.
Oh yeah. Yes. Then they just moved. They moved on. They traded to the Commanders, right? Or
yeah. I mean, that's the other thing is Commanders dressed their offensive line big time this offseason. Yeah. They got Tunsil and they got
Connerly is going to be their right tackle.
Connerly. That's huge for them. Or guard. I think he might play guard. Middle of round 3, they took Jalen Knoll, so they got both wide receivers out of Iowa State, which is interesting. Listen, they did need receiver help. Unfortunately for them, they stacked the wide receiver room last year. It all fell apart because they had a major injury, which unfortunately I don't think he'll ever be the same. And then they got rid of Diggs, who also had a major injury. So they did need receivers, and they got 2 of them, teammates, and I think both of them, I think those are going to be good players. But again, 2 wide receivers when you really need offensive line. Okay, this is very Kyle Shanahan. Jalen Smith, corner out of USC. Feel like there were better corners there in round 3. Woody Marks, running back out of USC. And then I do like this pick, Jalen Reed, safety.
That was a good Penn
State. Round 6. I think that's great value. So. Let's see. Any other team that we want to look at?
I'd say Chicago because the Niners play them, and then you look at how the Bears have grown over the offseason and the draft. It's impressive.
It is actually very impressive. Remember, they've revamped the whole offensive line before the draft even started. That's number 1.
Bears have done work.
They went and drafted Colston Loveland with their first pick, 10th overall. Second pick, they drafted Luther Burden, who was a first-round guy in a lot of people's eyes. He's now probably their slot receiver. Then they go offensive tackle at Ozzie Trujillo out of Boston College later in round 2. They draft defensive tackle Shamar Turner. Just because the other defensive tackles that were available there. Ruben Hippolyte.
I don't get that.
That was the one that we were joking about. Remember, we were making jokes about
David. because he says I know everybody, but this kid.
I don't know who that is. In round 4, that's okay. But I think they made up for it here because in round 5 they got Za Frazier, UTSA. I think this is a great pick, and then they drafted another offensive tackle out of Michigan State, Luke Newman. So 2 offensive tackles, a tight end, a wide receiver, a cornerback, a linebacker. And a defensive tackle. Position-wise, I like that they were all over the place. I felt like they could have addressed their front 7 a little bit more, but they tried to. I don't know that they got the right guys. I guess we'll see.
On offense, I think they did a good job, though.
I'll give their offseason an A. I'll give their draft a B probably, or a B minus.
Yeah, B minus. But it's still getting what they need. Ben Johnson wants speed, and he wants the offense that he had in Detroit. So he wants to control the line of scrimmage with the power OL. He got that, and now he's got some of the players to execute it. Bears are on the way up.
I'll tell you what, I'm more mad about. I get it was in round 4, so much later than when we took our linebacker at 75. I'd be more mad at round 4 taking Ruben Hippolyte. I am at 75. I'll tell you that right now.
I'm watching Ruben Hippolyte right now.
Okay. What do you see?
You better go watch this film, bro.
Okay. All right, let's be fair. Let's see what this kid can do.
I'm just saying, off rip, my reaction would have been a lot worse. I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
I
well,
mean, I
it's
know it
just
feels like they drafted
Who?
Leon Sandcastle. I get it.
right.
You know what I'm saying? But
And they
I'm
did.
just saying, I'm watching the film right now, and he is not bad, bro.
Okay.
All right, so here go his
How do
metrics.
you slip through the cracks like that? Because
I don't know. He's a senior,
mean-
6 foot 232, out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. He runs a
you go.
You know, those
4.45.
Florida boys, man.
yeah,
You know,
Florida high
it's in
school
the-
kids can play.
It's in the water. He's a 4.4. He's a 4.45 40. He had 66 tackles
For a
last
what,
year.
40? What is it? A what?
4.45.
Oh, that's blazing at
That's
linebacker.
moving.
Whoa, okay.
Yes.
Now we know
Hippolyte,
why he
I
was
was
picked.
unfamiliar with your game, Hippolyte.
That's moving. Okay.
Hmm.
For his vert, I don't think he jumped on his vert. Here goes his overview, though. Quickly. Ruben Hippolyte II from MacArthur High School in Florida. He was a 4-star recruit. 2020 as a freshman, he saw action only in 4 games. As a sophomore, he played all 13 games. He took part in over 700 snaps as a true sophomore. Played as a junior in 8 games, got an injury, played only 200 snaps. 2023, he played 12 games. Oh, he got injured. 381 snaps. He had a shoulder injury that took him out. But this is the thing that his strengths are. He flashes explosive pop on contact. He's rangy and instinctive. Like this dude can move. Yo, he's sideline to sideline, bro. He can run.
Yeah. Well, sub 4.4, man. Come on.
Yeah, 4.45.
Or 4.45, yeah.
I don't know. Hippolyte.
Okay.
Respect, brother. My bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was unfamiliar with your game.
Right.
I was unfamiliar with you, sir. Sorry.
Not
do you guys
familiar
like
with the
better, though?
talent at Jupiter Tech.
Nick Martin. I ain't gonna lie. It was a reach.
Yeah.
But I like Nick Martin.
Me too.
I like Nick Martin. It's a pick.
I like the player. Again,
He's got the NFL body off rip, right? Like, and I mean,
oh, I disagree with that. I don't know that Nick Martin has the NFL body. I think he has the NFL athleticism. I think where it falls off is he's got very short arms, and he's light, coming out of a conference where he isn't playing against the best offensive line. He gets washed out an awful lot when offensive linemen get on him. So,
dog, he's bigger than Dre Greenlaw.
look at his arms.
32. It's short, but it's not Billy Bowman short.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
All right, okay, calm down.
Or Kevin Willis short. Yeah.
Dog, Dre Greenlaw I think people forget Dre Greenlaw is not a big man.
No, he's not.
No.
Yeah.
They've got a type. They've got a blueprint. We want a heat-seeking missile that can play sideline to sideline and bring violence.
Yeah.
And that's what Nick Martin does.
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, okay. So what's give me all of Dre Greenlaw's measurables.
About to get into it right now.
Also, Dre Greenlaw was like what, a 5th round pick? Like,
yeah.
6 foot 229.
Drafting for a guy to be Dre Greenlaw in round 3 is a hell of a hope.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on.
But to Coach's point, if you know that Kyle is going to have his turn, what do you do?
Exactly. That's what I thought we explained that.
That you did, but it doesn't make it. That's
true.
Blame
It doesn't make
Kyle
it true.
and Kyle Shanahan, or blame Shanahan and Lynch and Jed York for having a flawed process that you have to reach.
I do. I've been doing
I
it
do
for
blame
years.
you.
I know. No, I agree. I'm just saying, put that on them. That doesn't then make it okay to have reaches like that.
Yeah, it's the process is just flat.
I'm just saying though, and then also like pound for pound, this guy is he's a better athlete than Dre Greenlaw, in my opinion.
Yeah.
He's big.
So he better be better than every linebacker that went on
Here
a run.
you go with the vindictive shit. I'm not saying all of that. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying
Coach,
is that the guy Dre Greenlaw runs a 4.6, a 4.67. Like he's damn near runs a 4.7. Like I know that Dre Greenlaw is an amazing player, and he is a dog. I'm not trying to say that, But what I'm saying is that when I said that he has the body, if we're looking at the frame of what was just there, which is Dre Greenlaw, he's more athletic than Dre Greenlaw is.
I agree.
Yeah. So Jesse is going to pile up his list of checking a list and making it twice at linebacker. And Coach and I are going to do the exact same thing with Alfred Collins.
Exactly.
That's fine.
Because we're going to be paying attention now.
And you know what sucks? Dog. And you know what sucks? You know what sucks? We can get mad at each other.
We both have to do that.
That we have to do that. And that is but the 49ers ultimately made these decisions, and we're going to hold each other accountable, but we should be holding the team accountable.
That's true.
That's the real sad part about it.
No, I've been holding the team accountable on the idiot McGlinchey pick since it was made.
Hey,
how many times do I go
West
in?
Might be better than Alfred Collins.
I don't know. Pros taken after McGlinchey. 6.
Yeah. I mean, Alfred Collins is stout against the run. That that he has in spades. Okay. Yeah. All right. He can take on a double team. He's got a wide frame, good base. All right. My only thing, I don't see him getting pressure on the quarterback. I think he's a liability with pressure. And his first step, he kind of lunges with his hands out. Good offensive linemen are just not going to let you place your hands on it. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. In the NFL, what he relies on is not going to be there.
Yeah.
That's part of it.
That's the biggest thing is that
these guys have the power and the size, though. So
right.
For what they want him to do, he can fulfill that role and do that role specifically well. The problem is that if you want anything else from him, good luck. 1 sack, 7.3% win rate. I'll say that till I die. 26 vert. I'll say that too. You just come on.
26 invert, man. I got credit cards bigger than that, man.
That's fine. I don't know. I personally, there's certain positions where I don't care that my defensive tackle can't run a fast 40 when he's never going to do it in the NFL. I don't care.
Yes, he is.
I don't care when. When is he going to?
Well, I would only care
40 yards away and have to run through offensive linemen.
When he's chasing down a screen from the backside.
How many
chasing down outside zone? You're gonna have to run, Jesse.
40 yards downfield, chase down running backs. It doesn't happen.
40 yards
often,
downfield, you would hope that he at least could get there, because then you got a real problem.
We're talking a 40-yard dash, my man.
All right.
So how many guys 40 yards downfield are chasing down running backs?
Jesse, and the field just doesn't go vertically. It goes from side to side too. All right.
Great.
He's gonna have to run in space. God forbid.
So he's gonna have to run. He has to have lateral movement. Not who runs a 40-yard dash like this. I don't run 40s like this.
Jesse, he's going to have to read, turn, scrape, and run. He's going to have to run, Jesse. He's going to have to run. Man. What are you talking about?
Cool. Like, okay, but we don't even know what his 40 is. We don't even know what it is.
It's a 4.95.
Which is pretty damn good.
Yeah,
that's not pretty damn good. That's amazing.
Exactly. So what are we getting mad about?
Really believe?
I want to see him. I want to see it.
4.95.
I don't know. I don't know what to believe. I'm just saying I don't care if he ran a 6.75. I don't care. I genuinely don't care.
The 40 in and of itself doesn't matter. The number that concerns me most is 7.3. You can't rush the passer, period. Which means you have to come off the field on third down, which means you use 43 to get the equivalent of a designated pass rusher in the run game. I don't want to do that at 43.
To be fair, we also have to take this into account because this does play. Mm-hmm. He also batted down 7 passes. Like that helps. You don't always have to get after the quarterback.
That's his calling.
You don't always have to get you don't have to always get after the quarterback to make a difference on third down. There's other things you can do.
Yeah. But it's all arms. The 26 vert doesn't contribute much to that.
I agree. But he's got the arm, so it doesn't matter, right? Like he's got, it's just, I don't know. And also, how many guys, how many defensive tackles get to freely jump with nobody pushing on them to just do a vert test in the middle of a game? You don't. Usually guys hanging off of you. So you're not jumping 35 inches anyways because you're getting pulled down. So what are we talking about?
Even if they were pulling him down, he's only going 26 inches off the grass.
Listen, Jesse, the metrics, hold on, wait a minute.
He's 330 pounds.
All right. The metrics that are put in the combine are cross over to every position. You can't say that the vert doesn't matter to a defensive lineman just because the vert is bad. All right. If the vert didn't matter, then they wouldn't make defensive linemen do it.
What's Chris Jones's vert? Humor me. What is it? Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cares.
What the
That's
fuck
my
are you
point.
talking about? Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody knows his vert just off the top of his head,
Nobody cares because
you're
nobody
being facetious, bro. You're being facetious, bro.
Nobody cares.
Yes,
that's
bro.
Why nobody cares.
We're in the middle of the draft. All right, numbers matter right now in the draft. It's the combine. Stop acting like numbers don't matter just because you don't like what they are. Numbers matter. It's
numbers don't matter, but those numbers don't mean everything. That doesn't make a great player. It doesn't.
No, but
you know how many guys crush combines that don't turn into anything?
We're not saying that they're everything, but they are misnomers into what type of player that we are getting. Come on. So you can't just say they don't matter all because you don't like the numbers.
Austin, I'm literally defending our pick. What do you mean I'm crying?
Yeah.
I'm defending the pick.
Correct. But
what are we talking about? Jesse's always crying. I'm defending it.
The 26 vert isn't about what he can do where he would be empty space and just be able to jump up a whopping 26 inches. It's a test of explosion.
Yeah.
And that then transfers to what can you do as a pass rusher? And we got the answer. Zip.
Well, the other thing that coach brought up is, he only benched 22 times. Where does that show up on film, though? You talk about functional strength.
Okay,
right?
I will go there. The reason why a bench matters is because it speaks to the same punch in the first quarter as the same punch in the fourth quarter, and the things that you do to compensate for that lack of power when you have that punch. That's why the 225 is a barometer of seeing where your strength is from when you're fresh and when you're out of breath and you still have to move that weight. Where is that strength? Where is your hole? Wow, when you are at your weakest, can you still get 225 off your chest? So that's why reps matter for defensive linemen.
So
24-5.
Okay.
Wow, I never would have guessed that.
Oh shit. God, Chris Jones, 20. That's crazy. Okay, so that's fine, but where on film does it show that he wears out and can't take on double teams? I haven't seen it.
I didn't say that he didn't.
Okay. But
I
that's
never said that he didn't.
So based off of the bench, that would be the assumption you would draw. Based off of the vert, that would be the assumption you draw. But Chris Jones had a vert of 24.5, guys.
Yeah,
right.
That's shocking to me.
And
that's
still go and watch the film. It's not everything, but you can't discount it as nothing.
And what does the film say? He's a good player.
The film says that he can stop the run.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm willing to say that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm willing to say. We had this conversation. I said that I would like more of a holistic player that can do it all. That's why I said that I would like to go the Darius Alexander route. But now that we've looked at the rest of the draft and that we picked up CJ West, I understand the Alfred Collins move. But the misnomers of what he did in the combine and those numbers, those things we looked at and said, man, that's something to be worried about. On top of the raw numbers with his stats, that's something to be worried about. We looked at it. So it's not like we're just pulling this out of our ass. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like we actually can corroborate our concerns.
For sure. And I agree. Listen, if you guys are concerned, I'm not saying you're not validated. I'm just saying for me, I don't care about any of that. I'm not, that doesn't concern me personally. So if it concerns you, to me, it doesn't concern anything. And there are players clearly that have been brought up by the chat that you would have been concerned about that have turned out to be great. You know what I mean? So listen, it is what it is. I also would have liked to have had other players there too. He wasn't my favorite pick, but I'm okay with the pick knowing what the 49ers needed, and we'll see how it pans out. The hard part is that we're looking at draft prospects. And so for me, they didn't quote unquote reach drastically here to take Alfred Collins based off of what the consensus was. And you're never getting outside of the first round, and even in the first round,
you're not getting perfect guys. Everybody has some sort of weakness.
Well,
But
and
at the
especially
very
in
least-
especially in this draft.
Yeah,
This draft
talk
is
about it.
filled with players who are incomplete. And that was, you had the first 9 that were solid blue chip proven players, and after that, eye of the beholder all the way through. And that was especially true after you get into the heart of the draft in the second and third, where you got guys who clearly are limited. And so what the Niners chose to do was say, okay, for what we need specifically, this exact skill set, he fills that. And that's the argument you make. That's why they took Collins. We need a guy that can take on a double team in the wide 9 and shut it down and wall it out. Collins does that. The issue for Coach and I is, okay, you got a 2-down rotation guy at 43. That's bad process.
So you're saying that they could have gotten that later is basically your point.
Yes.
Okay, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. I don't necessarily fully disagree with that. I think you could have gotten that later. I also think that you would have gotten that later, but it wouldn't have been as effective. So I'll give you an example. I think they could have taken a Deion Walker, a Cam Jones, a Nazir Stackhouse much later. And that would have fit your 2-down guy, but it wouldn't have fitted at the level that Alfred Collins brings it. Is that fair to say?
That's the part I'm not as sold on as you are.
Okay. And that's where the difference of opinion comes in. I think.
And that's the heart of our disagreement is I don't think Collins is special. I think
you go.
What you could get is a Jamari Caldwell, for example, that could do similar things. Or
I thought that
unfortunately,
we have taken
TJ Sanders was taken, but
TJ was gone. That would have been my guy.
And you've pointed to this before as a guy that can fill the 2 gap is Cam Jackson of Florida. It's another guy that's a boulder that could fill that role.
I could do it. If this is what they wanted, right? Let's just say that we know, because we don't. But let's just say we want the run stuffer. Go Deion Walker, if that's all you want. If that's what you truly want, to just stop the run and get something more valuable in round 2. That's what I'm saying. But because you look at, and I don't like Deion Walker for a lot of different reasons. But one of what he can do is stop the run. Yeah. Deion Walker can stop the run. So for me, what I'm saying is that, all right, when I look at Alfred Collins and I say to myself, I've been listening to these guys for almost a decade, talk about GTFO, first step, how quick somebody gets off the ball. And I look at Alfred Collins, not only am I scouting Alfred Collins for what I look for in a good defensive lineman, but it also would be smart to scout the guys that we're looking for what the team that we root for says that they like, right? So when you go and look at Alfred Collins and you see, damn, he doesn't have a first step. For him, that automatically throws him off my board. You know what I'm saying? Not because I don't like him, but because we have it burned. They've burned that into our brains. GTFO. That's all we look for first with a defensive lineman. So when you look at Alfred, it's like, how did they do that in the second round, right? Where you can find that later down. So that's my biggest issue. I like Alfred Collins as a football player. I think Alfred Collins, he definitely is a need. We could have used him this past season, right? So what he's going to bring is an automatic upgrade from what we've had, right? So I'm there. I'm still on the train, baby. I love the player. But what I'm saying is that this is just a little bit of a shift from what they say they like. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fair.
And I want to say, listen, the reason I kept pushing and pushing and pushing, the reasons you guys just gave towards the tail end of that engagement was what I was looking for. I felt like the early on reasons as to why we shouldn't be excited about Alfred Collins were all dog water, and that's why I picked it apart.
Okay.
Until I got a real reason that I can respect. I disagree with it, but I can respect it, and time will tell. Time will tell.
Okay.
But I wanted a better argument than a bench press or a vert or a 40. Give me real reasons. And that right there, you guys gave me real reasons. So thank you.
Cool.
Okay.
Thanks, Jesse.
Okay. Eagles.
Yeah, we're still in the 6th.
Eagles took an offensive tackle. Cameron
Williams.
That's their third offensive
They're doing what they
lineman.
do. They're doing what they do.
Man.
Load up the wagon. But,
no, is that their third or their fourth offensive lineman? They've taken 2 offensive tackles this round.
Yeah.
See,
Didn't they take a guard?
This is what I like. They took a guard last round. This is what I like, though. This late, they know that they're not getting a for sure guy. So they're like, hey, we'll just take 2 offensive tackles that we like evenly. It's the 6th round, and we'll hope that one of them works. So,
yeah, it's like the Niners with running backs. You backstop it.
Yeah. Yep. It's smart. I like that. It's a great strategy.
I love what they're doing, man. But what they're saying is that, all right, you can do whatever you want. We're still going to run on you. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
we don't care what you think we're doing. We know you know what we're doing. It doesn't matter. We're going to win
that's the type
anyway.
of football that I love, where it's like, what we going to do today? Yeah. Remember Coach Spurrier? Coach, what you going to do today against Alabama? Yeah. Well, we're going to pitch it. Going to run it. We're going to pitch it again. Going to run it again. Score a couple of touchdowns. I hope we get out of here with a win.
Yeah.
Like, dude, it ain't hard. We coming in here with the biggest, baddest dogs against your biggest, baddest dogs. Let's see who wins. We ain't got too many tricks up our sleeve, dog. That's the type of football that I'm used to.
It's hard for me to still think of him as Coach Spurrier because when I first started watching the Niners at Kezar, it was Steve Spurrier versus John Brody, who would be the quarterback. And so I still think, yeah, I know it's making me look really old, but at the same time, I will always think of Steve Spurrier as the Niner quarterback, not a coach.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
that's awesome.
I mean,
I gotta say to the chat, it's fun because we're on both channels, right? You can tell the people that pick sides, right? Oh, Jesse, you never played football. You're an idiot. Listen to Coach. He's so smart. He played. Listen to Tom. He's a veteran and all that. And then it's like, you got my side. It's like, yeah, Jesse, you get it. It's just funny to watch the dichotomy of the side picking that is taken in the chats when we get into these debates.
They love us. Those are peoples, man. The entire ride for our dogs.
Right. Oh, it's so funny.
It's where the field meets family, baby. The coaches huddle.
Jimmy Horn just went wide receiver.
All right,
Colorado.
We're officially into the teens. I stopped looking when I counted, and I didn't want to say it out loud, but I let how many picks go by? 2, 4, 6, 8. I let 12 picks go by. We were 30 picks away from our pick. So I didn't want to say it then. We were 30 picks out, but now I think we're what are we? 18 picks away now.
The 6th round is sponsored by the month of April.
Yeah.
It's just gonna end.
Bro, this shit is taking forever. Jimmy Horn Jr. That's the receiver that I like. The receiver out of Colorado. Pretty good. Went out to the Panthers. He was pretty much their go-to guy. Shadur is like number 1 receiver when he was out with Colorado. So it's good to see him get drafted. Another thing about that Colorado stuff is that I'm so glad that Shadur got drafted because I'm going to tell you, if Shadur would have went undrafted, do you know how many guys would have left Colorado and been like, there's no way I'm trying to go. Like, it's not even Shadur, it's Travis. If Travis wouldn't have went number 2 and this would have only been Shadur in the draft.
That would have cratered Colorado.
Do you know how many guys in Colorado would have been like, hell no?
Exodus.
I said this yesterday on my stream, the exact same thing, bro. They would have been like, I am not getting blackballed playing under Prime.
Yeah.
Love you, Prime, but we can't do it.
Run away.
Would have been it. That would have been
because
it.
You know what?
And there still might be because of Shadur falling this far. There's some guys that'll leave.
Yeah. There's still some people. This is kind of a PR thing, honestly.
Yeah.
If Travis wasn't there would have been some people like, Dion, this is between you and the NFL. This isn't about me. I'm not going to your school. You know what I'm saying? So I'm glad that
luckily for him, he can say, you guys all don't have my last name. You're going to be fine. And hopefully they buy that.
Maybe.
Exactly. Maybe.
Teams aren't going to worry about me coming to coach you in 3 or 4 years and taking their job. So you should be good. Manhattan John says, you guys should fight again and shave off 12 more picks. Sir Cash, what he says, would you rather get $480K instantly or get 16 cents every day for the next 2 weeks? Wait, 16 cents every day for the next 2 weeks?
I'll take the 480.
480K. Yeah.
I'll take the 480.
I feel like that was like one
I'll
of those.
take the 480, please.
Yeah, I think he
That was
messed up
one of
what he wrote. He wasted his
No, he
$5.
No. He 100% didn't. This is the type of stuff he says, but it's like it fell flat on purpose. Trust me, this is Sir Cash Money written all over.
Oh,
This is the type of
okay.
stuff he says.
It's
So,
an
instead of
intentional
like-
joke. Okay.
Yeah, it's like one of those compounding things, like, oh, it compounds over whatever, but it's just
Yeah, but he didn't say that.
every day. Yeah, no. And what else? The other thing I love about him is he also won't like justify it or come back in the chat and say anything. He's just silent until he has another super chat of the wildest things to say. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. Look, oh man. So there's still guys to pick in the 7th round, but to you guys' conversation, it's like, they gaslight us. This is almost like a trick that they do. They whittle us down to nothing. Right? And to the point where they starve us. And then they give us saltine crackers and mineral water, and we think it's a 5-course meal. It's like they get us begging so much that by the time we get into the 7th round, it's going to be like, they got their O-line. They addressed it. What are you talking about? They finally did it. These guys are going to play right away. Forget the fact that they waited to the 7th round to get these guys. Not only that, and this is what the Niners do to really drive it home. They get the guys in the 7th round or undrafted free agents, and and then just to kill us, just to really like mind F us, they'll create a story around it. Well, we've been looking at this guy for 2 years, man. So, we really didn't feel the need that we could go like we got the special O-lineman. Like they sell us literal beans for this, like Jack and the Beans. These are magic beans. Like we know these are special O-linemen. These are the guys that are so good that we've looked at for so long that we found a way to tell them, don't even go to the combine. It's not because he wasn't good enough. It's because we told him we were hiding this special tackle, this special center from Fordham, Nick Zakel. Nobody knows about this guy. And what they do, they gaslight us into thinking that we got the most secret, like special forces offensive linemen that nobody knows about. And they're trash. They're always trash.
Yeah.
So whatever we get, just keep that in mind when they start talking about offensive linemen. And when they're in the 7th round, they'll start it off with, well, we know we draft them into the 7th round, but this is what you need to know about them. All right. Biggest ears on his team. Hands down. Nobody's got bigger ears than old guy over here. This guy over here, he makes the best lasagna ever. All right. And that's why we brought him in. And they were going to draft him. We told him, stay out of the draft. Stay after. We'll pick you up. So just be aware of the grift is coming. When they draft offensive linemen in the 7th round, or they pick up UDFAs, and somebody has the temerity or the balls to finally say, so I know that you got offensive linemen, but why did it take you, the whole draft to finally acknowledge it? That's what they already have ready. They're going to talk about how special they are and how they saw them before the draft process, and they've been scouting them for years, and we've been waiting on them to get ready. These are guys that are special to us. Just wait. It's coming.
Oh, sure.
I think
and they'll say,
coming.
I'm sorry, Jessica. Go ahead.
No, you do it. You go ahead. Go ahead.
We've been scouting this guy for 2 years. We've been scouting him since the 6th round began.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm telling you, that's what it's coming. Like, we're so high speed that the draft isn't even like on our level. Okay. Yeah. So we've got to we're so well put together that we've got players that are outside of this whole little archaic draft process. Like this isn't about the Niners do business on a whole different level. And these specially crafted offensive linemen are the people that we need. All right. Forget the rounds. That's linear thinking. You're thinking analog. Think digital. Be on our level. I'm telling you, Niners need to start having their press conferences in rented mansions where they start talking about pyramid schemes with with cookies and everything. Like Niners need to start giving out press conferences like MLA conferences. Like they're about to just try to kick Amware. Like, listen, this is what the best thing. Go find a friend. First, you pay me $300. Then you become a member. Then go find 3 more friends.
Pyramid scheme.
Multi-level marketing.
Imagine doing that in press conferences. Have you guys paid your $300 yet?
Have you paid your admission to be here? Go find 3 more. You got to pay 3 more reporters to even get in the room.
Yeah. And then you get in the room and it's not the actual people, it's AI holograms.
Well, you're a gold member. The diamond members get to talk to actual people. So on this level, we go AI. The next level is when we really go there.
That's the other thing too. They'll end up taking guys that we like. So it'll be the Kandras, the Majors, or whoever. It'll be like, oh man, I'm so happy. It's like, oh, I'm not falling for that again. I'm not doing it. Nope. Don't you do it. This will shut them up.
Yeah. Jesse,
here's this breadcrumb. Leave me alone.
He said, Jesse. They know they're not going to pick the. They know they're not going to be serious about the position, so they get guys who they know are fan favorites, right? Yeah. That's why they did Donovan West and did that. Like, oh, bring him on. He's not going to make the team, but it'll at least make him look. The fan base. It'll look like we're trying. You know what I'm saying? We
shut the fans up.
It'll shut up.
It'll saying, what the heck?
Yeah,
Donovan West. What are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's just smoke and mirrors, baby.
Yo, David said you guys don't have 3 friends between the 3 of you.
Ouch.
Nice.
Thanks, Dave.
Cryptic says, I'm usually quiet in the off season. Usually quiet in the off season, but nice to see y'all's content. With mainly a defensive draft, does Kyle dictate these players starting, or is it Saleh? Look at Robert Saleh as the head coach of the defense. It's
there you go.
What he says goes. We've got 2 head coaches on this team. One runs the offense, one runs the defense. That's the way that I look at this.
And one of them got help in this draft, and the other one didn't.
Yep. Right now, as far as what we've done with offense right now is we got Christian McCaffrey back. We got Trent Williams back. We got BA back in the foreseeable future. Eventually, when he gets back, okay? We picked up another receiver and another running back, and we lost Jordan Mason. That's the offense. And we picked up a tight end.
Net loss.
That's the offense. So that's what we've done so far. Defensively, all right, we picked up an edge, 2 defensive tackles, a linebacker, a corner, and a safety. We've all but covered every hole that we've talked about on the defense.
Everybody, a bunch of people have said this, so I'll address it because I saw it as well. Aeneas Peebles, defensive tackle, went to the Ravens. That's another really, really, really good pick.
Solid pick here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jesse, you're an idiot.
It's like, nah.
Manhattan John's been killing me with his comments, man. He says, if the Niners D goes back to top 5, would you give this draft a higher grade and forgive the Kyle picks? This is actually a serious question from you. I like this. Okay. Back to top 5, would you give this draft a higher grade? Yeah, I mean, I think with new information, you have to be willing to change your opinion. I think only fools are unwilling to do so. However, as far as the prospects go, at the prospect level, which is where we are at now, these players, I can unequivocally say, are reaches, and they could have had better prospects. Now, how do they fit into your system? Do players get injured? How do those players drafted in other teams? How do they fit into their system? What does the opportunity of play snaps look like? There's a lot of factors that go into this and what ends up making a good actual player from the prospect level. Yeah, the 49ers easily could have reached and drafted some questionable prospects, but that doesn't ultimately mean that in 5 years or 3 years, we're not looking back going, that was a dang good draft. That was a dang good draft. That can happen. That is possible. It's not as likely when you reach at the level the 49ers tend to, but it is a possibility. Yes.
Yeah.
All right, we got Raiders.
So where
Chargers,
are we?
Raiders, Broncos.
We're at pick 37 out of the 40. We're on pick 37. The Raiders are on the clock.
213.
Yep. 3 more picks left in the 6th, and then we're going into the 7th. So
okay,
or we get to go 2 offensive
11th
linemen and a linebacker just to make sure we didn't flub it up in round 4. That's what we're going to do.
2 offensive linemen.
Yeah.
2 offensive linemen and the linebacker to make sure we didn't flub up the round 4 pick.
Hell yeah.
So in the 6th round, David taught his daughter how to drive, and then she also drove him to college, and then he drove the car back home. Next week, he's going to go in for the college graduation ceremony. This is ridiculous. How long has the 6th round been?
I mean,
It's
insane.
40 picks.
It's a week.
40 picks, man.
Our
And
Ramirez
there's 41 picks in this draft. In the next next round.
God. Well, after the 49ers make their picks, we're
After
out.
49ers make their pick, we're out.
The problem is there's only like
it's
6
only
left.
5
after
picks
that.
left. I already kicked myself in the
Niners,
head.
can you package your 3 7th rounders for a 6
Yeah.
next year or something?
Like,
Holy
that's
dog.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
when I counted the 30 picks to see, I went into the 7th round and I was like, all right, well, I'm going to message Jesse in the chat. Yo, we're out of here after the Niners pick. And then I went and looked at our picks and I was like, bro,
Nope.
we're literally picking the last and one of the last picks in the draft.
Gosh. Our Ramirez says sign free agent right tackle Jedrick Wills, move McKivitz to left guard and draft Jake Majors. Can McKivitz even play guard? I don't know if he can.
I don't know about that.
Wills
I don't
is
think he
not.
can.
Wills was an awesome prospect. I don't know that he's done much in the NFL, or he was a
Not
good
enough.
prospect, I'll say.
Well, but it's also not something they would do.
Yeah, and well, yeah, that's the other thing. And then Jake Majors. I like Jake Majors. That's a guy that I comp to us a million times over, but I'm not going to rely on anybody that's a UDFA or a 7th round pick at this point to really make it.
That's what he is. Yeah. We're not. And that, you know, what's crazy is that we have almost picked up kind of like that Niners energy where they tell us guys that they know that are just work, that'll be the guys that'll fit. And then we almost kind of pick that up and start looking for guys where, okay, well, the rest of the league doesn't want this guy, but he's a Niners fit. And it's just like, no, dude, if he's not a fit for the league, then he ain't a fit, period, bro. That's the problem. You know, like we need to start thinking about football in like a more general perspective than just what the Niners want.
Yeah, the bar has to be set at solid NFL player as opposed to just a guy.
Yeah.
Just a Mordecai.
Just a Mordecai. Next year, if they don't do O-line this year, there you go. If they don't do O-line this year,
yeah, it's going to have to be.
Next year is going to have to be all next year. O-line.
81 draft redux. Yeah.
Coming in round 6. 3 more picks. Tommy Mellett, quarterback from Montana State. Oh, our guy didn't get picked up either. Brady from
Missouri.
Oh, not yet. Cook.
Brady Cook.
Yeah, good athlete.
I liked him more than Riley Leonard, personally.
Me too.
No, there's a lot of people I liked better than Riley Leonard.
Yeah, he got a couple
I'll
rounds
take
ago.
Taylor Elgersma over Riley Leonard.
I don't know how that worked.
At least Ewers hasn't been drafted, I don't think.
Quinn Ewers, I don't think Quinn is, but college is such a
credit
weird
for
place.
at least knowing that Ewers isn't anything.
He ain't that guy. But college is such a weird place, man, because they prop these dudes up so much.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I think more and more that college gets paid, it's going to become like its own thing. Like its own like league, like its own league. But you know what I mean? Like there used to be those teams that like translated, right? Like back in the day, like Miami, Ohio State, Michigan, like that was like what the league looked like on a small scale, on a college scale. Now you don't have a lot of college teams that look like NFL teams. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Like at all. And it's harder. You're starting to see it's harder and harder to start to get that crossover, particularly with the quarterback. You know, finding that guy that actually has the skills.
Yeah, well, you have somebody like Jackson Dart, where no one trusts Ole Miss as far as the scheme translation to the league.
LJL says, I'll still stand on saying I'd rather have taken Shadur over Watkins when we didn't go O-line. I don't believe in Mac Jones at all. Yeah,
Kyle does, though, so.
Prospect-wise, Shadur was clear better prospect, but
again,
need, I don't know. It's whatever. I think when it's all said and done, Shadur Sanders will make probably a bigger impact on the league than our receiver, but who knows? Gojira Von Jink says, how will people love McKivitz at 23 million AAV?
That's disgusting.
And also probably right.
Well, because to David's point earlier, it's because there's going to be such a dramatic need at OL, and it's unrealistic to say we can just get all these guys in the draft. They'll have to do something dumb like keep McKivitz on market value.
Chargers,
which would be brutal.
Chargers just drafted R.J. Mickens, safety out of Clemson. 2 more picks left in the round.
For the Chargers, that's a good pick for the type of player they're looking for. They've already got their roamer and what's his name? Why am I drawing a blank? One of the best safeties in the league. Derwin James, yeah. That's another team, by the way.
Who the Niners should have picked instead of McGlinchey.
Should have picked instead of McGlinchey.
And who was I pounding the table for before that pick was made? Derwin James.
I will say this, though.
Freak athlete.
That's another team that I don't think
miss Hall of Fame
did well in this draft. I don't think the Chargers did well in this draft. And I look at their offseason as a whole.
But not optimal players as far as when they were picking. Yeah.
Right. And I look at it too. I just look at their whole offseason. If I was a Chargers fan, I'd be slightly disappointed. I really would. I understand there's a type that Harbaugh wants. And I think Harbaugh's a fantastic coach. Don't get me wrong. But I would be disappointed as a Chargers fan with the way that their offseason went, personally. I feel like they didn't do enough to address their defensive line. They lost a lot of defensive linemen. It wasn't just Bosa. Puna Ford was a huge loss for them, I think, and they easily could have kept him. They lost one of their safeties, I think, or nickel corners or something that was a huge loss for them. They didn't address wide receiver at all. They lose out on their running back from last year, and they replace him with Najee Harris. Like, okay, I don't know, and they just didn't do a lot. Now, I will say they went and got Mekhi Becton, which beefs up their offensive line. That's nice,
big need,
a major need. So their offensive line is going to be incredible. And then I look at the draft, and it's like, okay, so the 2 receivers you take, I think were big time overdrafts. I think Trey Harris in round 2, pick 23 is an overdraft. And I think I know it's round 5, but we look at the receivers that went right around that time. Keandre Lambert-Smith out of Auburn.
I didn't get that.
I don't get it either. I don't get it either.
Trey Harris might end up being okay, but that's mainly just because I trust the Ole Miss wide receivers.
Now, I will say, Jamari Caldwell, different build, right? But as far as what the expectation is, I could see Puna Ford-like production eventually from a player like Jamari Caldwell. I don't think it'll happen right away. I don't think it'll happen right away, and that's the problem.
And Puna Ford's a better athlete and a better pass rusher. The beauty of Puna Ford is that he's arguably the most balanced defensive tackle in the league as far as pass and rush. PFF had him at an over 80 grade in both, and I think he's the only defensive lineman in the league that did that. Yeah, I wanted Puna Ford for the Niners, but then they said we're not spending any money.
True. Hold on.
I did too. That was one of my guys that I wanted to sign this offseason. I think they got Kyle Kennard too, which also was not. I wasn't a big Kyle Kennard guy, so
he's okay.
Let's see. Oh, this is a great.
Sean Holden. Has he got drafted yet? Receiver out of Oregon.
He means Tez Johnson.
No, Tez Johnson. Tez Johnson,
sorry.
No, he has not. And I was just going to say, who would you rather have? Would you rather have Jordan Watkins, round 4, pick 36, or 7th round pick, or what is it? Whatever we at? 2, whatever we're
215.
at.
215.
215. Tez Johnson. So Tez Johnson at 215 or Jordan Watkins at pick 160.
Tez all day.
Tez, come on.
Give me Tez, right?
I take Tez Johnson.
Look what Tez did in Mobile. Nobody could cover him.
Or no, it'll pick 138. I think Jordan Watkins win. Am I tripping? 138. So almost 100 picks later, you could have gotten Tez Johnson, who I think just flat out prospect to prospect
Play
is better.
But that's the nature of these drafts from the Niners is they're going to take the guy they fell in love with, and this is who they fell in love with at receiver. Because Kyle had a choice of like 10 solid receivers, and he chose Watkins.
I wonder why.
Then when Kyle does that, when Kyle takes his toy at receiver, look at his win rate, look at his bust rate. Bad. He's got Debo after that. Yeah. Because Ayuk wasn't a Kyle pick. Ayuk was a Herm Edwards pick telling Lynch what to do. The only Kyle wide receiver success pick is Debo.
It's true. Craig Naughton says small and
Juwan
slow.
Jennings.
Yeah.
2 guys.
Yeah, Jennings. That's true. And that was super. That was a flyer. You know what I mean? Craig Naughton says small and slow Tez Johnson.
Did you see him at the Senior Bowl?
Go watch Tez Johnson play football. There's
you
nothing
see Tez
about
Johnson
his game
play at the Senior Bowl?
I know. I'm an Oregon Duck fan, so I know exactly what Tez Johnson is.
You know.
Yeah.
There's nothing about and this is why 40s are overrated. There is nothing about Tez Johnson that says slow whatsoever on the football field. He is a burner on the field, creates a ton of separation, is a absolute demon. So listen, I'm not saying he's going to be a great NFL player. That's not what I'm saying. But if you want to
37-inch vert
him off of a 40 time, I'm telling you, Tez Johnson on the football field is not at all what that 40 time says.
37-inch vert, 4.5 40.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
What the tape tells you on Tez Johnson is that you need to value acceleration. It's not the 40 time; it's how quickly he gets from 0 to 60.
Yes. Yep. And people are saying he can't play in the NFL. That's okay.
He might get hurt.
Do we know Jordan Watkins can?
Yeah, that's that too.
Do we know that Jordan Watkins is going to make a mark in the league? I can't say so.
Well, and do we know if he'll even see the field to make a mark in the league?
Right, because he's going
to be nail gunned to the bench.
Yeah, unless they automatically. I mean, Jacob Cowing may be the odd man out, and we may get Jordan as our returner, our special teams guy.
Yeah, that's probably what they're looking at, but you're going to take a guy that early just to return kicks? If that was your thinking, they should have gone after Chim Dike. But
Yep.
All right, last pick of the draft is last pick of the 6th round is done. Jeremy Crawshaw, punter out of Florida.
Oh, we're in the punter zone. Okay, punter kicker zone.
Punter zone. Yeah, we're in there now. We're in this round 7.
Yeah,
so
we got the kicker.
Dallas is on the clock.
Miami already went and early to the Patriots in the 6th round.
Borregales?
Yeah.
Somebody took him? Okay.
Yeah.
Patriots didn't take him in the 3rd, though.
Well, they didn't take, or the 4th. Remember, they also drafted a kicker in the 4th in that same draft. Like, geez, guys.
Yeah.
You're not helping yourself either.
Calm down, folks.
All
There's
right,
some good punters this year. There's guys that did very well. The hang time on these, I think the punter from Georgia, his hang time was nuts.
Didn't Kyle go? Am I tripping? I thought Kyle McGoey went. I could be wrong. I swear he got drafted. Thought I saw him. Maybe not. Oh, you know what? No, that wasn't it either. I swear. No, it was Kane Madrano that I was thinking of. Okay, my bad. He's still there. Okay.
So where we stand right now, are we pretty much dead set on a C+ draft right now? B-?
I think I had us at a B-. I could be wrong.
I had us
don't
at a
remember
B-.
I have to go look. I'm gonna have to look at it again and remember who was there before I give a full grade. But B-, C+-ish. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm at a C right now, but let's see how the draft ends up.
We got 3 picks.
Now,
left, right? 2.
Lucky, yeah, 3. Lucky for me is at the very least, I like picks 1 and 2 a lot, which means those are the most important ones. Because if you miss on those, then good luck hitting on the rest.
Yeah.
Like those are the harder ones to hit on. So for me, at least, I like picks 1 and 2, which means some of those later picks, they may not pan out no matter who they would have gotten. So
Could be.
at least I feel good about that as a 49er fan. But I don't, I don't feel great about this draft.
Yeah, I mean, even though we've had a lot of discussion around pick 2, I would have to say the best can't miss picks right now in the draft are picks 1 and 2. Guys that are going to come in and absolutely just be contributors right away. They're going to do exactly what we expect them. Alfred Collins is no restrictions, get on the field, you're our run stopper, right? Mikael Williams, no restrictions, get on the field, you're setting the edge. Everybody else, there's a discussion, right? How they're going to fit onto the field, how much playing time they're going to get juxtaposed to the guys that are already here. But with the first 2 picks, as far as just plug and play, we did our job. Came in the first round, we got a guy that we could plug in. Second round, the same thing. So I'm happy.
And that's what they had to do.
Oh, and CJ West, that's a sneaky one too. Well, don't forget about CJ West.
Yeah,
that's what kind of revived the drive. That's what revived the draft, honestly.
He's my second favorite player picked by them.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I'd have to say that. CJ West made me okay with Alfred Collins.
CJ West, where they got him, was certainly the second best pick for me behind Mikael Williams. My second favorite pick. Yes, I will agree with that. Yes, I will agree with that. Yep, I like that. That's a good point. Vito Burrito, great name, says people want Jake Majors, but one thing that worries me is Jake Brendel and Jake Moody. They're both trash, and their names are Jake on the Niners. I like Jake Majors, though.
I like Jake Majors, though.
Dave Sim says,
no more Jakes.
Tommy Mellett from Butte Mount to the Raiders. I'm in Butte. Oh, okay. So that you very, very close. Very, very close.
Did we cover the Commanders draft?
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Okay.
Eric Darby says, I think Tez goes a UDFA. Dude is lightning in real life. He is lightning in real life. And that's fine if he goes UDFA, and he'll probably end up on the Broncos because his brother is the quarterback. So there you go.
That helps.
If he goes UDFA, he'll get a chance to land on with the Broncos. I'd be shocked if that wasn't where he went. And I hope he does.
Sean Payton would not object.
No, I don't think so.
Get another burner.
All right. Jay Toya, UCLA defensive tackle.
There we go.
The Dallas Cowboys.
7th round. We in it now, boys. 10 picks to go? Let's get it.
Yeah, WK. I don't think any of us would be mad if those guys were picked. But
Candor and Gray, sure.
As much as we love them in this process, we're now into the 7th round, and the league has kind of spoken. Maybe not as good as what we thought they were.
What we think they are. Yeah.
Yeah. So at this first pick in the 7th, we're looking at Logan Brown, Kandra, Conyers. Anybody else?
Logan Brown, Conyers.
I would be okay with Seth McLaughlin.
Keaton Crawford is still out there.
But they took their safety, though.
Actually, let's go look at some of these edges. We talked a lot about edges late.
Yeah, we do need an edge.
Your third-round pass rush guys, right? Jared Ivey's still out there. Ja Joyner is still out there.
Is Kyle Kennard still out there from South Carolina?
No. Nope.
Barron from Miami, my guy. Barron, is he still on the board?
He got drafted. No, I saw him go earlier. I forget where, but I saw him go.
What about
Ja Joyner?
Ja Joyner's still out there. Yep.
As
is Jared Ivey.
Is Diggs still out?
He is. Diggs is still out there. Yep.
Okay. So that's a good spot for value. That's high value this late.
If we had taken a pure edge rusher early, like a pass rushing edge rusher early, I would say Tyler Batty would be a good option, but he's more of a run defender, edge setter. So I'm going to say no on that one. Who else is not on this list? That ESPN doesn't even have him there. Again, Johnny Walker is another name I'll throw out there that I wouldn't mind having. So there's 4 edges legitimately that can rush the passer. I wouldn't mind taking 2 of them here in the 7th round and see which one lands. To be real with you,
Steve Linton out of Baylor.
I don't know a lot about him, so I can't speak on him.
6'4", 250, wide 9 specialist. He's a little older, 25 years old, but
it's 7th round. Who cares? Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Yeah,
I'll take it.
Monheim is still unpicked.
Center.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you like Monheim? A lot of people.
No,
I see a lot of back and
don't.
forth. I'm not big on Monheim. Yeah, a lot of people like him.
He's
though.
not strong. He's not
because they have the
he
30
can move,
visit. I would think that he might be on their radar. I'm not saying it's who I would want. I'm saying it's who they might take.
For sure.
Yeah.
You see guy, I could 100% see it. You know that they went there. And
Vinny Mac said we should draft an offensive line coach.
See, Thompson says I'm intrigued. Hey, this is a good way to put it, Jesse. I'm intrigued with the Nick Martin pick. I think that's a fair way to put that.
I'm intrigued
Also
too.
intrigued.
That's a very good. Yes, that's apt.
Yeah, diplomatic.
Great
very
way to
intrigued.
put it. That's a perfect word for Nick
Because he's got
Martin.
a lot of stuff there, but I can't land anything yet. So I'm reserving judgment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see the proof.
Diplomatic and the right answer.
I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful on the Nick Martin pick.
I am hopeful. I want it to work.
Intrigued and hopeful. Good.
Yeah.
Dave Sims says, thank you guys for doing this. We all talk shit about guys going where they do, but I watch this to see the kids' dreams come true. Like I said, Tommy Mellett from the town I'm in. Love you guys. 1 O-lineman, please. Yeah, this is a good point. You know, we're going looking at our team, but there is, and Marco made this point last night on our stream that, a lot of guys' dreams are coming true here, and that's a pretty cool thing. That's a pretty dang cool thing.
Awesome.
I mean, even if you do nothing in the NFL, you can always say you were drafted in the NFL. That's, it's a big deal. Dazza says, do the Niners have a plan for when Trent eventually retires? No, they have concepts of a plan.
Nope. Nope. If you ask Kyle, what's Kyle's plan for Trent Williams? Well, we expect Trent to play 2 years.
Yeah.
Kyle's going to say that because, and Trent may say that, I'm cool with that. If Trent wants to play a second year, Kyle is not going to get in his way. He's going to say, please.
I knew we were done when we lost the first year, when we lost to the Rams when Trent was here. We lost in the NFC Championship game. After that, Trent was chirping hard as hell that he was going to retire. We were legit scared that Trent was not. I think it was to a point where we had to wait to hear from Trent before we got word that he was going to play. Then what happened is the very next season, we lost again. And everybody was saying, like, man, here we go. It was like Trent Gate again. Trent came out after that new deal, and what did Trent say? I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to play as long as I can. I'm going to play until I'm 40. I'll play as long as the Niners will have me, because he was getting that damn bag, right?
That's exactly it with Trent. And he said that. He's had point-blank quotes. I'm going to play until the contract's done. I'm playing through my contract. And to me, that just says, please give me the bag. He's about the bag. It's why I had no worries about, is Trent Williams going to retire? No. He held out for the money. He got it. He's going to play 2 years. Should he? No. Will he? Yeah. Will Kyle let him? Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah, because he's better than any UDFA guy they're going to ever bring in. Dazza says, do the Niners have any plan for when Trent eventually? Yeah, okay. Let alone upgrading the O-line. That's the problem. Upgrading the O-line, 0 plans.
Good luck.
And that's the other thing too. So let's say next year they go heavy offensive line. Okay,
they have to.
And Trent retires. Okay, so they're trying to replace. Let's just assume he does. Let's assume just for the exercise. Okay, so Trent retires, forces them to go heavy O-line, even heavier than what we thought. You have to replace Trent Williams and replace other guys. Replacing Trent Williams, even at this level and stage of his career, you're not likely going to find a guy day one. You're not going to find a guy day one that is better than that version of Trent Williams, which means you're almost guaranteed to leave with a downgraded offensive lineman than what you came into this year with potentially. So
sure. Well, You can't count on the draft to replace a Hall of Famer. That's just not
No.
realistic.
No.
But
we will likely.
The concern
be
was that
next
you had those level linemen last year, and you didn't go up to get one. And Coach and I were on that last year at the draft. You've got guys that have the potential to play high-level tackle in this league. Go up and get one. And that's Kyle not having the awareness to know you have to take advantage of this situation. You have to leverage what this draft gives you. And that's one of Kyle's core weaknesses as a GM.
Has Rashard Smith been picked up yet?
I don't know.
Running back out of SMU?
Don't think so. Garuda says we don't need O-line. Okay.
Who said that?
Vito Burrito says, Kyle, I don't need O-line. Purdy's the next Lamar. Where did he hear that from? That's crazy.
Okay.
Jonah Monheim just went to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Jaguars.
Thank you for saving us. We'll take it.
Yeah. I'm glad to see that pick. I didn't want him.
Because Jake Majors might be the next Bo Limmer, and they would have taken Monheim instead. I'm just saying.
Well, I was mad they didn't take Limmer. They had the opportunity last year and just let him go.
You and I were so hot about that in the moment. I remember you were like my road dog with that. I tweeted it, and you're like, "Yeah, Red Bo Limmer." Oh, and it was like, "Who cares?" It's just Bo Limmer turned out, man. He turned out. He turned out for sure.
Rashard Smith, man, that's a sneaky guy that I want to get it.
Converted wide receiver, so he fits exactly what Kyle wants. But then last year they drafted a converted wide receiver running back. But I like what you see from Rashard Smith. I think he's a great back.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good guy to get. He'd fit the offense. I'm off the offensive line stuff. I want somebody to. I can't fake like I
maintain hope, Coach.
But it's like I can't fake like I like an offensive lineman in the 7th round. I can't fake it. You see holes on offensive line. This is the thing about offensive line. Very few backup offensive linemen become starting offensive linemen. You pretty much are what you are when you come into the NFL. Either you're a starter who needs to develop while you're starting because there's no way to practice O-line. Either you're in or you're out. Okay? So either you're a backup or you're not. So when you're drafting guys this late, they have holes. Some of those holes that they have are not going anywhere. That's going to be who they are for as long as they play. So, it's just disheartening to pick this late. Because Jonah Monheim, all of a sudden, unless he goes and gets roids, which he will, he's got to get stronger. You know what I'm saying? He's weak as hell. But then he's going to get tons of injuries. Remember I said this. If Jonah Monheim all of a sudden becomes a starter, we know he got on his stack. And if he starts ripping his pecs and his biceps, we understand why. Because he's not going to get strong. He's a grown man. So he's not all of a sudden going to pull a 500-pound bench out of his back pocket. It's not going to happen. So what these guys are in the 7th round is exactly what they are.
3 offensive linemen taken in the first 5 picks of the offensive or of the 7th round. Somebody asked about what about Drake Nugent, UDFA last year? How do you like him at center? Listen, I know he's like
small. We saw him in person.
I know that he made the Larry All team a UDFA. I could care less, man. He was a UDFA. I don't.
The all UDFA Larry team.
He loves his late round guys, man.
You got to do something.
UDFAs, bro.
He'll sell it too, man. You'll be like, God, dang. Actually, he should be the one. He should be the one when we draft these linemen. He should be the one that comes up and does the press conference. Like, guys,
he should be the hype man.
We got a guy right here. And it's just like everybody's going, wow. How did
First of all, coming in a quarterback, welcome to Pig in a Pickle. Second of all, let me tell you about this guy. First of all, he's a brawler. All right? He's a brawler. And when I say he's a brawler, not in the sense of being a brawler, but a brawler. He's a brawler. Okay? And the Niners really hit it out the park with this one. Next guy. He's a smasher. Okay? This guy's a smash. He will smash you. Okay? He's a smasher. Okay? And that's the best guy that we got. The next guy, he's a thumper. Okay? He's going to thump. everywhere we go. All right. That guy's a thumper. All right. The next guy, he's a grabber. Okay. He'll grab you. Okay. He'll really grab you. It's like, bro, you know what Larry's going to do, bro.
Oh, man.
Right. You know,
Somebody's got to get this impression over to him, dude. He'll love it. It'll be hilarious.
That is so damn
Ooh.
funny. No one
my
MacGyvers
God.
this stuff more than Larry.
Yo,
He's
I'm
so good
telling
at
you,
it,
bro.
dude. He's so good.
He's a fighter.
It is literally a lost art. It's incredible what he can do. Dazza says, if only we had taken Wirfs over Kinlaw, for sure.
Yeah.
Any good old line in free agency? Not really.
Not at this
Really.
point.
Some recognizable names, but nothing really good. RS says, I hate to break all of your hearts, but punter is going to be the next pick for the 49ers. Kyle is a super genius. It actually might be, and it wouldn't be a bad pick necessarily in round 7, to be real.
There's good punters. It's surprising this year.
Yeah, and I think we might need one. We got
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, they had to bring somebody in because Wisnowski got
That's what I'm
injured.
saying.
So
Yeah, he's losing his fastball a little bit, man. Last year he was not good, even when he was playing. So
right.
Adam
I would
K
expect though
says,
that punter is going to be a UDFA move for them.
yeah, bring in somebody. Well, and what about kicker though? They do got it. They said that they were going to bring in somebody to compete with Jake Moody. So they said they would wait till after the draft, and it would probably be a veteran. So we'll see who that is.
Right. I don't think it's going to be a draft pick because after what happened to them with Moody, I don't think they're going to go that route.
Adam K says, LMAO, I love coach. And then Cam's dad says, great, Larry. Larry was in Moneyball Scout.
He was.
That's funny.
Larry's my dog. I love Larry, man. Larry's my guy.
But listen, if you want to get hyped about the 7th round offensive lineman or linemen that the 49ers
go
are
to
about
Larry,
to pick,
man.
or UDFA guys,
go
to Larry. He will sell it to you, man. You'll be like, how did they let this guy who was a clear 2nd round pick go undrafted? That is crazy.
The Niners are fucking geniuses.
Well, especially if they take Lampkin.
Yeah. I'm telling you,
He
man.
can play fullback.
Oh my God, man.
Stop.
Look, hey, man. This is the round where we are going to see what they do. O-line, is there anybody viable? I like
Logan Brown.
Okay.
Hey, they might go back to the well there at Kansas. That's that makes sense.
So I would think Logan Brown, Luke Condra, and Jalen Conyers. I think that's the 3 guys that they would look at.
Mm-hmm.
RS says, I was joking. Thanks for killing my vibe. I didn't.
Sorry, man.
Logan
Brown. That's funny. Sorry about that. Sorry about the punter thing. I was like, they really could take a punter. It's like, oh.
Well, we get a chance to see Keaton Crawford.
Hey, Arizona.
And
Damian Martinez went to Seattle.
What?
Okay.
We get
All
to
of
see
the guys that we like are going to our division.
Yeah.
Keaton Crawford is that's a good pickup by Arizona. We got one more pick out, then it's us. Steelers are on the clock.
I think Damian Martinez is a good pick for Seattle in the sense that they've got 2 running backs, but both of them could be gone after next season. So they kind of got to start getting guys just in case.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk up here that they're going to move on from both.
Yeah. So
they're offering both in trades. They were coming into the draft.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Damian Martinez, as long as you don't throw him the ball, you're okay.
Yeah. Clearly. Dazza says, so sign Purdy to 50 to 60 million coming off of 2 injuries on his throwing arm and not upgrading the O-line, or have a plan. Genius.
Genius. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Niners, they got to trade up or something. Not trade up, but package these last
those picks.
Package those picks for something, man. Because these last picks are brutal, bro.
And we get a 7th rounder next year. I love the 7th round next year, guys. We should really think about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Package this up, man.
We should have a
We have a
vacation to
mystery.
Cabo during the 6th round and then come back in and do the 7th.
I didn't know. See, that's where they get you.
Yeah, that is where they get you. 3 7th-round picks, though. I mean, that's an embarrassment of riches, guys. We don't deserve all
Oh,
this.
yeah.
We should
Oh,
probably
Loading up.
It'd be 3 offensive linemen, dude. That at least 2 are going to be offensive linemen. They're just going to sell it. Larry will sell it for us. They'll get their grabber. They'll get their
We're
mauler.
not getting anything from Jed.
Yeah, where's Jed? Tip the picks. Come on, Jed. Let me look here. Not excited anymore? He's got to be excited. Come on. Yeah, there's no way you're excited.
Where's Jed at? Yeah, and that's what
you didn't have a
happens when you
6th-round pick, Jed. Don't give up.
Yeah. It's like that's what happens when you set a precedent. You got to follow it. Like now you got to tweet during the 7th round, Jed. Where are your tweets at?
Is Jed even in the building still?
No,
I would
he's
imagine most everybody in Santa Clara is comatose after the 6th.
Jed York, I can't fathom an NFL draft pre-1977 of 17 rounds. Only Ann Killian would be happy about going back to that many rounds. Yeah, see,
I remember those days. I remember him.
Oh, say that again, Jess?
He that's him saying he's checking out of this draft. I can't fathom an NFL draft pre-1977 with 17 rounds, is what he tweeted an hour ago. So he's like, guys,
he's checked out. He's out.
Yeah.
And the Niners were so bad at drafting, and especially in the early 70s, that their 1st-round pick was as bad as their 17th.
Jesus. So it was just a slow drip of agony.
It was just, well, there was no live coverage. It's just you would read the agatype in the Chronicle the next day. Here's who they took. And so, okay. But like I was saying with you the other day, Coach, when they took Terry Beasley, and it's, okay, with our 1st-round pick, we're going to take a 5'9" white wide receiver who got all of the stats because the Heisman winner threw him the ball. Great job.
Man.
Idiots.
Like we need some of that magic. We feel like you had a lot to do with that Heisman. Okay.
Yeah, right.
All right, Niners are on the clock. Steelers just selected Carson Bruner, linebacker out of Washington. So we're on the clock now. Let's go.
Okay. Please take an O-lineman here or Conyers.
I mean,
one or the other.
You know what? I actually hope they don't take an O-lineman just so that we don't even have to suffer through the fakeness of loving it. I don't
how good he is.
Man.
Yeah.
And then you know what's going to be crazy? Somebody's going to tweet. Just be ready for this.
Oh, it's
Glazer of the week goes to if we draft offensive lineman, somebody's going to tweet. Niners got an offensive lineman. Are you happy now? You can finally stop talking about it.
There's 2 accounts that I'm waiting on. I got 2 accounts dialed up waiting for
Are
that.
you happy now? God, goodness, the Niners finally handled this. You guys, the Niners know what they're doing. Get it together. Finally.
What did the Niners do last year again? Oh, that's right. They took a 6th-round offensive lineman and then cut him. Yeah. So that means that whoever they take in the 7th is guaranteed to make the team, right?
Yeah, because that's what's going to come. That's what's going to hit on Twitter. Is if they draft the lineman, they're going to say, obviously, you guys don't know about the Niners' plans. Why don't you hold your horses and let them get it all together? They drafted an offensive lineman, so can you finally stop complaining about this? It's coming.
SJ Braveheart, fellas, outside of the top 2. Who has a chance to start year 1? I think we're all
CJ
on
West.
The West train. Yeah, the West train, I would say.
Absolutely. Nick Martin will have a shot, but I think that they'll probably want to sit him for a while so that he gets up to speed and diagnostics.
I think D would be hurt. Honestly, I think there's a lot of emotion. Here we go.
Curtis Rourke, Indiana quarterback, baby. Woo!
Oh yeah, we're off. We're drafting quarterbacks for all linemen.
Curtis Rourke.
The world is crazy.
Curtis Rourke.
Also, if you want to get excited about Curtis Rourke, go over to Larry's
round QB,
we'll fire him
baby.
up, man.
Larry, tell me about Curtis Rourke.
Got the treatment last year. Curtis Rourke's going to be a guy.
Uh-oh.
All right, let's pull up Curtis
I was the
Rourke.
first on Curtis Rourke.
6'4", 220. The comp is Case Keenum, 3,000 yards passing, 74% adjusted completion rate, 29 touchdowns, only 5 picks, 19 big-time throws, 10 turnover-worthy plays. Let's see what we got here.
Teammate of old CJ West, huh?
Doesn't get rattled by pressure in the pocket. Steps up to throw. Good anticipation and touch. Confident. Quick processor. Limited tools. Weak arm. Poor footwork.
Oh, bro, this is a
needs
compliment.
work in
I
his
written
days.
all over it.
You know he's ours. Weak
Just
arm.
stamp of approval on
Yeah,
Kyle Shanahan.
Oh man, they bullseye
Quick
this kid's.
processor.
Oh, you got a pasta arm? Oh, okay, we'll take you.
Weak arm. We need him.
Under pressure, doesn't often put the ball where it needs to go, but he's good in his pre-snap recognition.
Kyle Shanahan guy.
ACL injury history.
Awesome. Adam K, which team had the best draft? It's I have to look over them. I couldn't tell you. There's some teams, the usual suspects, the Eagles, the Chiefs, the Ravens. You know they drafted good, but yeah. Anyways, I'm not Curtis Rourke, he'll be competing with Tanner Mordecai to make this team. That'll be a fun. You know what? That we got new life at training camp, coach.
Hey, hold on.
QB competition will be live.
And can anybody tell me
over Logan Brown or Jake Majors? What are you doing?
Who's the very next pick after Curtis Rourke?
Jake Majors, right?
Rashard Smith to the Chiefs. To the Chiefs.
So the teams that we know that we play against, they pick the people that we want. But our team, they go off and go get Curtis Rourke, the noodle arm quarterback from Indiana, the hick from French Lick. That's what we get.
Pretty much.
Oh yeah, Niners are about to just scour that UDFA market for the O-line, man. We're gonna get a bunch of them.
I'm sitting here and I'm tired of. I'm not looking for any more players just to find them for other teams. I'm not. Who else can the Niners pick? The next guy that we're gonna name, the team that's right before the Niners is gonna pick them. Like it's been happening the entire draft.
The whole draft. Curtis Rourke is from Ontario, Canada. His brother Nathan played for the BC Lions in the CFL.
Yeah. Okay. I will say this though too. One thing to keep in mind with guys that are drafted here, oftentimes teams will start reaching out to agents and say, "Hey, do you want to be a UDFA guy, or do you want us to take you here?" You may have 5 or 6 guys that you like, and you reach out and they're like, "No, just let me be a UDFA guy," and they'll oblige them. And a lot of times they will do that. Yeah. So,
well, and UDFA, if they structure the deal accordingly, UDFA can get paid more than the 7th round pick,
and that's why they do it. Yep, that's why they do it. So. Not always.
Just threw away a 7th rounder on a guy that's not going to make the team. Cool.
Yeah, often.
The only thing that sucks about this round right now is we got to wait 15 more picks until the Niners pick again.
Curtis Rourke.
Gainesville and listen, no, we didn't forget about. We were talking about it earlier, yeah, because they had taken
19.
They took him, and then they had Bo Limmer right after that went to the Rams and was their starting center. So,
which is why you don't take people like Curtis Rourke in the 7th. There's still players that can play.
Well, also one thing that you guys were doing is understanding, reading the room. This last year was truly the most loaded offensive line draft in the past 20 years by a long shot. There was nothing even close to how many. There were starters in the 5th and 6th round, in the 7th starters. So that's
Bo Limmer's proof of that.
Yeah, that's unheard of to get a starter in the 7th round, in the 6th round. Like, come on. So for them to go on 3rd and just throw their dart at the wall and find Dominic Pooney, come on, man. They could have come on. If they would have tried, the offensive line situation would have been handled by now.
Yeah. Well, Pooney is proof of just how good that draft was. Here's a 3rd round guard, wasn't that highly regarded, and he played his lights out.
Best thing that we ever seen.
And what can you do? You can't take a tackle in the 1st. You can't trade up for anybody. You can't take a center. Come
on. Sir Cash Money says, okay, but who got a better QB room than we do? That's a good point.
Now they
That's a
got
good
Curtis
point.
Rourke. It's over, baby.
Jesus says, Tom, who will the Niners get undrafted? Well, let's see who goes undrafted first. But
Yeah, we'll have to see how it plays out. But I think there's value at wide receiver, at edge, and they can look in those two spots, maybe defensive tackle too. I would also look at DB. There's one guy left, Tommy Hill from Nebraska, converted wide receiver who's starting to get it and really play well. Great athlete.
hold on a second. Did
Niners had
I've got to
visit
hold
with
on.
him as well. Tommy Hill from Nebraska.
Yeah.
Please do
Reminds
not
me
say
of Andrew Luck.
our 7th round pick reminds you
because
of
he's
Andrew
great in architecture, right?
Luck.
Yeah, okay. What is this?
My goodness. I felt like little Dan Marino vibes.
Yeah. It's just come on now.
Yeah.
Stop asking. If you're not going to go offensive line, why not take Shadur Sanders in the 5th? If they wanted a QB. It would have been a better value. That's actually a good point because we ended up taking a quarterback anyways. That's a very good point.
That is such a good point.
That's true.
Now that we've taken a quarterback that actually plays.
That makes such a good point. If we were going to do this in the first place, why not get Shadur?
I agree.
Yeah, unless you're thinking that Curtis Rourke is a better player than Shadur. Come on.
No, they definitely don't think that.
But they weren't going to take that one.
Wait a minute. Were there any? I mean, we know that Will Johnson got picked up. How many quarterbacks got picked up after? Shadur got picked up in the 5th round, right?
Something like that.
Well,
Here it is.
who do they have? Let's see.
Jackson Dart went round 1, Cam Ward round 1, Tyler Shugg round 2, Jalen Milroe round 3, Dylan Gabriel round 3, Shadur round 5. So no quarterbacks in round 4. Round 6, we had Kyle McCord and Will Howard, and Riley Leonard, and Graham Mertz and Cam Miller, and now we are at Curtis Rourke in round 7. Give me Kyle McCord in round 6.
If we're going to
trade up,
yeah,
all 3 of our 7th rounders and go get them. Like Kyle McCord, at least is a
player.
Mordecai.
They draft Kyle. They draft McCord, and they'd have to give him his last rights after drafting him. Sorry, guy, you have to play behind this offensive line, and you can't move.
I know. Quinn Ewers, baby, just went to the Dolphins. Let's go.
All right.
Right after the Lions took the most generic named guy ever, Dan Jackson.
It's Key and Peele routine. Dan Smith, BYU.
That's Samuel's son, little Danny Jackson.
Oh, man.
Oh my gosh. We're almost done, guys. We're almost done.
This one's brutal. I don't think we've ever. Have you ever streamed this long before?
Yes, I always do, and it's always rough when we get here. Trust me, but it's never this rough. It's never this rough.
That 6th round took us all out.
Yeah,
that's the problem. We didn't have a pick in the 6th round. That was the problem.
There was nothing to talk about, and then they go and they kill us with this Indiana quarterback.
And then this guy.
If he was a lineman right now, there'd be something else to talk about, right? Or if he was but he's a quarterback.
Franco says Montana comp.
Montana comp. Yeah, sure.
Spider 369, 3-headed noodle arm. Sincerely, Kyle. Hey, out of the quarterback room, Mordecai has the livest arm.
He's got the big arm.
He does.
Yeah. Eric says Jesse's only OF streams are usually pretty long.
Hold on. 6'4", 220. He runs a 4.7. What else have we got out of this kid? So, a tale of two journeys define Curtis Rourke's path to the NFL draft. The Ontario natives first carved out his legacy at Ohio University, where he rewrote the program's record books over 5 seasons, culminating 7,651 passing yards and 50 touchdowns. But it was a final act, the stunning transfer to Indiana for his 6th year, that truly cemented his draft stock. Took him 6 years. Despite playing through a partially torn ACL, Rourke orchestrated the Hoosiers' improbable run to the college football playoff, setting the school single-season touchdown record for 29 scores through the air. The 6'5", 231-pound signal caller's journey began at Holy Trinity High School, where he amassed 4,200 passing yards. All right. So here go his strengths. Masterful pocket mechanics translate to the NFL. Ready throwing platform, consistently steps into throws with proper weight transfer and follow through. We can throw the ball. Processes coverage rotations with veteran savvy. He demonstrates pristine timing on intermediate routes, natural feel for layering passes over linebackers, commands the line of scrimmage with authority, routinely getting the offense into advantageous play calls against defensive looks, clean, repeatable delivery leads with consistent ball placement, tough as nails in the pocket.
Yeah.
Willing to take a hit and deliver strikes at elite production in 10 to 20 yard range, showing advanced ability to get the ball out. Well, this is what he sucks at. Limited improvisational ability when plays break down. Struggles to create outside structure when the first read is covered. Deep ball lacks ideal zip past 40 yards. He tends to put too much air under vertical throws. Shows concerning blind side awareness issues. Took several big hits from rushers. He never sensed them coming. That was routine during film.
That's a fatal flaw to have on this team.
Hell yeah. Advanced age, 24, as a 6-year senior, raises questions about remaining in the well, he is what he is. He's a 6-year senior.
Right.
Athletic limitations become apparent when forced to go off platform. Plays need to be perfect or he unravels. January 2000.
Brandon Allen again. That's perfect. Good. Sounds like we got Brandon Allen. Yeah.
Yeah, that's something they should certainly aspire to.
Yeah.
We got the next Brandon Allen.
He's awesome, guys. I can't wait.
Okay.
Hold on. Larry loves Rourke.
Oh, of course.
Of course he does. Adam K says should have moved up for Banks. Changes everything.
For the worse. No. Thank God they didn't do that.
Casey Cold says sad part is the mofo's gonna try to explain with all these trash picks and we're supposed to accept it. They are kings at insulting our intelligence. F them. Well, don't worry. There will be plenty of gaslighting coming from other content creators letting you know how good it was too. So you get ready for this one. Surfbone says, hey Jesse, what's your grade? How many 49ers picks did you guess right? The actual picks and where they went, I don't think any. We got 3 guys that I liked though, that I had on my list of players that I wanted. So I'll take that. And then the grade, I think we're all around a C+ to B, somewhere in that range. So appreciate you, Surf. Spaghetti says, OMG, Curtis Rourke played 6 years of college football. Heck yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did.
George Burns says, so we got Jimmy G 2.0. They would be lucky if he ends up being Jimmy G 2.0.
Yep.
Rourke played on a torn ACL in 2024. It's like they seek out injuries, guys on purpose, then complain when half the roster's on IR.
And he has an injured thumb.
Oh, see, he is Allen. Nishat Pandya says, appreciate you guys. Had a lot of laughs and coaches' comments throughout the draft. Keep moving forward, gents. Go Niners. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You know how PFF, when you're going through your mock drafts and early on you click on a guy and it says, now here's a guy, and then they don't tell you anything about him. I feel like that's what just happened with Rourke. It's like we clicked on it like to learn about it. And it's like, well, now here's a guy.
Yeah. Did Isaiah Bond get drafted?
I don't think so. I don't remember him being picked.
So, though.
Wonder if
I
there's
wouldn't mind
something
getting
wrong.
Isaiah Bond.
He's got
LaQuint Allen's still out there.
Who?
LaQuint Allen, running back from Syracuse, still out there.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Receiving back.
Mm-hmm. Isaiah Bond is still out there. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Isaiah Bond is there. I wouldn't be mad at it either. Tez Johnson, Xavier Restrepo. As far as like testing, terrible. But If you need like a slot guy, just a little white slot guy, Strepo's your guy now. Let me tell you, we don't need one, but teams could use him. He'll land somewhere and make a roster. I'll almost guarantee it.
Yeah.
He's like Trent Taylor if Trent Taylor actually had some skills.
He's another Sundial 40 guy, though.
Oh, of course he is. Yes. Yes, 100% he is. But I like Restrepo.
Oh, well, there we go. There we
What?
go. Currently on a $25,000 bail for sexual assault accusation.
Oh, there
Who
it
is? Oh,
There it
Bond.
is.
Yeah. I
Bond.
forgot about that.
So he's
yeah.
UDFA.
So
Yeah,
he's a
UDFA.
Raven, man. He's a Raven. What do the Ravens pick? 27th. He'll go to 27th this round of the Ravens.
Yeah. So he's got a bond for $25,000 on an SA allegation.
Okay, there it is.
Yeah. That's no good. Well, that'll do
Man,
it.
if Isaiah Bond would have got drafted before Shadur, I'd have been like, Jesus.
Yeah.
What else can you do?
Bond to the Ravens or Chiefs. Lock it in. Yeah.
Pretty much.
Tez Johnson to the Bucks, man. How many receivers do you need over there? Chill out.
They love it.
Golly, man. Hey, I like it though. I get to see him play. I get to, I'll go training camp or something. Maybe I'll go to see how he does.
We got 13 picks, guys.
Do you go to Tampa games in the regular season, Jesse?
Only if they're playing like the Ravens, so I can take my son, or if they're playing the 49ers. Yeah, I don't go to just watch the Bucks play. Or if somebody gives me tickets or something, I won't turn them down.
Yeah, then you won't say no.
Yeah, Danny D says not one single offensive tackle taken criminal. Spoke too soon. They got 2 picks left, bud.
We got 2 picks left, so we'll see.
Okay. You got a real scrub when Larry's not impressed with the QB pick.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man.
You
You're not making the team, Curtis.
Yeah, if you can't look, if Curtis can't sway Larry, don't even suit up.
Yeah.
Well, Larry would have been all over it if it was El Gersma. They picked the wrong Canadian.
It's true. Good point. Good point. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Yeah, he is. He's a big Ravens fan for sure.
Yeah.
I have to
It was great when you had him talk about the Ravens. I love that.
He
When
did
you
such
guys
a good
were
job. That
together
was
on
like-
that. I love that.
Oh yeah, I really enjoyed that. He was he did a good job too. At that point, he was I think he was 8 then too. He did a really good job.
Mm-hmm.
Really good job.
There were a lot of Baltimore fans who saying, "Damn,
Yeah, he knows what he's
this
talking
kid
about.
knows his stuff."
Yeah,
He was
he's
raised
so
right.
funny, man. On Sundays when the games are going on, our couch in the living room will be draped with a Ravens comforter and stuffed animals with Ravens jerseys on. He's wearing a Ravens jersey with the sweatbands, a Ravens football, the coffee tables lined up with all of his Ravens insignia. Like, yeah, it's so funny, dude.
Tricked out.
He loves it.
LaQuint Allen.
He went to the Jags. Yeah. Okay. Taking some flyers here. Tez Johnson, LaQuint Allen. See, this is the thing.
This is where it belongs. It belongs
This
here.
is where you get the toys that Kyle can't live without. This is it.
Thank you, Jesse.
If you got your Tez Johnson and your LaQuint Allen here, you know how happy we would be. Like,
yes,
hey, man,
this is where you get your trinkets, where you get your guys where it's like he runs a 4.3 though. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is where you get that. And you don't do it in the 3rd and 4th round. You don't do it up there.
No,
And
this is it. This is when you clutch your pearls.
yeah.
Good call.
So it just sucks.
Listen, Dusty, it's not happening. He's 10 years old at this point. It's 0% chance. He's
got a better team.
He does. And also a reason to hate Jimmy G. For those of you that haven't heard this story, I will repeat it real quick. The reason he's a Ravens fan is when he was 6, he started picking up Madden and he played with the 49ers because he liked Deebo Samuel. But Jimmy Garoppolo was the quarterback and he's awful on Madden. So he starts searching for teams. He finds a running quarterback, obviously Lamar, instant fan, hasn't looked back. Lamar Jackson, major fan. So
It's over.
Good call, kid. Jimmy G will drive just about anybody else away too.
yeah, he almost made us stop being fans. What are we talking about?
Yeah.
Hey, Jess, look at the SADA report.
The what?
The SADA report in the chat.
SADA report.
That's the name of the chatter in the
okay.
chat.
Hey guys, I was like, what? Made it sound super official. Hey guys, just wanted to thank Jesse, Coach, as well as Ryan and Grant for inspiring me to start my own podcast.
Cool.
Thank you guys and keep up the great work. That is awesome. That's awesome. Hey,
good luck,
you
man.
ever have any questions, reach out. More than happy to help you. That's really, really awesome. That's great. That's cool, man. That is.
You know who LaQuint Allen reminds me of? You know, he gives me Matt Forte vibes.
Okay, that's a good call.
Like he's got
some ability, but not completely elite, and he's better in space with the ball and a passing game.
He's got a tall body. He's real streamlined. He looks really good in receiving too. Not as big
Kyle
as
McCord loved him, man. Kyle McCord loved LaQuint Allen was like his CMC
guy.
basically. Yeah,
security blanket for him.
Yep, he was. He really was.
He's a small back.
I think they took another running back in this draft too, and they already have Etienne. Who else did they? I swear they took another running back. I could be tripping. Let me go. Teams, Jags. Oops. Jaguars took Travis Hunter, Caleb Brainsaw. Love that pick. Wyatt Millum. Love that pick. Oh, they took Tootin. That's right. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Rootin' Tootin'.
Rudy Tooty, fresh and fruity. That's who they got.
I like LaQuint Allen. That's a good pickup.
In the 7th round, yeah, of course.
That's a good pickup right now. I'm kind of falling in love with his game. We're watching him.
Yep. Ricky White, wide receiver out of UNLV. Went to the Seahawks.
Speed guy.
We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. Come on.
10 picks.
Come on. Just throw names.
Now. Yeah,
just throw names out, man.
Moving now. Guys are moving. The picks are in now. Let's just keep it going.
Ravens pick before us. I'm sure they'll take like one of the offensive linemen we like.
Definitely.
So do the Lions.
For us too. And the Lions pick before us. They're going to get linemen.
It's happening.
Got to get linemen.
And the Rams too. Whoever we like, the Rams like also. So,
yeah.
Jeebus says, Coach, how do you feel about Scattaboo to the Giants?
I like that. Giants went out, got O-line. I like Scattaboo in the NFC East. You know, that's a tough, hard-nosed division. They love to run the ball over there. He's going to find a lot of with the Giants too. They got a rough. He's in the right fan base. They got a rough fan base over there. They'll fall in love with Scattaboo. I mean, so you know, there's a couple of guys out there probably already right now going to get Scattaboo jersey. Like you got to get out there in New York to see the type of fandom that they have. So I think it's actually a perfect fit. I like him.
I think so too. Jess, what O-line had draft grades that are about to become UDFAs? I'm just curious if the Niners have a couple they really like and that are hoping that they fall. Yeah, that's very possible. We've talked about some guys. Joshua Gray, at least for us, had draft grades. Joshua Gray, Luke Kandra. You guys don't seem to be big on Seth McLaughlin, but he's okay. Jake Majors.
Conyers get picked up.
And Logan Brown.
Yeah.
I think those are probably the guys. Who'd you say? Who else? Sorry.
Conyers.
Did Conyers go? Let's see.
Look at that.
I don't see him.
I think Conyers is still out there.
Are you sure? I don't see him as available.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I don't know where he went though.
I don't either. I don't know. I can't see him as available, but ESPN also doesn't have everybody, so I couldn't tell you. Bills go wide receiver.
Aiden Prather.
Yeah. Cowboys went running back. Bill Maffa.
These are names I wouldn't even think.
Yeah, I mean, you're taking flyers at this point, and also again to the point, some of these teams are maybe calling other prospects that they wanted to draft and are allowing them to become UDFAs because they already have a deal worked out with them. So
yeah, hey, they're saying that Conyers is still available.
Is he? Okay, so Conyers, that's the other one.
Yeah.
So those are the guys. We got 5 or 6 guys, but one thing we've been saying all draft or as of late is, even though we all like these guys, we also understand that they are either 7th round picks or UDFA guys. So I wouldn't get super excited about any of that because the 49ers really should have addressed offensive line much earlier.
Yeah.
Let's not forget that fact.
I think that's something we need to just carry on like from here on out. Just remembering that the guys that we want late, if the league is spoken, the league is spoken. You know what I mean? Like, and we can't just think that we're better than the process just because, nobody noticed our guy. Everybody gets noticed. It depends on where you are in the process, whether you get the guy or not, in the context of what you need and what you don't need. But the best get taken at a certain spot for a reason. And one thing that I will say is that the NFL has a very quick turnover rate, but for the most part, there's not a lot of guys where they were like 5th round picks and they ended up like Hall of Famers. Like pretty much the 1st round guys, 2nd, 3rd round guys, like it pretty much falls where it's supposed to fall. That's why the other guys that stick out, that's why they're so highlighted, is because they're against the norm, which is if you're a 1st round pick, you're pretty much going to be a Hall of Famer, right? Like you're in like the 70th percentile to have a decent career, so that much I will say.
Dan throws Lampkin's name in there as another guy. He's a marauder. Yeah.
They need to just hurry it up.
Yeah. What are we doing?
Yeah, it's like the Broncos, man. They're like really thinking about it. Come on, bro.
Yeah, they got plans.
Yeah, the Broncos are like really taking their time.
They're upset because Tez Johnson went, so now they're scrambling.
They're just like, what are we gonna do with 241?
Yeah,
come on now.
Thought they were just sitting back chilling.
Yeah. We need the Dave Chappelle wrap it up box.
I've had the draft on my computer the entire time. I'm just looking at it.
I do still think that edge is a good option here to get a pure pass rusher. Yeah. I'd rather that over the offensive lineman at this point, to be real. So.
Yeah, as a matter of fact,
like Brown. I think Brown has an opportunity. He hasn't had a lot of playing experience and reps. I think that he could connect. But aside from him, we'll see.
Who's that, Tom?
Logan Brown from Kansas.
Logan Brown. Okay. Yeah. Did Ja get picked up yet? Ja Joyner?
No, he's still out there.
I like Ja Joyner.
Yeah, he's good.
Give him a shot.
Casey Cole says Jed playing Guess Who on Twitter is clown behavior.
Oh my God, that is the perfect. That's so weird. Like, guess who we're thinking? It's like, dude, get out of here. What's the matter? You're a billionaire, Jed.
Stop.
So annoying.
Justin says
when he goes into Jed dork mode, that's just kind of okay, guys.
Yes. Is he wearing glasses? Nope. Guess who? Does he have a beard? No. Guess who? Is he a safety? No. Guess who? Like that's how I see Jed like peering into his phone. Does he wear a visor? No. Guess who? You'll never get it, guys. Jed is nuts, bro.
Justin says Jake Majors, Logan Brown, Kobe Bryant, Conyers, Eugene Asante, Seth McLaughlin, still out there, still some good talent. Guys we met with.
Yeah.
Okay, I like it. There's some good names that we all like to mock draft in our drafts, I will say. Who knows about good talent? Maybe not, but we'll see.
Well, Brown fits in terms of what they like as far as speed and the athletic profile and the size.
Yeah. Michael Everett says, what happens when Trent is out injured? The same thing that happens every year, Pinky. You try to take over the world. Spider 369 says they just drafted Brock Purdy 2.0. I like Rock Purdy, actually. That's actually makes it even more funny.
We're talked out, bro. We're 6 hours and 30 minutes in.
I know, bro. You know what? My AirPod, my left AirPod just died. Finally, 6.5 hours that thing made it, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Oh man,
I forgot I was even wearing it.
I'm gonna keep it tall with you guys. I'm rolling a J after this.
Did you not say that on stream?
I'm sorry. I am tired, bro.
We're not just on your platform. We are on mine too.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. It gets a little PG-13 on the coaches huddle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We let it hang. We let it hang after this. It's cool. I got you, though, Jess.
Is Brock's brother in this class? I don't know, actually. That's a good question. I don't know. Alan from Cole says, what's y'all's so early prediction to win our division? Rams.
Niners have a shot at the playoffs, but I would think that they're going to be looking at the last or next to last wild card slot at best.
Agree.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I agree. Jason Lutz says, all we need is Tom Brady of the O lineman. Easy pick.
The chat is carrying us right now. They're
really
carrying us right now.
I literally, in like about 5 minutes ago, I just hit a fog of delirium where my brain just shut all the way off. I can't. I'm surprised I'm putting together sentences at this point.
Dude, we went from 12 because we got on the phone this morning at like what 9:30,
9:30.
Yeah, around there. So we've been going since we talked. We recapped the draft, talked about the draft while I was out with the dog. I called Tom. Tom was getting ready, getting up. We've been going at it since since like 9 in the morning, 10 in the morning. So it's got to come from somewhere.
Literally 9 hours into Niners talk for the day. That's insane work. Insane work.
Yeah.
Rams
got their guy. Yeah.
Noda.
Look him
Don't
up.
even know who that is. I'm not going to pretend that I do. Ravens about to take Isaiah Bond here. Should be good to go. Lock it in. Oh no, 0% chance of this happening. I don't care if we got the biggest break. I don't care if Brock Purdy got traded. I'm not streaming later.
I'm streaming tomorrow.
It's not happening. The biggest news in the world could drop, the craziest things, and I'd be like, nope, I'm good.
Yeah, let it go.
Monday, man.
Monday we'll be together for sure.
Monday
we'll really be able to like dissect this whole thing and talk about it. It'll be good.
Yeah, Monday is gonna be good, but I can't. Nah.
Yeah, any more than this? No.
I'm throwing my computer out the window after this.
Jason Letts says, take a flyer on Al Bundy at halfback. 4 TDs in one game.
Poke high. Hey, man. Garrett Dellinger, offensive guard, LSU.
Goes where?
To the Ravens.
Okay.
Of course they go guard. Why wouldn't they?
We're 5 picks out.
This stream length really makes you realize how long an 8 to 12 hour shift is. Yeah, that's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good point. Somebody said our talking time is light work, our 9 hours. Hey, I'll take, you can say whatever you want, man. I'm the biggest wuss in the world, then I'll take it.
Oh, you said this is light work?
Yeah, something like that.
Nah, man.
I'll take it. I'm allowing you to whatever have that.
Yeah,
you can have
you
it.
can have that because this is on top of our real life too.
Yeah, you can
You know
have
what I'm
it.
saying? This is on top of the real life. Like I gotta get off, and the people that want to talk to me and that want to go out to dinner and have a good time and do all of this stuff, they could care less that I spent 6 hours and 30 minutes on here. So the other part of our lives, they don't care about the energy that we spend on this. Okay, so hey, it comes from somewhere, man. You know what I mean? You gotta have it's a tough task to kind of pull this off consistently. And this is me saying this because I'm not consistent. Like Jesse is consistent, like all the time. You see what I'm saying? So it's I'm not gonna call it a job, but
No.
it's up there. You know what I mean? And if you do go full time, then you're gonna have to pull numbers. Like if y'all want to talk shop, we can. For you to even try to make a living, for you to pay your bills and to be sustainable on YouTube, you got to do no less than what Larry or Grant are doing, as far as like the frequency of content. And that's if you have people that even give a damn about what you're saying.
That too.
All right, so
It's a lot of work.
This whole side of it ain't for the meek, dog. I'm just keeping it tall with you. You know, like what are they doing? Like 100 videos a week?
Yeah, it's insane.
Grant probably is.
Grant's doing like 125 a week. He does, you know what I'm saying? He's clearing like 7 to 8 shows a week. That's 10 cut-ups. You know what I'm saying? On top of the stuff that he does by himself. Larry, every time something drops, Larry is dropping content. Literally, every time something drops, you are strapped to it. On top of all of the stuff that you can't just press record, right? Thumbnails, titles, descriptions, SEO, having it all put together every time you drop. So, everybody on YouTube can do exactly what we're doing right now. If you're on YouTube, you have an account too. You're just not using the other side of it. I implore you, go buy the camera, go get the mic, and welcome. Come over to the other side, and you'll see.
Jason says, "Oh yeah, the Tom Brady one." Samir, what's up, Samir? It's been a while. Says, "Are we at the point of asking y'all to recycle old material because the Wizinator is an all-timer?" The Wizinator, yeah, dude. That's oh my gosh, that's a good. I forgot about the Wizinator conversation on here. Holy moly, man, that was a good one. That was a good one. Who was it? Who was the player that got busted for using the Wizinator? I forget now.
Oh, who used the Wizinator?
It was Ontario Smith, running back in the Minnesota Vikings, was caught with a Wizinator device and dried urine at the airport, which led to a suspension in the NFL.
You think?
My thing is that I never seen a black Wizinator, and Ontario Smith is my complexion. So imagine if Ontario Smith pulls out a pink Wizinator. Like, what are you doing?
Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
Woo.
He's
a whole travel channel in what he does too. That's the crazy part.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying?
But the other thing, and this is where I will say, like, Grant's kind of his own beast. Grant does this alone. All these other guys, you look at Haberman, you look at Lombardi, you look at Larry, they've got producers.
They have producers.
They've got producers. You look at Stats. He's got a whole group of people that put content on his channel for him as well. So what Grant does all by himself is pretty dang impressive.
It makes you look at the game completely different when you see the support that the content creators have versus the people that are one-man band in it. Like, this is literally me, 100% me. I may get help from like people that I may pay for a certain job to do for me, but as far as content, producing the content, recording the content, putting out thumbnails, all of that, creating the titles, coming up with the topics of the titles, the shows, all of that is Grant. Everybody else, for the most part, has an entire human being setting everything up, and all they have to do is press record. That's it. So it's a completely different ball game.
Yep. 100% it is. 100%. And I will say, I mean, for us that work full time, for as much content as we put out, I'm proud of that because we do it by ourselves on top of the full-time jobs, on top of coaching my son's football, on top, you know what I mean? So like, this is a small fraction of everything else going on. So there's a lot. It's a lot, man. It's a lot on top. When you add it on top of real life, man, it's a lot. It really is.
Samir says, "What's up, bro? Real life over y'all. I do. I be picking real life, boy. I be tired. Like
that's why I do it at night, though. That's why I do it at night, though, because that's my time to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I do be tired, you know, because of it. Samir says, "What's up, bro? Work finally let up a little bit." I feel it, Samir. I feel it. Well, I'm glad that you're doing good. It's been a while since we talked. Flav says, "I figured guys like Jesse and Grant have a dude that does all the editing and thumbnails and stuff." Nope. No. That stuff does take forever. No, I do it all by myself. Grant does it
Jesse,
all by himself.
How long, how many hours would you say on the phone have we dedicated to just thumbnails alone? Just thumbnails. Ballpark. Just talking about literally the squared thumbnail, designing it, finding graphics for it, finding better tools for it, finding colors, themes, finding new styles for it. How much do you think, how would you average how much you and I have discussed just thumbnails, not content, not the NFL, not the 49ers, but literally thumbnails? How much have we gone through thumbnails?
100 hours, maybe?
At least, no less.
Yeah. Grant says Chiefs had a draft that I mocked for the Niners. Doesn't that suck? Don't you hate that when you're like, man, I really like this draft? Oh,
Wouldn't that be funny if you could make a trade? The Kansas City Chiefs have traded their draft to the San Francisco 49ers.
Casey Cole says they must have been picking names out of a hat last year because when they actually try to draft, it shows. So they got lucky because they were picking names like Ricky Pearsall. Hey,
22 and 23. Those are the worst drafts in the league. Is most people are evaluating that that's where the Niners were.
Dallas is on the clock. We're one pick away, guys.
Oh, thank God. Sure, I'll have some. I'll be done in a few minutes. We got 2 more picks coming up, and then I'm down.
And we're out of here.
Seymour Butts doesn't even try to pretend that his name isn't Seymour Butts. Says appreciate all you guys and all the great content. No, we appreciate you. And also, by the way, this was not. Hopefully, that didn't come across as like, oh, woe is me. I enjoy it. I wouldn't do it if I didn't enjoy it. So I do thoroughly enjoy it. But it's not as easy as just flipping on a camera and going live. There's a lot of back stuff that isn't as fun that you have to prepare for if you want to have some success. And the way I look at it is as much as I enjoy it, I also want it to be good. I'm not here to just be here. Like I'm competitive, man. I'm competitive.
Yes. Like I want.
Okay, I work full time. I got kids. I got all that, but I still want to be the best out here with all that there. And I feel like I can. So that's why I do it. You know.
And you do.
Son, that's why we can't, like, it's not because we don't have nobody to help us. We are one-man band content creators, but we also want to compete with what we know are other content creators that have staffs, that have help. You know what I mean? Like, I like the way my channel looks. I like the way Jesse channels look. You know why? Because we are one-man band. I don't have nobody out here teaching me Photoshop, running me through After Effects. You know what I'm saying? Like, we are teaching ourselves this stuff on our own just to be able to clip at the same level as people that are professionals, that went to school for graphics, that went to school for video editing and audio work and worked at ESPN and worked at the radio. Like, we're just regular guys trying to create our digital footprint the same way. And then on top of it is, we do this for you guys. Like, I love when we're in the chat and people say, yo, thumbnail was fire, or Jesse's show was awesome, or coach, your graphics are hot. We do that stuff for you guys. I get on the phone with Jesse and I'm like, you think they'll like this? No, that's too much. Take it down. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to like that. It's going to look crazy, right? How many times did I send you stuff throughout the draft, Tom? You think they'll like this? You think they'll like these graphics?
Yeah.
We do this stuff for you guys because we want to create something that matters. You know what I'm saying? So that's why
that has an impact. Yeah.
Yeah, that has an impact. That actually like is given like, man, fuck the like cable. You know what I'm saying? We're giving you we hear our takes all over. I'm not even gonna go. Come on, bro. They take so much from us. They take so much. So, you know.
Apparently Jed tweeted.
No.
Somebody's
He's like at home having a drink, fellas.
And watch him. Watch. And if watch. What does he say?
No one has suggested O-line to me, but what the heck?
Here it comes.
Okay, so
wow,
Logan Brown.
Thanks. Okay, here we go. Yeah.
Take a look.
So,
Jeez,
dude.
But did I not say be ready? Be ready for it. We've scouted this guy since the day he was born. Found him at the hospital, okay? Got his immunization shots, and then we knew he was going to be an offensive lineman for us. So we kept him out of the draft. He hasn't actually played football yet, but he's a Niner, all right? We're not going to draft him. We're going to sneak him in.
It's not even that. Round. It started before that. He artificially inseminated to be a 49er.
Yes, of course.
We were there at conception. Okay.
Well, we were there to create the genetic code for this guy.
Yes, we have carefully specified this genetic code for this offensive lineman. All right. We were there since the embryo. Okay. And trust me, he's a ruby helmet, gold face mask player. That's a whole nother layer of player that we have. The ruby helmet, gold face mask player, that's not only a Niner for life, that's a Niner for generations. His family's family will all be Niners. Whole new, we'll let you in on our tiers later, but that's what we've been working on. But this guy, he's a pick. This guy's a pick, man. I'm telling you.
Oh my gosh, dude.
That's how you know we're ready to get offline, bro. I'm on here too long, bro.
Old Fogey says, for the 3 meals and naps I've had since y'all started, for sure. Take care of yourself. Casey Cold says, they must have been picking names out of a hat. Like, we got that one. Okay. Seymour Butts, we got you. Hold on, I got a few of these. I don't know. 100% YouTube is hard. I started my channel a few months back at Adam K. Hand Cyber, but it's very hard with my professional job. Yeah, for sure. It definitely is. Yeah. Keep at it though. Listen, if it's something you want to do, you'll make
keep
time.
Grinding.
Yep. Flav says, does YouTube have software that allows you to edit quickly? Feels like sometimes little cuts off your live shows come out 2 minutes after the show ends. I stopped cutting up live shows. I don't know. For me, it wasn't worth it anymore. Grant's phenomenal at it, but Grant has a whole system he's worked together. So I don't know how he gets it up so fast.
It's an assembly line.
Yeah. Hog 20 says, I got 5 on it, coach. Thanks for the marathon content. Nice. And then Joe Beto says, Missouri Niner fan here. I love all the content you all produce. You are so appreciated. Thank you, Joe. We appreciate it.
There we go.
Connor Colby.
Niners, Connor Colby, offensive guard, Iowa.
Sure. I don't know anything about him. I'm not gonna lie.
So who gets on Twitter and tells everybody to comment?
Okay, so Connor Colby, 6'6", 310, 22 years old, 32 and a quarter arms, ran 5'11", 178.10, 23 bench reps, 28.5 vertical, 110 broad jump. Pretty good. 10 pressures, 2 sacks allowed, only 1 penalty. Not bad. He was a 4-star at Cedar Rapids. Good frame, good movement skills.
Well, you know he can do run
smart
defenses.
Hands are aggressive, land solid initial punches, can move to the second level, technically sound. Problem is he's inconsistent. He was a disaster outside a tackle, and he needs to add play strength, and his leverage is too high. He overextends.
Got short arms. He's a guard.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, whatever at this
He's
point.
got a lot of He's got a lot of versatility. He's played left guard, right guard, and tackle.
Obviously, there's names that I would have rather had, but at this point, what do I know? You know what I mean? I'm not even. Who cares? Take him. Sounds good. I'm glad you got your offensive lineman around 7. I'm sure he'll be fantastic
if he makes the team.
He's gonna be fantastic, Tom. I don't.
Oh, okay.
This negativity. He's an all-pro in the making.
He's a near Mr. Irrelevant, so he's going to be just as good as Brock.
That's true. It's a good point. Good point.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Niners are next. Green Bay just selected John Williams, offensive tackle out of Cincinnati.
Okay. What pick was that? What pick number was that?
249, Connor Colby.
249. Okay.
249.
Okay.
And the Niners' next pick is when?
252. So we're right after. We're right next. This is it. We're done. This is it. So let's get the people what they want, though. Connor Colby.
Yeah, he pulled it up. It's cool. Hold on a second.
My bad. He did.
Yeah, he talked about it. You see, you were completely phased out. Look at this guy trying to come back in at the bro. We're trying to leave, David. We're trying to leave.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm just walking. I'm walking out in the countryside here, and I just wanted to say I got my guy Colby, something Colby. I've been watching this guy. Bring me Connor Colby. I just want to call in and say I've been scouting this guy. I got him. Talked to his mom. His mom got me his phone number. I got an interview, and this is what I said. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Oh, you're a dog. Let's go. You're a dog, bro. And that's what we got. You got a dog, bro.
You got a dog. He's a grabber.
Hey, you know what? I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you something. You know what? You know what Connor Colby doesn't do? He doesn't look. He sees a sign like this, and he goes past it like I am right now. Posted private property. Okay? Look at me. Breaking the law. That's what Connor Colby does. He doesn't give a shit. He's like, he's going to go into camp, and he's going to say, all you guys, you got to pull Shadur Sanders, man. You got to bring his posse. Oh, man, I'm so geeked for this pick, bro. Geek.
He's a beast.
He's a beast, bro.
If you're geeked for this pick, I can't imagine what you're going to think
on
of
the
this
clock.
next one.
Yeah.
They're on the clock right now. I just want to be. I just want to be here with you guys when we get that last pick because I don't think anything can surpass waiting until pick 249. I think that's what it was for an offensive lineman.
That was awesome.
I mean, this is called a plan. And the thing is this, I see all you casuals in the comments and some of you guys on camera right now. You guys got to listen. Like Kyle knows what he's doing. John knows what he's doing. Yeah, no Super Bowls in 9 years. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
But a bunch of NFC Championship games.
Should we be worried that David was taking his daughter out to go driving and now he's walking?
Yeah. No, it went well. She was going slow. She was way too cautious. I had to get out of the car, actually. I did not freak my daughter out, but I was a little nervous, so I let my wife do the rest. And I'm just here. I'm just doing here again, abandoning my kids. I'm out on this country road. You can start to see, when I get to the top of this hill, I'll show you beautiful Lake Superior. Can't see it right now.
Well,
but I also can't see my kids right now.
You're out of here, bro. You better run.
Yeah. No, I'm here for this last pick, and then, I mean, I'm just so geeked over Connor Colby. I mean, you don't get first team All Big Ten guard. from my home state. Jesse and I were talking about the Hayden Fry logo just last night.
We were.
And look what we got. Got another Hawkeye, George Kittle. George Kittle is an Iowa Hawkeye. George Kittle is going to make sure Connor Colby makes this squad. He is going to be a Cabo boy, a Colby boy, a Colby Cabo boy.
A Kobe Cabo boy.
And get this. Just yesterday, this is real. This is real talk. Just yesterday, I was teaching about the Civilian Conservation Corps. FDR, right? Put millions of young men to work in public projects. CCC, Connor Colby Cabo.
Dude, where did this energy come from? You leave for 10 minutes and you get all this energy. That's crazy to me.
I'm calling it, man. Niners are going to get another receiver, bro.
You think? Please go edge. Go with one of those edges. Just because. Make us somewhat happy here.
Edge is best value.
Hold on. What did Jed say? Why are we not? Oh, Junior Bergen, wide receiver.
Wide receiver.
Out of Montana. Nice.
Wow.
Nice.
The Montana receivers, that who they took?
Thank God for that. Junior Bergen, wide receiver out of Montana.
Yeah.
Is what wraps it up.
Who needs Joshua Gray or Luke Kandra or Jake Majors or Logan Brown or any of those guys? I mean, I get that they can play, might get a snap here and there somewhere. But let's get a practice squad receiver. Let's do it.
Here you go. Hold on. I got it. Let me get through these real quick. Sammy the Pickle says, just got back and boy, did this take a turn. Never heard of artificial insemination on my draft bingo card. Our RS says coach is officially losing his mind. Look at what our draft has done to him. Someone order him a nap ASAP.
I'm done, man.
Matt says Connor Colby is one of the guards in America.
Yes, just one of them.
Adam K says Trey Apuspro, this will change your game on YouTube. Try Apuspro.
Opus Pro. Opus Pro.
Oh, Opus.
Yeah, is that like a?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Is that like a hymn? Is that like a hymns thing? Like a Viagra thing? Like is Jesse? You have a game on YouTube? Are we trying to attract people in? Is that what we're doing? Is that what that is? I'm honestly, I live in rural Minnesota. I don't know what this stuff is. I barely know how to read.
Jason Letts says Connor Colby is destined to be a top 150 guard. All right, listen.
All of these guys that we get late, man.
Over 3,200 people watching live on all the platforms still at this point.
Right.
I got to say thank you to everybody. We will have a ton of content this next week, breaking this whole thing down, looking over prospects, and we will come correct. Starting on Monday, Coach and I cover 2. Next week, I know David, myself, and Marco will also be going over things, so stay tuned. Much love to everybody that stuck it out with us. Have a blessed night. Peace.
Peace.